Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku unlocked RPG system and became badass? Part 1. This story is My Hero System by Dr. Cats. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. The sun hung high over the elementary school playground, its warmth contrasting the cold cruelty unfolding in a secluded corner. Izuku Midoriya, a wiry 13 with messy green hair and an ever-earnest expression, stood trembling but firm. His legs felt like jelly, but he refused to move. Behind him, a girl had just bolted, tears streaming down her face, leaving Izuku alone to face his tormentors. "You really think you're some kind of hero, Deku?" Katsuki Bakugo sneered, stepping forward. His spiky blonde hair glistened in the sunlight, and his crimson eyes gleamed with malevolent glee. He rolled his shoulders as if gearing up for a fight. "What can a quirkless loser like you even do? You're a joke." Izuku's voice wavered, but he managed to choke out, I couldn't let you hurt her. "You went too far, Kachan." The other two boys, Katsuki's lackeys, laughed cruelly. One of them, a burly kid with a quirk that turned his fists into rough, jagged stone, pounded his knuckles together. "You hear that? He's gonna stop us. The quirkless wonder thinks he's a hero," Stonefist mocked. The other boy, whose quirk gave him grotesque, bulging muscles, cracked his neck menacingly. "How about we teach him what happens to heroes who stick their noses where they don't belong?" Izuku swallowed hard. His heart was pounding so loud it drowned out the playground's distant laughter. He knew he was hopelessly outmatched. But he couldn't let them keep hurting people. "I don't care what you do to me," Izuku said, his voice firmer this time. "I won't let you keep bullying her, or anyone else." Katsuki's grin widened into something feral. "Big talk for a weakling like you. Guess we'll have to break you so you finally learn your place." Before Izuku could react, Katsuki lunged forward, his palm crackling with tiny explosions. The blast wasn't strong, but it was enough to send Izuku stumbling back. He cried out as his knees scraped against the rough gravel. The pain barely registered before Stonefist's hardened knuckles slammed into his stomach. "Gah!" Izuku doubled over, gasping for air. Tears stung his eyes, but he bit down hard, refusing to give them the satisfaction of hearing him sob. "Look at him squirm," Muscle Kid jeered, shoving Izuku to the ground with ease. "Pathetic." Izuku tried to push himself up, but Katsuki stomped down on his hand. Pain shot through his fingers like lightning, and he screamed. "What's the matter, Deku? Thought you wanted to be a hero," Katsuki taunted, pressing harder until Izuku's fingers bent at an unnatural angle. "Heroes don't cry, do they?" The sharp crack of bone echoed in Izuku's ears, followed by white-hot agony. His vision blurred, but he clenched his teeth, refusing to beg. Stonefist loomed over him next, delivering a brutal punch to Izuku's side. Izuku felt a rib give way. He collapsed fully, coughing violently as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Hey, maybe we should stop," Muscle Kid said, his voice uncertain now. "He looks like he's gonna pass out." Katsuki shot him a glare. "Don't tell me you're going soft. He deserves this for thinking he's better than us." He crouched down, grabbing Izuku by his shirt collar and yanking him up. "You don't get it, Deku, do you? You're nothing. You'll always be nothing. So stop pretending like you can be a hero." Izuku's voice came out hoarse and broken, but there was still a flicker of defiance. "You're wrong, Kachan. I'll show you. Someday, I'll be a hero, even if you don't believe in me." Katsuki's face twisted with fury. "Keep dreaming, loser." He hurled Izuku to the ground one last time, and his head smacked against the dirt. Stars danced in his vision, and the world tilted sideways. Finally, the group stepped back. Katsuki crossed his arms, glaring down at the crumpled boy. "Stay out of my way next time. Unless you want this to happen again." With that, he turned and walked off, his lackeys trailing after him. For several long moments, Izuku lay there, battered and broken. His arm hung limply, his fingers grotesquely bent. Every breath sent fresh waves of pain through his ribs. Izuku winced as he crawled into the bushes near the school's fence, his broken arm throbbing with every movement. He bit back a groan, his swollen lips trembling as he reached for the small camera he had hidden earlier. His hands shook as he retrieved it, the tiny device feeling heavier than it ever had before. This is enough, he whispered to himself, staring at the tiny blinking light that indicated the footage was intact. His battered face lit up with a flicker of hope. The camera had caught everything, the punches, the kicks, and Katsuki's cruel words. He'd been documenting this for a week, enduring beatings after beatings, all to gather evidence that couldn't be ignored. Izuku took a deep, steadying breath, trying to gather what little courage he had left. His legs wobbled as he stood, clutching his side where bruises were beginning to form. He limped toward the school's main office, every step a reminder of the pain his body carried. But the thought of exposing the truth about Katsuki and his cronies, kept him moving. Inside the principal's office, the air felt stale and heavy. Principal Takamura, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a crisp suit, sat behind his desk. His demeanor was always calm, but there was an edge to his smile that made Izuku's stomach churn. Izuku clutched his phone tightly, his knuckles white. "Midoriya," the principal greeted, his tone clipped. "What brings you here? You look." His eyes flickered to Izuku's battered face. "Worse for wear." Izuku hesitated but steeled himself. "Sir, I need to show you something. It's important." The principal raised an eyebrow but motioned for him to proceed. Izuku placed his phone on the desk and opened the video. The screen lit up with the image of Katsuki and the other boys cornering him. The audio was crystal clear, capturing Katsuki's sneers and taunts. "You're a joke, Deku." Katsuki's voice snarled from the device. The video showed every punch, every kick, and Izuku's pained protests. Principal Takamura's face shifted as he watched. For a moment, Izuku thought he saw genuine horror in his eyes. The principal leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "This," he said slowly, his voice low. "This is troubling." Izuku nodded eagerly, wincing at the movement. "Yes, sir. They've been doing this to me for weeks. And it's not just me, they've been hurting other kids too. I couldn't stand by anymore. I had to." The principal held up a hand to silence him. "Midoriya, do you have any other copies of this video?" Izuku blinked, his heart sinking at the question. Something about the way the principal asked made his stomach twist. No, sir. This is the only one." Principal Takamura's lips curved into a tight smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Good." With a deliberate motion, he tapped on the phone, navigating to the video file. Izuku watched in horror as the principal deleted it. Wait, what are you doing?" Izuku shouted, lunging forward. The pain in his arm flared, and he stumbled, clutching the desk for support. "You can't delete that, it's proof. It's the truth." The principal stood, towering over the trembling boy. "Midoriya, you need to calm down. I'm protecting my students. Protecting them." Izuku's voice cracked as tears welled in his eyes. "They're the ones hurting people. You're supposed to stop them, not cover for them." Principal Takamura's expression darkened, his voice dropping into a menacing tone. "Listen to me, boy. Those students are the pride of our school. Do you understand? Star students. Bright futures. I can't let your little vendetta ruin that." Izuku shook his head furiously. "It's not a vendetta. I just wanted to do the right thing." The principal's fake smile returned, but it was colder now. He placed a heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder, making the boy flinch. "And you will, Midoriya. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell everyone you broke your arm on the way home. That way, I won't have to report you for carrying a weapon." Izuku froze, his tears spilling over. "A weapon? I don't have a weapon. I didn't do anything wrong." Takamura leaned closer, his breath hot against Izuku's ear. "That's not what it looks like to me. We had reports of a box cutter in your bag. You wouldn't want that to get out, would you? A boy like you, quirkless, angry, looking for revenge. People might start to believe it." Izuku's heart shattered. "But I didn't." The principal squeezed his shoulder tighter. "Look, boy, this is for the greater good. Our school's reputation depends on this. You're being a real hero right now, taking the fall. Isn't that what you want? To be a hero?" Izuku's legs gave out, and he collapsed into the chair. His broken arm hung limply at his side, his tears dripping onto the floor. The principal patted his shoulder one last time before stepping back. "Take a week off, Midoriya," he said coolly. Think about what you've done. Izuku felt the weight of his choice settle on his shoulders like a boulder. I'll do it, he whispered, his voice barely audible. I'll say I broke my arm on the way home. Principal Takamura's face split into a pleased smile. Good boy, Midoriya. See, you're being a hero already. No suspension for you. He patted Izuku's shoulder again, his touch cold and condescending. Now run along. This is the best decision for everyone. Izuku walked out of the principal's office with his head hung low, a dull ache spreading from his chest to his entire body. His broken arm throbbed as he clutched it, but the pain from the principal's words hurt far more than his injuries. Be a hero, he muttered bitterly under his breath. Is this what it means to be a hero? To lie, to let people like Kacchan get away with everything? He felt sick, not just from the beating or the injustice, but from himself. He had agreed. He would lie and say he broke his arm on the way home. He would let the bullies win. As he shuffled toward the gate, a wave of anger surged through him. His fists clenched at his sides despite the pain. No, this isn't right, he thought, a tear slipping down his cheek. I want to fight back. I want to be strong enough to. A scream pierced the air, jolting him from his thoughts. Izuku spun around, his good hand instinctively reaching out as if he could do something, anything. But the scream wasn't from a person, it was coming from his phone. The screen flashed, an otherworldly glow illuminating his face. The words, "Congratulations," appeared in bold, golden letters. Below it, text scrolled rapidly. You've been selected for early access to the Hero's Legacy system. Stats allocated as follows. Body, 15. Physical, 15. Mind, 30. Choose your class to begin your journey. Your first quest will start immediately. Note: classes can advance into higher tiers. Asterisk. Izuku blinked at the screen, his tears momentarily forgotten. What is this? His thumb hovered over the screen as he scrolled through the available classes. Mages, sorcerers, pyromancers, swordsmen, spearmen, bowmen, gunslingers, and more. His heart raced as he read the descriptions, but one class caught his eye: martial artist. His thoughts flashed to All Might, the #1 hero. All Might fought with his fists. All Might stood tall, unwavering, and strong. If Izuku couldn't be a hero with a quirk, maybe he could fight like All Might. Martial artist, he whispered, his thumb pressing the icon. A bright light enveloped him, and he felt something materialize on his body. Gloves appeared on his hands, sturdy and snug, perfectly fitted. He glanced down to see knee pads and steel-toe shoes covering his legs and feet. The gi he wore was dark green, reminiscent of his school uniform but more battle-ready. A faint golden glow surrounded him, and for the first time that day, he felt powerful. He stared at his fists, flexing them in the gloves. This is incredible, he exclaimed, his broken arm somehow feeling better. The pain wasn't gone, but it dulled under the surge of adrenaline. Before he could fully process what was happening, the glow intensified, and a loud whoosh filled his ears. When Izuku opened his eyes, he was no longer on the school grounds. He was in a stone corridor, dimly lit by torches mounted on the walls. The air smelled damp and earthy, and the floor was uneven under his feet. It looked like something out of a video game. A notification appeared in front of him, glowing in midair. Quest: complete the dungeon or die. Good luck. Izuku's breath hitched. What? Die? He exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. He glanced around frantically, but the only way forward was a set of stairs leading down into the darkness. He swallowed hard, his mind racing. I don't have a choice. If this is real, I have to do it. I have to survive. The first room Izuku entered was wide and empty, save for a single figure standing in the center. It was humanoid but entirely black, like a living shadow. Its glowing red eyes locked onto him, and the notification changed. Defeat the shadow. Reward: 50 XP, 10 class XP. Izuku's heart pounded as the shadow lunged at him, its movement unnaturally fast. He barely sidestepped, stumbling as the creature's claw-like hand grazed his arm. It didn't hurt much, but the sheer force sent him sliding backward. Focus, Izuku, he yelled to himself, planting his feet. He raised his fists, his new gloves feeling solid and secure. The shadow came at him again, swinging wide with its left arm. This time, Izuku ducked low, pivoting on his right leg. As the shadow passed, he swung his right fist upward, aiming for its torso. His punch connected, and the creature stumbled back, a glowing, -115, appearing above its head. That's my physical stat plus 100, he realized. The shadow recovered quickly, lunging again with both arms raised. Izuku gritted his teeth, dodging to the left and striking out with his left leg. His steel toe shoe slammed into the creature's side, another, -115, flashing above it. The shadow screeched, swiping at him wildly. One claw grazed his cheek, and a red, -20, appeared over his head. It's fast, Izuku thought, dodging another swipe by twisting his body to the side. He planted his left foot firmly, pivoted, and drove his right fist straight into the shadow's face. The impact sent it skidding back, and a larger, -215, appeared above its head. The shadow staggered, its form flickering. Izuku didn't let up. He rushed forward, ignoring the pain in his body, and delivered a rapid series of punches. Right, left, right. The creature's health bar, which had appeared in his peripheral vision, dropped rapidly. With a final cry, Izuku leapt into the air, bringing his right knee down on the shadow's head. The moment his knee connected, the shadow dissolved into a burst of black mist, and the room fell silent. A new notification appeared. Quest complete. Reward: 50 XP, 10 class XP. Izuku panted heavily, collapsing to his knees. His health bar showed he was down to 1500 HP, but he had won. A small smile tugged at his lips despite the exhaustion. I did it, he whispered. I fought back, and I won. The XP bar in his peripheral vision filled slightly. Level: 1 XP, 51 hundredths. His class XP bar filled as well. Class level: 1 XP, 10 100ths. As the next set of stairs appeared before him, he's catching his breath from his first fight. Izuku hesitated at the base of the stairs, the eerie quiet of the dungeon pressing down on him. A soft chime interrupted his thoughts, and a translucent menu appeared before his eyes, glowing faintly. Menu opened. Stats and skills. Izuku blinked in surprise. Stats, skills. This really is like a video game, he murmured, tentatively swiping through the interface. His eyes locked onto the detailed list of his stats. Body: 15. Physical: 15. Mind: 30. His gaze shifted to the skills section. There, under martial artist, 2 skills stood out. Hand-to-hand passive. Level 1. Adds 100 damage to any unarmed attacks or class-appropriate weapons. Power Strike active. Level 1. Adds 100 damage to a single attack. Costs 25 SP. Izuku's jaw dropped. That's why I hit so hard. It's not just my strength, it's the skills adding to my damage. He noticed an SP bar in the corner of his vision, currently at 151 150ths. So I have stamina points too. I need to keep an eye on that during fights. Izuku's jaw dropped. That's why I hit so hard. It's not just my strength, it's the skills adding to my damage. He noticed an SP bar in the corner of his vision, currently at 151 150ths. So I have stamina points too. I need to keep an eye on that during fights. Scrolling further, Izuku noticed an option to spend XP on attributes and skills. The interface explained, 1 stat point equals 10 XP. Skills and upgrades also cost XP depending on their complexity. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So I can invest in more than just fighting skills. There are things like cooking, studying, even inventing. He browsed the options, feeling a spark of curiosity. It's giving me a chance to be more than just strong. But for now, I need to survive. His hand hovered over the physical stat, and he pressed it. A notification popped up. Spend 50 XP to increase physical from 15 to 20. Confirm. Izuku nodded. Confirm. He felt a sudden warmth spread through his body, his muscles tightening slightly. His physical stat updated to 20, and he clenched his fists experimentally. I feel stronger, he said, marveling at the sensation. Okay, time to keep moving. Climbing the staircase, Izuku emerged into a larger chamber lit by flickering blue torches. The air smelled damp and metallic, and his footsteps echoed against the stone floor. He paused when he heard a low, guttural growl. His eyes darted toward the sound, and he saw them, 3 goblins. They were small but stocky, standing about waist-high with sickly green skin and jagged teeth. Each wielded a crude weapon. One had a spiked club, another carried a rusty dagger, and the third was barehanded but had claws that looked sharp enough to shred flesh. 3 against 1, Izuku muttered, raising his fists. But they're smaller than the shadow. I can handle this. The first goblin lunged at him with the club, swinging it wildly. Izuku sidestepped to his right, his steel toe shoe scraping against the floor. Too slow, he shouted, planting his left foot and delivering a sharp jab to the goblin's face with his right fist. The goblin stumbled back, a glowing, -120, appearing over its head. Before it could recover, Izuku followed up with a quick kick to its side, sending it sprawling. 1 down, he shouted, spinning to face the others. The second goblin rushed at him, its dagger glinting in the dim light. Izuku ducked under its swipe, pivoting on his left foot to deliver an uppercut with his right fist. Power strike, he called instinctively, feeling a surge of energy flow into his punch. The impact sent the goblin flying backward, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. A glowing, -220, hovered above its motionless body. Izuku panted, wiping sweat from his brow. Okay, that took a chunk of my stamina, I need to be careful. The final goblin hesitated, its red eyes darting between Izuku and its fallen comrades. It let out a guttural snarl before charging at him with its claws bared. Izuku took a deep breath, focusing on its movements. As the goblin lunged, he dodged to the left, twisting his body to deliver a spinning roundhouse kick with his right leg. His steel toe shoe connected with the goblin's head, and it collapsed in a heap. A triumphant chime echoed through the chamber as the final goblin dissolved into shimmering particles. A glowing message appeared in front of Izuku. Victory. XP gained. 150. Class XP gained. 30. Izuku grinned, catching his breath. I did it. 3 enemies, and I won. Another notification popped up. Would you like to check your rewards? He eagerly pressed yes, and a new screen appeared, listing his spoils. 3 goblin gloves. 10 damage. Shadow cloak. 10 to defense. Before his eyes, the gloves he wore changed. They became sturdier, with faint green runes etched into the leather. He flexed his fingers, feeling the added strength. These feel amazing. I'll hit even harder now. As he equipped the shadow cloak, a dark, lightweight fabric draped over his shoulders, blending into the shadows around him. He felt a subtle sense of security. So this adds defense, it's like armor. Izuku beamed, his earlier despair replaced with a growing confidence. This system, it's giving me the power I've always wanted. Maybe I can become a hero after all. He glanced toward the next set of stairs, determination burning in his eyes. Let's keep going. Izuku's heartbeat quickened as a loud ding echoed through the dungeon. A glowing notification appeared in front of him, its text bold and ominous. Warning. Boss room ahead. He swallowed hard, sweat dripping from his brow. His fists clenched, the goblin gloves creaking slightly under the pressure. I've come this far, he muttered to himself, glancing at his dwindling stamina bar. I can't back down now. If I can survive this, I'll be stronger. Summoning every ounce of courage, Izuku pushed open the massive stone door ahead. It groaned loudly as it swung inward, revealing a cavernous chamber bathed in eerie green light. At the center stood the boss, a hulking orc, at least 10 feet tall, with skin the color of moss and muscles that bulged grotesquely. Its red eyes locked onto Izuku, and it let out a deafening roar, hefting a massive wooden club that looked like it could crush boulders. Here we go, Izuku whispered, his body tensing as he entered his stance. The orc didn't wait. It charged forward, the ground shaking beneath its feet. The orc swung its club in a wide arc, aiming to flatten Izuku in one blow. Izuku darted to the right, his steel toe shoes scraping against the stone floor. He barely avoided the attack, the wind from the swing ruffling his hair as the club smashed into the ground with a thunderous boom, leaving a crater in the stone. It's fast for something so big, Izuku thought, circling to the orc's side. He lunged forward, throwing a sharp right hook into the creature's ribs. The impact landed with a satisfying thud, and a glowing, -120, appeared over the orc's head. The orc grunted, seemingly unfazed, and retaliated with a wild backhand swing of its massive arm. Izuku ducked, feeling the air rush past him as the strike narrowly missed his head. He rolled to the side, using his momentum to spring up and deliver a spinning kick to the orc's knee. The steel toe of his shoe connected, and the orc stumbled slightly, -115, flashing above it. "Stay focused," Izuku yelled to himself, dodging another swing of the club. This time, he rolled forward under the attack, planting his palms on the ground and kicking upward with both feet into the orc's chest. The creature staggered back, roaring in frustration. The orc slammed its club into the ground again, sending a shockwave that rippled through the room. Izuku was caught off guard and thrown off balance, landing hard on his side. Pain flared through his body as a -500 appeared over his head. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled to his feet just in time to see the club coming down in a vertical smash. He dove to the side, the club missing him by inches and cracking the stone where he had just been. "Too close," he muttered, his breaths coming fast and shallow. Sweat dripped into his eyes, but he didn't have time to wipe it away. The orc was relentless, swinging the club in a brutal horizontal arc. Izuku ducked low, feeling the wood whistle past his head, and countered with a quick uppercut to the orc's jaw. -120. The creature roared, spittle flying, and kicked out with its massive foot. Izuku jumped back, but the edge of the kick clipped his side, sending him skidding across the ground. A -400 appeared above his head, and his health bar dipped dangerously low. Izuku panted, wiping blood from his mouth. "I can't keep taking hits like this. I have to finish it." He activated Power Strike, feeling the surge of energy flow into his fists. The orc charged again, raising its club for a devastating overhead blow. Izuku waited until the last possible moment, then sidestepped to the left, letting the club crash into the ground. Using the momentum, he leapt onto the orc's arm, running up its massive forearm like a ramp. The creature roared in confusion, trying to shake him off, but Izuku held firm. "This is it," he shouted, channeling all his strength into a single punch. He drove his right fist straight into the orc's face, aiming for its glowing red eye. The impact was explosive, the glowing -320, signaling a critical hit. The orc reeled, dropping its club as it clutched its face in agony. Not letting up, Izuku jumped down and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks to the orc's legs and torso. Each strike landed with precision, the goblin gloves adding an extra 10 damage to every hit. The orc stumbled, its health bar dropping rapidly. Finally, with one last desperate roar, the orc swung its massive arm in a wild arc. Izuku ducked under it, pivoted on his left foot, and delivered a spinning roundhouse kick to the side of the creature's head. The blow landed with a deafening crack, and the orc toppled to the ground, its health bar depleting to 0. The room fell silent as the orc dissolved into shimmering particles, leaving behind a glowing chest. A triumphant chime echoed through the chamber, and a notification appeared. Boss defeated. XP gained. 700. Class XP gained. 70. Reward. Orc gloves 15 damage. Izuku collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His health bar showed he was dangerously low, but he couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face. "I did it. I really did it." Another notification appeared. Level up. All stats increased by 5. Izuku felt a sudden surge of vitality as his body grew stronger. His health bar and SP bar refilled, and his stats updated. Body. 20. Physical. 25. Mind. 35. As Izuku admired his new equipment, a final message popped up. Another bright light engulfed him. Izuku blinked, trying to adjust to the surreal feeling of being back in the real world. The broken arm he had been nursing for hours was gone, and the aches and bruises he'd carried from Katsuki's brutal beatdown were nothing but a memory. He flexed his fingers and stretched his arms, marveling at the restored vitality coursing through his body. "Everything healed," he murmured, a mix of confusion and awe in his voice. Was that all real? The dungeon, the orc, the skills? As if to answer his question, a glowing notification screen appeared in front of him, floating in the air like something out of a dream. Tutorial dungeon complete. Full release in 2 years. Enjoy early access and hope you survive. Izuku tilted his head, reading the words carefully. The screen shifted, and a new interface appeared, showing a map marked with various locations. Each location was labeled with levels ranging from 1 to 100. Alongside the dungeon markers were smaller, less imposing icons representing side quests. The list intrigued him. One quest caught his eye immediately. Find the lost cat. Reward: 50 XP. A small smile crept onto his face. Helping people and earning XP at the same time. That's perfect, he said, swiping to bring up more details about the quest. A map expanded, showing the exact location of the lost cat. The convenience of the system amazed him. This isn't just about fighting monsters, Izuku thought aloud. It's about helping people too. I can really do some good with this, and get stronger in the process. As he pondered the possibilities, another notification popped up. This one addressed a question he had been wrestling with. What's the difference between class XP and regular XP? The explanation materialized in glowing text. Class XP levels up your class and unlocks new class-specific skills. It's primarily earned by defeating enemies or performing actions aligned with your class. For example, practicing martial arts or defeating foes using hand-to-hand combat will grant class XP. Regular XP can be used to purchase skills, upgrade stats, or unlock other abilities unrelated to your class. Izuku nodded slowly, his mind buzzing with strategies. So if I focus on my class, I'll unlock more martial arts abilities. But if I want to get stronger overall, I'll need to balance class XP with regular XP. This system is amazing. Curious, he opened his skills menu. Under his martial artist class, a new skill had appeared. Nimble Body Level 1 allows the user to move more fluidly and perform acrobatic feats, increasing agility and flexibility. I have to test this out, Izuku said, his excitement bubbling over. He looked around for something to use as a challenge and spotted a nearby wall. Crouching slightly, he focused on the skill, feeling a strange warmth flow through his body. With a powerful leap, he vaulted the wall effortlessly, landing on the other side with cat-like grace. He crouched on the ground, marveling at how natural the movement felt, as though he'd been training for years. This is incredible, he exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. I've never felt this light before. If I keep using this skill, I'll become even more agile. Opening the menu again, he checked the progress of his skills. Power Strike was now 51 thousandths, far from leveling up. So just using it earns XP, he noted, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But it's so slow. If I want to speed up the process, I'll need to spend XP. That's another tough decision. He scrolled to Nimble Body and saw that it was at 0.1 thousandths. Deciding to focus on honing it naturally, he chose not to spend XP on it just yet. Instead, he turned his attention to his stats. His regular XP total sat at 850, a substantial amount. Let's see, if I spend some of this wisely, I can boost my stats and be ready for tougher challenges. He navigated to the stat upgrade menu, raising his physical stat from 25 to 30 for 50 XP. The change was instantaneous. He felt his muscles tighten and his body grow stronger. It's like I'm leveling up in real time, he said, clenching his fists experimentally. The sensation thrilled him, but he also noticed something else. The cost to upgrade physical had increased. So it's 50 XP per point now, he murmured. If I keep boosting it, the cost will just keep going up. I should spread out my upgrades. Scrolling to Body and Mind, he noticed that upgrading these stats still cost only 10 XP per point. He spent 200 XP, raising both by 10 points each. His stats now read: Body, 30, Physical, 30, Mind, 45. Immediately, he felt a surge of power ripple through him. His health bar expanded to 3,000, his stamina bar to 300, and his mana bar to 450. A notification flashed briefly to confirm the updates. This is incredible, he said, his voice full of awe. I feel like I'm finally catching up to everyone else, no, like I'm surpassing them. His thoughts turned back to the quests. Helping others while growing stronger, it was everything he'd ever wanted. He brought up the map again and locked onto the Lost Cat quest. A new determination lit his eyes as he set off toward the marked location. I'll start small, he said, jogging down the street with newfound confidence. But I'm going to make the most of this system. I'll train harder, fight stronger enemies, and help as many people as I can. I'll prove to everyone, and to myself, that I can be a hero. Izuku dashed through the streets, his breath steady and his steps light. The glowing map in his vision guided him toward a large tree at the corner of a quiet park. On one of the higher branches, a fluffy orange cat yelled, its tail twitching nervously. Izuku came to a stop beneath the tree, craning his neck to get a better look. "There you are," he said, his tone soothing. "Don't worry, I'll get you down." He glanced at the trunk and sized up his options. Thanks to his recently acquired nimble body skill, he felt confident. Crouching slightly, he leapt forward, planting his foot on the base of the tree and springing off with precision. His hand gripped a branch, and he swung himself upward, his movements fluid and almost instinctual. "Whoa," he whispered, perched on the branch next to the cat. "This skill is amazing. I feel like a ninja." The cat hissed at first, but Izuku gently reached out, speaking softly. "It's okay, little guy. I'm not going to hurt you." The cat hesitated, then allowed him to scoop it into his arms. With the cat secured, Izuku took a deep breath and leapt down. He flipped mid-air, landing gracefully on his feet like it was second nature. "That was awesome," he said, grinning as he looked at the cat in his arms. "You're lucky I've got these skills now, huh?" The quest marker guided him to a middle-aged woman pacing near a bench. Her face lit up as Izuku approached, holding the cat. "Oh, my goodness, you found him," she exclaimed, taking the cat from his arms. "Thank you so much, young man. I was so worried." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "It's no problem, ma'am. I'm just glad he's safe." He waved as he walked away, the woman calling out her thanks again. A soft chime echoed in his mind as the quest completed. 50 XP. Later that day, Izuku sat in his room, his desk cluttered with books and his phone. He had used some of his XP to purchase the studying skill, curious to see how it would help. Flipping open his history textbook, he began to read, and something clicked immediately. The words felt clearer, their meaning more obvious. Concepts that usually took him hours to grasp made sense after just a few minutes. "This is incredible," he muttered, his green eyes wide with amazement. "I've always struggled with history unless it was about heroes. But now, it's like the information just sticks." He spent the next hour breezing through chapters, occasionally pausing to take notes. When he needed a break, he opened his phone and searched online for free PDFs of martial arts manuals. "If I can't afford a teacher, I'll just teach myself," he said, downloading several guides. He opened one on basic combat stances and began practicing the movements in his room. Every punch and kick felt sharper, more precise than before. After a while, Izuku returned to the skill menu, scrolling through the magic section. His eyes locked onto a skill that caught his attention immediately. Heal. "Heal," he murmured, his thoughts racing. "I could use this to recover during fights, or help other people." The description said it cost 1000 XP. He frowned, glancing at his remaining XP. He had only 100 left after buying the studying skill. "Looks like I've got more work to do." Determined, Izuku set out into the city, tackling as many quests as he could find. He started at the beach, clearing away piles of trash. Each section he finished granted him 50 XP, and he watched his total steadily climb. Who knew cleaning up garbage could feel so rewarding? He joked to himself, wiping sweat from his brow. And hey, this place is looking way better. Next, he found a flyer about a missing dog and used the map function to track it down. It took some coaxing to get the dog to come to him, but eventually, he returned it to its grateful owner. Another 50 XP appeared in his notifications. Not every task earned XP. When he helped an elderly woman cross the street, he checked for a reward and saw nothing. But he didn't mind. Not everything needs a reward, he told himself with a small smile. Helping people feels good on its own. After hours of running around, completing quests, and racking up XP, Izuku finally hit his goal. He stood under a street lamp, the glow of the evening sky behind him, as he opened his skills menu. His heart raced as he selected heal and confirmed the purchase. The familiar warmth of the system enveloped him as the skill activated. He clenched his fists, excitement bubbling over. "I've got it," he said aloud, a grin spreading across his face. "I can heal now." Eager to test it, he focused on his left hand, channeling energy into it. A faint green glow surrounded his palm, and he felt a comforting warmth. Even though he wasn't injured, the sensation reassured him. "This is going to make a huge difference in battles," he said, his confidence growing. As he walked home under the fading light, Izuku couldn't help but feel proud. Each small step brought him closer to his dream of becoming a true hero. Zuko yawned, stretching as he set his pen down. His homework was finished in record time, the studying skill working wonders. 15 minutes, he murmured, a small smile tugging at his lips. "This is unreal. I used to spend hours on this stuff." Satisfied, he turned to his PDFs on martial arts and decided to squeeze in some practice before bed. Grabbing his things, he jogged to the park under the dim glow of streetlights, his heart light with excitement. "If I keep this up, I'll level up in no time," he thought, his fists clenching in anticipation. At the park, he dropped his bag near a bench and began practicing stances and punches from the PDFs. His movements were deliberate, and though they felt awkward at first, the fluidity of nimble body soon took over. Each swing of his fist grew sharper, his kicks more precise. A faint chime rang in his ears after about 20 minutes, signaling a small gain, Class XP 15. "Not bad for just practicing," he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He opened his class menu and checked his progress, Class XP, 15 150ths. "I'll need a bit more to level up my martial artist class." He paused, scrolling through the quests menu. His eyes landed on a nearby dungeon marker, Level 1 Dungeon, Beach of Trials. The thought of taking on another dungeon thrilled him. "I could grind one out quickly," he reasoned. "If I level up my class before bed, I'll be stronger tomorrow." With a determined nod, he followed the glowing map marker, leading him toward the shoreline. When Izuku arrived at the beach, the soft crash of waves greeted him. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of salt. As he reached the designated spot, a glowing notification appeared. "Speak the words, open." He hesitated briefly before saying the command aloud. "Open," he said, his voice firm. A shimmering blue door materialized in the sand before him, its surface rippling like water. Above it, glowing letters read Level 1 Dungeon. Izuku stared in awe. "It's still so surreal," he muttered, reaching out to push the door open. It felt solid under his hand, and as it creaked open, he stepped through. The world shifted, and he found himself standing on a small island surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. The beach was pristine, the sand white and soft under his shoes. To his left, a few rocky outcroppings jutted into the water, while to his right, a steep hill rose into a plateau. "That must be where the boss is," he guessed, shielding his eyes to squint at the distant peak. Movement caught his attention. In the distance, several large shapes scuttled across the sand. As they came into focus, he realized what they were. Giant crabs, each twice his size, their shells glistening under the sun. Izuku cracked his knuckles. "All right, let's see what these things can do." He ran toward the nearest crab, fists raised. The creature noticed him and clicked its claws aggressively, scuttling sideways to face him. Without hesitation, Izuku threw a series of punches at its shell, but each one bounced off harmlessly, the sound of impact dull and unsatisfying. "Tough armor," he muttered, jumping back as the crab snapped its claw at him. The attack was fast and powerful, the air whistling with the motion. He narrowly dodged, twisting to the side with a leap. "Okay, brute force won't work. Think, Izuku." He observed the crab's movements, noticing how its joints were exposed when it reared its claws. "The weak point is at the joints," he realized. "I just need to time it right." The crab lunged again, its claw slicing through the air. Izuku dodged to the left, then darted forward, aiming for the joint where the claw met its body. "Power strike," he yelled, channeling his energy into a single punch. His fist connected with a satisfying crunch, and the crab's claw snapped off, falling to the sand. "One down," he said, jumping back as the crab flailed. The second claw swung wildly, but Izuku was ready. He ducked under the swipe and delivered another power strike to the remaining joint. The second claw broke away, and the crab collapsed onto the sand, motionless. Victory. Gained. 100 XP. Class XP gained. 10. Izuku wiped his brow, staring at the defeated creature. Low health but high defense, he noted. I'll need to conserve my SP if I'm going to fight more of these. He turned to face 2 more crabs advancing toward him. Their claws clicked menacingly, and he felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. Here we go again, he muttered, raising his fists. The next few minutes were a blur of movement. Izuku ducked and weaved, dodging claw strikes with his enhanced agility. Each time he saw an opening, he struck the crabs' joints, breaking their claws one by one. His SP bar dwindled rapidly, but he managed to defeat both creatures without taking a hit. Gained. 200 XP. Class XP gained. 20. Panting, he stepped back and surveyed the battlefield. The crabs didn't vanish like the tutorial monsters. Instead, their remains littered the sand, their claws and shells gleaming in the sunlight. A notification popped up, explaining, creatures in this dungeon do not disappear. Their remains can be harvested for resources. Curious, Izuku checked his inventory. He had collected 3 crab cores, several shells, and a few chunks of crab meat. Another notification appeared, introducing him to the shop system. You can sell items, he said, intrigued. Opening the shop, he sold the cores for 300 credits, the shells for 75, and the meat for 25. And the 3 goblin gloves for 200 each. The total left him with 1,000 credits. He scrolled through the shop, his eyes widening at the array of items. Magical trinkets, potions, and even equipment were available. One item caught his eye, boots of agility. The description read, doubles the wearer's speed for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. That could be useful, he said, purchasing the boots for 1,000 credits. They materialized in a flash of light, and he quickly swapped them for his current shoes. Testing them out, he jogged in place, feeling a noticeable difference in his speed. He continued exploring the island, encountering more crabs and testing his strategies. Each fight grew easier as he learned their patterns. At one point, he discovered a treasure chest hidden among some rocks. Opening it revealed a shimmering sword. Finally, a weapon, he said, picking it up. But as soon as he gripped the hilt, a sharp jolt of energy coursed through him. A notification appeared. Item incompatible with class. Izuku groaned, setting the sword down. Of course, I'm a martial artist, not a swordsman. Another notification explained the inventory system, allowing him to store the sword for later. With a sigh, he added it to his inventory and moved on. He found more chests, collecting treasures and resources while defeating crabs along the way. And collecting their drops. Though exhausted, he felt exhilarated, his confidence growing with each victory. He knew the boss fight was approaching, but he wasn't ready to stop just yet. Izuku stood at the base of the mountain plateau, looking up at the massive incline ahead. He adjusted the straps of his shadow cloak, his breath steady but filled with anticipation. The battles with the smaller crabs had prepared him for this moment, but the notification that flashed as he ascended filled him with equal parts excitement and dread. Boss detected. Giant crab titan. Okay, Izuku, he whispered to himself, flexing his fingers in the orc gloves. You've leveled up your stats, gotten stronger, you can do this. As he climbed the rocky path, he couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and exhaustion. His exploration of the beach dungeon had been fruitful. From the treasure chests, he had collected swords, daggers, and bows, along with several iron ingots. Though he couldn't use the weapons due to his class, they were safely stored in his inventory, waiting for the day they'd prove useful. His real reward was the XP he'd gained. With 130 class XP and 1200 regular XP to his name, he had taken the opportunity to strengthen himself further. He spent 500 XP to boost his physical stat to 40 and another 500 to raise his body stat to 40. He could feel the changes in his body. His punches felt heavier, his stamina deeper, and his health bar now stretched to a whopping 4000 HP. All right, big guy, he muttered as he approached the plateau. Let's see what you've got. When he reached the top, the sight that greeted him took his breath away. The giant crab titan was unlike anything he had fought before. Its massive form towered over the landscape, at least 10 feet tall with legs as thick as tree trunks. Its claws glinted in the sunlight, razor sharp and menacing. But what truly set it apart was its speed. The crab moved quickly, its legs scuttling with surprising agility. Izuku clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. Okay, focus. You've got this, he said, stepping forward. The giant crab titan turned its attention to him, its eyes glowing a faint blue. Without warning, it opened its mouth and unleashed a high-pressure jet of water aimed directly at him. Whoa! Izuku shouted, leaping to the side. The water stream hit the ground where he had been standing, carving a deep gouge into the rocky surface. That's definitely not something I've seen before. The crab didn't give him a moment to recover. It scuttled forward, swinging one of its massive claws down at him. Izuku barely rolled out of the way, the claw slamming into the ground with a thunderous boom that sent debris flying. Fast and strong, Izuku muttered, circling the creature. I can't let it pin me down. The crab lunged again, this time swiping horizontally with its other claw. Izuku ducked under the swing, pivoting on his left foot and delivering a quick jab to the joint of the claw. The impact connected, and a -150 floated above the creature. Gotcha, he said, but his celebration was cut short as the crab spun suddenly, its back leg catching him in the side. The blow sent him tumbling across the rocky plateau, and a -250 flashed above his head. Izuku groaned, clutching his ribs as he scrambled to his feet. His HP had dropped to 3,750, but he refused to let the pain slow him down. Stay sharp, he told himself, dodging another water jet. The stream tore through a boulder behind him, shattering it into pieces. The crab advanced, using its claws and legs in a relentless barrage of attacks. Izuku ducked under a claw, rolled away from a leg stomp, and leapt over a sweeping attack, sweat pouring down his face. I need to get in close, he thought, narrowing his eyes at the creature's joints. Its shell is too tough, but those weak points. He darted forward, using his nimble body skill to leap onto the crab's leg. Climbing swiftly, he reached the base of the claw and unleashed a power strike, his glowing fist slamming into the joint. A -300 floated above the crab as the claw cracked slightly. The crab roared, or at least, made a deep gurgling sound that shook the ground, and thrashed violently, throwing Izuku off. He hit the ground hard, his HP dropping by another -150. Damn, that hurt, he muttered, coughing as he got back up. He focused on his heal skill, channeling energy into his hands. A warm green light enveloped him, restoring 100 HP at the cost of 25 megapixels. All right, let's finish this, he said, determination burning in his eyes. The crab lunged again, its claws moving faster now. Izuku dodged left, then right, weaving between the attacks like a leaf in the wind. As another claw came down, he leapt to the side and sprinted forward, aiming for the exposed joint. Power strike, he shouted, his fist slamming into the weakened joint. This time, the claw snapped off completely, falling to the ground with a deafening crash. The crab staggered, its movements becoming more erratic. It unleashed another water jet, forcing Izuku to dive behind a boulder for cover. The water hit the rock with enough force to crack it, sending shards flying. I can't let up now, Izuku thought, circling around the crab. He sprinted forward, ducking under another swing and delivering a series of rapid punches to its remaining claw joint. With a final power strike, the second claw broke off, leaving the crab defenseless. The creature let out a guttural groan, its legs twitching as it tried to retreat. Izuku didn't let it, he leapt onto its back, raising his fists. This is for everything you put me through, he shouted, driving his fists into the crab's exposed joints with relentless force. Each punch sent cracks spidering across the creature's shell until, finally, it collapsed with a shuddering thud. A notification appeared as the crab dissolved into shimmering particles. Boss defeated. XP gained. 700. Class XP gained. 70. Izuku fell to his knees, panting heavily. His HP bar had dropped to 3,400, and his SP was nearly depleted. That was insane, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He used heal one more time, recovering another 100 HP. A treasure chest materialized where the crab had fallen. Izuku approached it cautiously, his body still aching from the fight. As he opened the chest, a soft glow emanated from inside, revealing his rewards. Izuku's chest heaved as he stood over the defeated giant crab titan. The treasure chest before him gleamed, its intricate carvings shimmering faintly. With a cautious hand, he opened it, revealing 2 new items, a pair of hard-shell gauntlets and a hard-shell necklace. He carefully examined them, a notification popping up with their stats. Hard-shell gauntlets. 30 damage, 10 defense. Hard-shell necklace. 30 defense. He equipped them immediately, feeling the gauntlets fit snugly over his hands. They were sleek but sturdy, their material tough enough to endure heavy blows. The necklace felt cool against his skin, a comforting weight as it settled around his neck. "These are amazing," he said, clenching his fists and feeling the extra power they provided. Another chime sounded, signaling his level up. Level up achieved, the system announced in his mind. He felt a sudden surge of energy as all his stats increased by 5. Opening his menu, he checked his skills and noticed a new addition, unarmored defense. The description read, combines mind and body stats to increase defense. Izuku grinned. So that's how it works. I've already got high stats in both mind and body. This skill is going to make me really tough to take down. Satisfied with his progress, Izuku felt exhaustion beginning to creep in. All right, he muttered, closing the system interface. That's enough for today. Time to head home. The next morning, Izuku woke up feeling refreshed, the events of the previous night still vivid in his mind. As he sat at the breakfast table, his mother, Inko, looked at him with a warm smile. "You seem different this morning," she said, tilting her head curiously. "Did something happen, Izuku?" He shook his head quickly, offering her a reassuring smile. "Nothing, Mom. I just feel really great today. I think things are finally starting to look up." Inko beamed. "That's wonderful, sweetie. I'm so proud of you." As much as Izuku wanted to share his secret with her, he held back. "Not yet," he thought. "I have to figure out more about this system first." After breakfast, Izuku grabbed his bag and headed to school. The walk was peaceful at first, the early morning sun warming his face. But as he turned a corner near the school, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Get out of my way, freak," snarled a boy with a voice like gravel. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he saw the scene ahead. It was the kid with the stone fist quirk, one of Katsuki's usual lackeys. He had a girl cornered against the wall, his rocky hand pressed menacingly to the bricks beside her head. She looked terrified, her hands clutching her school bag as tears welled up in her eyes. Izuku didn't hesitate. "Hey!" he shouted, dropping his bag as he sprinted forward. The boy turned just in time to see Izuku launch himself into the air, his enhanced agility from nimble body carrying him higher than expected. Izuku's foot connected with the side of the boy's head in a precise karate kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. The girl gasped, clutching her bag tighter. Izuku landed in a crouch, his fists raised. "You think you're tough, huh?" Izuku said, his voice steady but filled with anger. "Picking on someone who can't fight back. Not on my watch." The boy groaned, sitting up and rubbing the side of his head. His eyes widened when he saw Izuku standing over him. "You little," he growled, but before he could finish, the girl ran to his side. "Stop it," she shouted, glaring at Izuku. Izuku blinked, confused. "What are you talking about? He was bullying you." The girl's face flushed with guilt as she looked down. "He wasn't. I mean, he's my friend," she stammered. I didn't ask for your help." Izuku's fists lowered, his expression turning to one of disbelief. "Friend, he had you pinned to a wall. That's not what friends do." His voice was sharp, his frustration evident. "You were crying. You looked terrified." The girl bit her lip, her hands trembling as she glanced back at the boy, who was now standing, glaring at Izuku. I was fine," she insisted weakly. "You didn't need to get involved." "Fine," Izuku repeated, his voice rising slightly. He was about to. "Shut up, Deku," the boy interrupted, stepping forward. His stone fist clenched as he glared daggers at Izuku. "You've got some nerve pulling this crap. Why don't you go back to being the quirkless loser you've always been?" Izuku's jaw tightened, but he didn't back down. "Maybe I don't have a flashy quirk," he said, his voice calm but firm. "But I won't just stand by and watch someone get hurt." The girl stepped between them, holding out her arms. "Stop it, both of you," she cried. She turned to Izuku, her expression torn. "I don't know why you think you're some kind of hero, but I didn't need your help, okay? Just leave us alone." Izuku stared at her, his resolve wavering. He could see the conflict in her eyes, the way her voice trembled. She wasn't angry at him, she was afraid of something else. But before he could say anything, she grabbed the boy's arm and pulled him away. "Come on," she muttered, her head down as she led him off. Izuku stood frozen, watching them go. His fists unclenched, and he exhaled deeply, the adrenaline from the encounter fading. He felt a pang of frustration mixed with confusion. What just happened? He muttered to himself. Why did she defend him? Why would she protect someone like that? He retrieved his bag, slinging it over his shoulder as he continued toward the school. His thoughts swirled as he tried to make sense of what he had seen. Maybe there's more to this than I realized, he thought. I need to figure out what's really going on. Izuku walked into the classroom, his thoughts swirling from the chaotic morning. He did his best to focus on his lessons, but his mind kept drifting back to the strange encounter with the girl and the boy with the stone fist. Something about it still felt off, but he couldn't piece it together. He took notes mechanically, the words barely registering. When lunch rolled around, he sat in his usual spot and reached for his hero journal, the notebook where he recorded everything he admired and analyzed about heroes. His heart sank as he patted the inside of his bag and came up empty. "Ah, great," he muttered, digging through the rest of his belongings. "Just my luck. Did I drop it on the way here?" He frowned, replaying the morning in his mind. "It's fine," he sighed. "It's just one journal. I've rewritten these things a dozen times before." Despite his attempt to brush it off, a nagging worry settled in his chest. After lunch, he headed back to the classroom early and scanned his desk. Relief washed over him when he saw a familiar notebook sitting on the edge. He grabbed it and held it tightly, a small smile crossing his face. "There you are," he whispered, slipping the journal into his backpack. "I thought I'd lost you." Class resumed, and Izuku was just starting to feel normal again when the door suddenly opened. The principal, a stern-looking man with a sharp suit and tired eyes, stepped inside. The entire class went quiet, their eyes darting between the principal and Izuku. "Midoriya," the principal said firmly. "Come with me, please." Confusion rippled through the room. Izuku glanced around, his classmates exchanging puzzled looks. Izuku stood hesitantly, grabbing his bag. Yes, sir," he said, his voice uncertain. The walk to the principal's office felt like an eternity. Izuku's stomach churned as he stepped inside, only to find his mother sitting there. Her face was pale, her hands trembling as she stared at the computer screen in front of her. The room was thick with tension, and Izuku's heart dropped further when he noticed another familiar face, Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother, standing next to her son. "Mom," Izuku asked hesitantly, taking a step forward. "What's going on?" Inko turned to him, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and confusion. "Izuku, what is this?" she whispered, motioning to the screen. The principal cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "Midoriya," he began, his tone grave. "We've received some concerning evidence regarding your behavior." The screen played a video, and Izuku's blood ran cold as he watched. It showed him attacking the boy with stone fist, but the footage was heavily edited. The angles and timing painted him as the aggressor, leaping at the boy unprovoked. The girl's terrified face was frozen in a single frame, looking more like she was scared of Izuku than of the boy with stone fist. "This isn't right," Izuku blurted out, his voice shaking. "That's not what happened." "Enough," the principal said, raising a hand. "This video clearly shows you attacking another student without provocation." "That's not true," Izuku insisted. He was cornering a girl. "I was protecting her." Mitsuki Bakugo cut him off, her voice sharp. "Protecting her? That's rich, Midoriya. My son told me you've been acting out lately, and now this. You're becoming dangerous." Katsuki smirked faintly behind her, his arms crossed, but he stayed silent. Izuku's head whipped around to his mother, desperate. "Mom, you believe me, don't you? I wasn't the one." The principal coughed again, silencing him. "Midoriya, Your behavior has raised serious concerns. You've been accused of stalking other students and displaying an unhealthy obsession with quirks. This isn't the first time we've noticed troubling signs. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? I haven't done anything like that. The principal's expression hardened. Let's take a look at your journal, then. Izuku hesitated, his hand instinctively clutching his bag. He didn't want to give them his journal, not because he had anything to hide, but because it was personal. It was his heart and soul, filled with his dreams and admiration for heroes. Midoriya, the principal said, his voice firmer. Hand it over. Reluctantly, Izuku pulled the journal from his bag and handed it over. The principal opened it, flipping through the pages. His brows furrowed as he read aloud. Kill, murder Katsuki Bakugo. I wish I had his power. I wish he were dead. He doesn't deserve his quirk. I do. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. What? He whispered, taking a step back. No, I didn't write that. I never wrote that. The principal slammed the journal down on the desk. Deny it all you want, Midoriya, but this is your handwriting, and it came from your backpack. That's not possible, Izuku shouted, his voice cracking. Someone must have. They must have planted it or changed it. I'd never write something like that. Mitsuki crossed her arms, her tone dripping with scorn. You're not fooling anyone, kid. This obsession of yours with heroes and quirks, it's gone too far. I'm not obsessed, Izuku shot back, his voice trembling. I just want to help people. I want to be a hero. The principal shook his head, his expression pitying. Midoriya, I know you're a troubled boy, but you have to own up to your actions. Denying it won't help you. Izuku clenched his fists, his mind racing. This isn't fair, he thought, panic bubbling in his chest. This isn't fair. I didn't do any of this. His mother stood, tears in her eyes. Izuku, please, just tell me the truth. Did you write these things? No, Izuku cried, his voice breaking. Mom, you have to believe me. I didn't do this. The principal's tone grew cold. You've left us no choice. Your behavior cannot be tolerated any longer. We'll be recommending disciplinary action, possibly expulsion. Izuku stared at him in disbelief, his world crumbling around him. I didn't do anything, he whispered, his voice barely audible. But no one seemed to be listening. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, his heart pounding in his chest. He prayed that everything happening was a cruel dream, a nightmare that he'd soon wake from. But when he opened them, he found himself not in the principal's office, but in a dark, endless void. The air felt heavy, and he couldn't see anything beyond the shadowy expanse surrounding him. A faint glow appeared in front of him, and with it, a text bubble from the system. What are you doing right now? They don't believe you. Your mother doesn't believe you. Everyone looks at you with disgust. They have won. What will you do? Izuku's hands trembled as he stared at the words. His mind swirled with anger, sadness, and confusion. No one believes me, he whispered to himself, his voice hoarse. Even my own mom, they think I did it. They think I'm some kind of monster. The text bubble changed, the system continuing. New quest. Become a man. Punch the blonde-haired explosion boy. Reward. Special. Find your own path. Izuku clenched his fists, his breath shaky. Punch Kachan. You want me to fight him? That won't fix anything, will it? The text faded, replaced by two simple words, wake up. Izuku jolted as if pulled from a deep sleep, his surroundings snapping back into place. He was back in the principal's office, his mother still crying, the principal still lecturing him, and Mitsuki Bakugo glaring at him with barely contained contempt. His knuckles tightened, the words from the system echoing in his mind. Everyone already thought he was a villain. His heart screamed against the injustice, the unfairness of it all. They already see me as a monster, he thought, a fire igniting in his chest. Then maybe it's time I do something I've always wanted to do. He turned slowly, his gaze locking onto Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde leaned lazily against the wall, his arms crossed, smirking smugly at the entire scene. "Tch, you're pathetic, Deku," Katsuki sneered. "You can't even own up to your own." Before Katsuki could finish his sentence, Izuku moved. Years of pent-up frustration, anger, and betrayal fueled him. Using nimble body, Izuku closed the distance between them in an instant. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late to react. Izuku's fist swung forward with a speed and force Katsuki had never seen from the boy before. The punch connected squarely with Katsuki's jaw, the impact echoing like a thunderclap through the office. Katsuki's head snapped to the side, and he staggered backward before collapsing to the ground. Blood dripped from his split lip as he coughed, his breath ragged from the sheer force of the blow. The room froze in stunned silence. Izuku! Inko screamed, her hands flying to her mouth. What are you doing? Mitsuki rushed to her son, crouching beside him. What the hell, Midoriya? Are you insane? The principal slammed his hands on his desk, his face pale with shock. Midoriya, have you completely lost it? But Izuku didn't look at them. His green eyes were locked on Katsuki, who groaned as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Slowly, the explosive boy propped himself up on one elbow, glaring at Izuku with fiery rage. You, Katsuki growled, his voice low and dangerous. You think you can just hit me? You think you're better than me, Deku? Izuku's voice was steady, almost unnervingly calm. I'm tired of letting you walk all over me, Kachan. You've pushed me around my whole life. I've never fought back because I thought, maybe one day, you'd see me as an equal. But now I see the truth. Katsuki staggered to his feet, his fists crackling with sparks. You're dead, Deku, he hissed. Izuku didn't flinch. His stance was firm, his hands steady. Go ahead, Kachan. Do what you always do. Prove to everyone that I'm the monster they already think I am. The room was silent except for Katsuki's heavy breathing and the faint crackle of his quirk. But for once, he didn't attack. The rage in his eyes flickered with something else, hesitation, maybe even confusion. The principal finally broke the tense silence. Midoriya, he barked, you've gone too far this time. This kind of violence, too far. Izuku interrupted, his voice sharp and cutting. What about all the times Kachan's gone too far? What about the bullying, the threats, the way he treats people like they're nothing? Where were you then? The principal's face flushed, but he didn't respond. Izuku turned to his mother, his expression softening. Mom, I know what I just did was wrong. But I've been pushed to my limit. I've tried to be the good kid, the one who never fights back, but no one listens to me. No one believes me. Tears welled in Inko's eyes, and she reached out for him, but Izuku stepped back, his resolve hardening. He glanced at Katsuki one last time. This is the last time you'll ever push me around, Kachan. I'm done being your punching bag. With that, he grabbed his bag and walked out of the office, leaving the stunned silence behind him. His heart pounded, and his fist still ached from the punch, but for the first time, he felt something he hadn't felt in years, freedom. The system's words echoed in his mind, find your own path. Izuku stomped down the hallway, his heart pounding with a mix of anger and frustration. His hands clenched tightly into fists, his knuckles aching slightly from the blow he'd delivered to Katsuki earlier. The memory replayed in his mind, fueling his simmering rage. As he reached the stairwell, he froze. Standing at the bottom was the girl from earlier, the one who had been with the boy with stone fist. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear as she saw him. She hesitated, then bowed her head low. I'm sorry, she said, her voice trembling. I just wanted to make them stop hurting me. They promised they would stop if I helped them. Izuku's emerald eyes narrowed as he stared at her. His mind raced, piecing together the situation. Her quirk, a supposedly useless ability to manipulate words on pages. But he now understood the extent of its power. She had used it to twist his journal into a tool of manipulation, turning harmless notes into monstrous, incriminating ramblings. If she'd been more creative, he thought bitterly, she could have been drawing or writing creations to life. Instead, she'd chosen to ruin him. That's all you have to say. Izuku growled, his voice low and venomous. Sorry, you ruined my life. You made me look like a psychopath, like I wanted to kill someone. His words came out sharp and cutting, fueled by his raw emotions. The girl flinched, her shoulders shaking. She glanced up briefly, her lips quivering. I didn't know it would go this far, she whispered. I thought they'd leave me alone if I did what they said. Izuku's glare softened for a moment as he saw the genuine fear in her eyes, but his anger quickly returned. "You're not worth it," he said coldly. "I hope I never see you again." Without waiting for her reply, he turned on his heel and walked away. His footsteps echoed down the hallway, each step heavier than the last. Behind him, he could hear his mother's voice, faint at first but growing louder as she called his name, her hurried steps coming down the stairs. "Not now," he muttered, glancing over his shoulder. He didn't want to face her. He didn't want to explain himself or argue. He just wanted to be alone. Reaching a nearby window, he flung it open and jumped out. Using his nimble body skill, he landed gracefully on the ground below without a scratch. Without looking back, he broke into a sprint, his feet pounding against the pavement. He didn't know where he was going, but he didn't care. He just needed to escape. His movements became more fluid as he leapt onto rooftops, bounding from one house to another with ease. The wind whipped past his face, carrying away the sounds of the school behind him. His legs burned with exertion, but he didn't stop. Finally, he landed in an old junkyard on the edge of town, surrounded by heaps of rusted metal and discarded machinery. Izuku's body shook as the weight of the day came crashing down on him. His fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. A scream tore from his throat as he swung wildly at the nearest pile of scrap, his bare knuckles colliding with a sheet of rusted metal. The impact dented the surface, sending a jolt of pain up his arm, but he didn't stop. Again and again, he punched the metal, his anger and frustration spilling out with each strike. "The principal set me up," he muttered through gritted teeth. "He knew I'd try to gather more evidence. He probably planned this all along." His punches grew more forceful. And Kachan, of course he had a hand in it. He always does. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku stopped, his breath ragged. His knuckles were bruised and sore, but he felt a strange calm settle over him. He thought back to the punch he had landed on Katsuki earlier, the satisfying moment when his tormentor felt even a fraction of the pain he'd been dishing out for years. For just a moment, it had felt good, cathartic. As his breathing steadied, a notification from the system popped up in his vision: class advancement unlocked. Curious, Izuku opened the menu and saw a list of advanced martial artist classes. Tech Fist Style, 4 Elements Style, Animal Style Fighter, Mystic Style, Berserker Style, Open Palm Style. He stared at the options, his heart racing. Each choice seemed incredible, each a path to unlocking even greater potential. But before he could decide, a creaking sound behind him made him freeze. He spun around, his fists instinctively raised, and saw a shack that hadn't been there before. It was ramshackle and poorly built, its wooden frame warped and splintered. The door creaked open, and a laugh rang out, a strange, high-pitched giggle that sent chills down his spine. A figure stepped out of the shadows. She was a girl with wild, pink hair tied into twin buns, her goggles askew on her forehead. Her grin was wide and unsettling as she held up a makeshift gun cobbled together from scrap metal and wires. "Stay away from my baby material," she said, her voice sing-song and teasing. She pointed the gun directly at him, her bullseye-like eyes glinting with excitement. Izuku blinked, his fists still raised. Who are you?" he asked cautiously, his body tensing. The girl tilted her head, her grin never faltering. I'm Mei Hatsume, and you're trespassing on my treasure trove." She cocked the gun, a sharp metallic click breaking the silence. "Now, tell me why I shouldn't blast you into next week." Izuku's heart pounded as he stared her down, unsure whether to fight, flee, or try to reason with the eccentric inventor. Izuku froze as the pink-haired girl moved closer, the makeshift gun still pointed directly at his chest. Her wild grin and glowing eyes made his heart race, not with fear, but with a mix of panic and sheer bewilderment. "Hey, I'm not here to steal anything," he said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I'm just lost. I needed some space, okay? That's it." His voice cracked slightly, but he managed to hold her gaze. Her grin widened as she cocked the gun, a low click echoing ominously. She said sweetly, though her tone dripped with suspicion. "Stay still, or this baby's gonna make fireworks you'll never forget." Izuku gulped. "That's not exactly reassuring." "Good," she said, stepping closer. The barrel of the gun was now inches from his face, close enough for him to notice the patchwork of wires and duct tape holding it together. Now don't move. Mama's gotta make sure you didn't swipe anything. Swipe anything. I just got here. Izuku protested, but the girl ignored him, her free hand patting his chest. Her searching became more invasive as she patted down his stomach, sides, and eventually his pockets. Izuku turned bright red, flinching slightly when her hand brushed against his side. "See, can you not?" "Shut up, broccoli boy," she interrupted, yanking her hand back. "Let Mama do her work." He was too stunned to respond as she finished her inspection, standing back with a satisfied nod. Nothing stolen. Good. But you," she walked behind him, shoving him forward with the gun's barrel. "You're gonna be perfect. Now get in there, boy. We're gonna make Mama real happy today." Izuku stumbled forward, confusion written all over his face. "Excuse me, perfect for what? I really think there's been some kind of mistake." The girl didn't respond, instead gesturing toward the shack's doorway. Izuku sighed, resigning himself to whatever madness awaited him. "This is not how I planned to spend my day," he muttered under his breath as he stepped inside. The inside of the shack was even worse than Izuku had imagined. Wires, gears, and half-finished gadgets littered every available surface. Sparks crackled from a corner where something was clearly short-circuiting, and a distinct smell of burning metal filled the air. On the main table was a gauntlet that could only be described as steampunk disaster chic. Wires sprouted from it at odd angles, some sparking faintly. It looked like it had been held together with tape, gum, and sheer willpower. "Grab the glove, broccoli boy," the girl ordered, standing by the door with her gun still pointed at him. Izuku hesitated. "Do I have to?" She raised an eyebrow, cocking the gun again. "Do you want to find out what this baby does up close?" All right, Izuku said, throwing up his hands. He reached for the gauntlet and picked it up gingerly. A system notification appeared in his vision. "Shock gauntlet. 30 damage, 30 shock damage." He blinked in surprise. Even these things have stats. Quit mumbling to yourself and put it on," she snapped, her grin returning. "Now press the button on the side and throw a punch." "Do it, boy." Izuku sighed and slipped the gauntlet on. It felt heavier than it looked, and the wires seemed to wriggle against his arm. "All right, here goes nothing." He pressed the button and threw a punch toward the air. The gauntlet roared to life, electricity crackling around it. But instead of firing outward, the shock surged backward, coursing through Izuku's body. His muscles seized, and he collapsed to his knees with a loud yelp. "Ow, what the heck?" he shouted, his body still tingling as his HP bar flashed. -30 HP. The girl rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. "Yeah, that happens sometimes. Guess the grounding's off. Whatever. Next baby." "Next what?" Izuku yelled, scrambling to his feet. "You just electrocuted me." She pointed to a corner of the shack where more makeshift contraptions sat in a pile, each looking more dangerous than the last. "See that stack? Those are my babies. You're gonna help me test them." Izuku stared at the pile in horror, then looked back at her. "Yeah, that's a no from me. And I know you're not actually gonna shoot me." Her grin turned feral. "Oh, really?" Without a word, she pulled the trigger. A loud boom echoed through the shack as a rocket shot from the barrel, bouncing wildly off the walls. "What the hell?" Izuku shouted, diving to the ground as the rocket ricocheted, finally slamming into a propane tank in the corner. The explosion sent a wave of heat and debris through the shack as flames erupted. Thinking fast, Izuku grabbed the girl and bolted out the door, using nimble body to leap clear of the shack. He rolled across the dirt, covering her with his body as debris rained down around them. "You shot me. You legit shot at me," Izuku yelled, his voice breaking with disbelief. The girl wiggled out from under him, brushing soot off her sleeves. "And you dodged." "Quit complaining." She turned to look at the shack, her eyes widening. "My babies. Oh no, my second lab." Izuku groaned as he sat up, his muscles aching. "Your second lab." Before she could answer, a booming voice echoed from the other side of the junkyard. "Pink-haired banshee, you're back again, aren't you?" Izuku turned and saw a burly man striding toward them, his face red with fury. His massive hands clenched a cell phone as he raised it to his ear. "Oh great, Izuku muttered, standing up. Now there's an adult involved. The girl kicked him in the shin. No time for commentary, broccoli boy. You owe me for saving my life. Let's go. Izuku gawked at her. I saved your life. You nearly got me killed. Details, she said, grabbing his sleeve. Move it. With a sigh, Izuku scooped her up bridal style. You were literally the worst, he said as he leapt onto the nearest pile of scrap. She smirked. And yet you're still carrying me. Now turn left. No, right. Wait. No, left. Will you make up your mind? Izuku shouted, dodging between heaps of junk as the burly man yelled behind them. Fine, fine, GPS it is, she said, pulling a clunky device from her belt. Keep running while I load it, broccoli boy. Izuku gritted his teeth, leaping over a wall with ease. This day just keeps getting better. Izuku followed the pink-haired inventor as she guided him around the back of her house, the moonlight casting faint shadows on the junk-strewn yard. She carefully opened the door to a second shack, this one noticeably more well-constructed than the chaotic lab he had just saved her from. Stepping inside, Izuku was surprised to see how clean and organized it was. A bean-bag chair sat in the corner, surrounded by shelves stacked with what looked like far more polished inventions. The walls were reinforced with sturdy beams, and the faint smell of soldered metal hung in the air. This is a lab, Izuku asked, glancing around the room. Yup, this is Lab 1, she said, proudly gesturing to the space. This is where I do my main work. Lab 2's for testing, you know, so I don't, burn down my house or blow myself up. Gotta keep the insurance people happy. Izuku blinked. You don't see a problem with having your second lab constantly exploding. She waved a hand dismissively. Oh, please, every great inventor has a little collateral damage. That's just science, broccoli boy. Izuku groaned, feeling the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with him. Without a word, he slumped onto the bean-bag chair, sinking into its soft embrace. I just need a minute, he muttered, closing his eyes to take a deep breath. When he opened them, there was a familiar makeshift gun barrel inches from his face. What now? He yelped, flinching slightly as the pink-haired girl grinned down at him. Okay, lab rat, she said, cocking the gun dramatically. Let's test some of my experimental babies from Lab 1. The good stuff. Izuku frowned, crossing his arms. Do you point that thing at everyone? Only lab rats, she replied cheerfully. Come on, lab rat number 7, it's time for science. Izuku sat up, his eyebrow twitching. Lab rat number 7, what happened to the others? She tilted her head, tapping her chin as if genuinely considering the question. Oh, they didn't make it. What? Relax, she said, rolling her eyes. I meant my earlier attempts at guinea pigs. Like the time I tried training pigeons to help me with delivery drones. Turns out pigeons hate jetpacks. Anyway, she pressed the barrel of the gun lightly to his forehead. Can you dodge at point-blank range? Izuku stared at her, his face deadpan. No, she smiled triumphantly. See, now you're cooperating. Let's go. Izuku sighed, suddenly twisting his body. With a swift motion, he disarmed her, pulling the gun away and cracking it open. His eyes widened slightly as he noticed there wasn't a single firework round inside. She smirked. You really think I'd blow up my labs twice in one day? Please. That was a bluff. It wasn't a bluff the first time, Izuku shot back, holding the gun aloft like it was evidence in court. Yeah, well, the first time I meant it, she said, shrugging. Look, the only way it's a good threat is if I'm willing to follow through. But whatever, let's go test some babies. Izuku crossed his arms, glaring at her. No, absolutely not, she pouted, her eyes wide and pleading. Come on, just a little bit. I promise this one won't electrocute you, probably. What about this? What do boys like? Oh, girls, she said, snapping her fingers. I'll show you. Nope, Izuku shouted, cutting her off, his face bright red. Nope, nope, nope. I'm leaving before you finish that sentence. I was gonna say home-baked cookies, but okay, pervert, she said, smirking. Izuku groaned, covering his face with his hands. I wasn't thinking that. I thought you were going to show me another one of your crazy inventions. Whatever you say, broccoli boy, she teased, poking his cheek. Stop calling me that, he muttered. She ignored him, grabbing his sleeve. Come on, you're my best friend now. Izuku blinked, startled. Wait, what? I'm not your best friend. I don't even think we're friends. You shot at me, yeah, and you survived. She said, grinning. So you're my best friend now. That's how it works. Besides, you didn't run away. You could have just left me there, but you didn't. You're a real hero, you know that. Izuku paused, her words catching him off guard. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. A hero, huh, he murmured, a faint warmth blooming in his chest. Before he could say anything, a system notification appeared in his vision. System alert, why are you falling for this? She's clearly a dangerous psychopath inventor lady. Run away. Izuku glared at the message, muttering under his breath. I can't run away. I don't want to go home right now. I just need some space. The girl tilted her head, watching him. You talking to yourself? 'Cause if so, that's cool. I do that all the time. Izuku's face turned red again. Fine, we'll test some inventions, he said, sighing. But I'm staying here for the night, okay? She beamed, pulling out her phone. Deal. What's your number? Izuku hesitated, then gave it to her reluctantly. Why do you need my number? So I can keep track of you, duh. She showed him her contact list, which consisted of just 2 entries, Mom and Dad. She typed in his number with a wicked grin. Welcome to the family, Lab Rat Daddy. Izuku groaned. You can't call me that. I already did, she replied, shrugging. Now, let's go test this. She pulled a grappling hook out of a nearby chest, tossing it at him. Izuku caught it, staring at the clunky device. This thing better not electrocute me again. Nope, we need to find a new testing area, she said cheerfully. Great, Izuku muttered, hoisting the grappling hook over his shoulder. I know a beach nearby we can use. Perfect, mush, Lab Rat Daddy, she shouted, jumping onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Izuku sighed. This is my life now, isn't it? Yup, she said, grinning as he carried her toward the beach. Now hurry up, science waits for no one. Izuku sighed as they reached the beach, gently setting the pink-haired menace down on the sand. The piles of trash stretched out in every direction, the faint smell of saltwater and rust filling the air. He held up the grappling hook she had given him earlier, examining it with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. All right, he muttered, aiming the hook at a fridge perched precariously atop a mound of junk. Let's see what this thing can do. Good, now press the button. The girl, May, shouted, her voice brimming with excitement as she stood to the side, tools clinking in her pockets. Izuku steadied his aim and fired. The grappling hook shot forward with an impressive burst of speed, latching onto the fridge with a metallic clang. He grinned slightly. Hey, this is actually. Now press the other button. May interrupted, practically bouncing with glee. Izuku hesitated. The other button. What does it do? Science, broccoli boy. Just press it. Against his better judgment, Izuku complied. The grappling hook's cable began to spin wildly, yanking him toward the fridge at breakneck speed. Whoa, too fast, he shouted, trying to let go. But the hook's mechanism didn't release fast enough, and the fridge came hurtling toward him instead. The fridge slammed into the ground with a loud crash, narrowly missing Izuku as he tumbled through the air. Instinctively using his nimble body skill, he twisted midair and landed in a crouch, breathing heavily. Well, he panted, glaring at the invention, that was not ideal. May ran over, examining the grappling hook and the now dented fridge. She muttered, her fingers tapping against her chin. Oh yeah, I forgot. I calibrated this for a few grown adults to use. So less weight means way faster speeds. Whoops, Izuku shouted, throwing his hands up. I could have been flattened by a fridge. Relax, May said, waving him off. You're fine. Besides, this is why I needed a lab rat. Now I know I need a dial to regulate the speed. Ooh, I could add a digital display too. And maybe some italicized markings for the aesthetic. Izuku groaned, brushing the dirt off his pants. I'm not sure I signed up for this level of danger, he muttered. May ignored him, hoisting the grappling hook like a prized trophy. Okay, lab rat, night shift's over, let's head back home. Before Izuku could protest, she jumped into his arms without warning. Carry me, broccoli boy, she demanded, already pulling a screwdriver from her pocket and tinkering with the grappling hook mid-ride. Izuku let out a long sigh, adjusting his hold to carry her princess style. You do realize I'm not a taxi, right? Shish, taxis don't talk, she replied, grinning as she focused on her work. When they finally returned to the shack, Izuku was utterly drained. His legs ached from all the running and jumping, his hands were sore from catching himself mid-tumbles, and his brain felt fried from Mei's constant chaos. Without a word, he collapsed onto the bean-bag chair in the corner, sinking into its comforting embrace. I'm done, he muttered, closing his eyes. I'm just done. Wake me up when the madness is over. Mei looked up from her tinkering, raising an eyebrow. You can't quit now, lab rat. We've only tested, like, 2 babies. Izuku didn't respond, already drifting off to sleep. Mei rolled her eyes but grabbed a blanket from a nearby shelf. Fine, fine, she muttered, tossing it over him. Lazy broccoli. The next morning, Izuku stirred as sunlight streamed through the cracks in the shack's walls. He blinked groggily, feeling an unfamiliar warmth pressed against his chest. As his vision cleared, he realized Mei was snuggled up against him, her pink hair tickling his chin. Izuku froze, his face turning beet red. What the? Worse, his hand had somehow ended up resting somewhere it definitely shouldn't have been. He yanked it back quickly, sitting up with a panicked expression. This is not what it looks like, he stammered to himself. Mei yawned, stretching as she sat up beside him. Morning, lab rat, she said cheerfully, ready to get back to work. Izuku blinked at her in disbelief. You're not even gonna acknowledge this. Mei tilted her head. Acknowledge what? You're warm. Bean-bag chairs don't have heating, so I improvised. She hopped off the chair, brushing herself off. By the way, I like cuddling with you. We should do it more often. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair. I can't with you. Great. 2 hours of power nap, and we're ready to roll. Mei announced, already digging through her pile of gadgets. Time to fix my grappling hook and maybe throw together some new babies. Izuku groaned, standing and grabbing his bag. I think I've had enough chaos for one day. I should get home. Mei looked over her shoulder, pouting. What? You're leaving already? You're welcome here anytime, you know. As long as you help me test stuff. Sure, Izuku muttered, heading toward the door. I'll keep that in mind, lab rat daddy. Mei's laughter followed him out, her voice echoing cheerfully. Don't forget to bring snacks next time, broccoli boy. Izuku stepped into the apartment, the weight of the day bearing down on his shoulders. The air felt heavy, the dim light in the living room casting long shadows across the walls. His mother, Inko, sat at the dinner table, her face streaked with tears. She looked up as he walked in, her eyes red and swollen, a weak smile trembling on her lips. Izuku, she whispered, standing up shakily. You're home. I'm sorry, he said immediately, his voice breaking. I'm sorry I ran off like that. I couldn't. His words caught in his throat, and he looked down at the floor, unable to meet her eyes. Inko rushed to him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. He stiffened at first, but then melted into the embrace, the familiar comfort of her presence soothing him, if only slightly. It's okay, she murmured, stroking his hair. It's all going to be okay. You're not going to be expelled. It's not going on your record. Izuku let out a deep breath, relief mixing with confusion. What, really? How? But, she interrupted, pulling back to look him in the eyes. Her expression was soft, but her voice wavered. In exchange, I'm pulling you out of the school. His heart sank. You're pulling me out. She nodded, her hands trembling as she gripped his shoulders. I had to. They wanted to expel you, Izuku. They said your behavior was too dangerous, and I couldn't let that happen. I had to agree to withdraw you instead. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides. Fine, he said quietly. If that's what it takes, fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I snapped. His voice broke, and he took a shaky breath. I don't know what else to say. Inko smiled weakly, brushing a tear from his cheek. It's okay, sweetheart. I just want you to be safe. That's why. I also told the police where you were earlier. And I've scheduled some therapy sessions. I think it'll help you with these dangerous thoughts. Izuku's eyes widened, anger bubbling up in his chest. Dangerous thoughts? What are you talking about? He demanded, but she cut him off gently. Please, Izuku, she said, her voice pleading. Just try it, for me. I'm scared for you. You're my baby, and I love you more than anything. I can't lose you. He bit his tongue, swallowing his retort. There was no point in arguing. He felt too tired, too defeated to fight. Fine, he muttered, turning away. I'm going to my room. As he opened the door to his room, something immediately felt wrong. The familiar sight of his meticulously organized shelves, filled with his hero merchandise, was gone. His eyes darted around the room, panic rising in his chest. Every All Might figure, every poster, every piece of memorabilia, gone. No, he whispered, dropping his bag with a thud. His breathing quickened as he turned to his desk. The spot where his hero journals, years of research and detailed notes, had always been was now empty. His heart felt like it had been ripped out of his chest. He stormed back into the living room, his face pale and his eyes filled with hurt. What did you do? He demanded, his voice trembling. Inko flinched, her hands wringing nervously. I had to, Izuku. I'm sorry, but I can't let you obsess over quirks and heroes anymore. It's not healthy. Not healthy. Izuku's voice cracked, a mix of anger and desperation. You threw away everything. My notes, my journals, everything I've worked on for years. Izuku, please, don't, please, me. He shouted, his fists shaking. You took the only thing I had left. Why would you do this? Tears welled in her eyes again. Because you wanted to kill your best friend, she said softly. That's not you, Izuku. You've become so consumed by this dream of being a hero. I'm scared it's going to destroy you. Izuku stared at her, stunned. That's not true, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't write those things. I didn't say them. I'd never. Inko reached out to him, but he stepped back. You need to let this go, she said gently. You can't be a hero, Izuku. But that's not the end of the world. There are so many other jobs you can do. You could be a doctor, a police officer, a firefighter. Just because you don't have a quirk doesn't mean you can't help people. Izuku's chest tightened, his nails digging into his palms. Do you think I don't know that? He said bitterly. Do you think I don't know I'm quirkless? Do you think I haven't heard it 1,000 times? From Kachan, from my teachers, from everyone. Inko's face fell, but Izuku pressed on. You want me to let this go? Fine, but don't act like you care about me now. Don't act like you're protecting me when you've done nothing to protect me before. Izuku, she whispered, her voice breaking. How many times have you seen my uniform torn apart by explosions? How many times have you bandaged my bruises or treated my burns? How many times has Kachan hurt me, and you did nothing? You just told me to be patient, to ignore him. And now you want to take away the only thing I have left. Inko sobbed, shaking her head. I didn't know what to do, Izuku. I thought. Don't, he snapped, his voice filled with venom. Don't make excuses. You didn't care then, and now you've destroyed the only thing that made me happy. He turned away, storming back to his room and slamming the door behind him. His chest heaved as he leaned against the door, tears streaming down his face. The empty shelves stared back at him, a painful reminder of what he had lost. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt completely and utterly alone. The late morning sun cast a faint glow on the city as Izuku climbed out of his bedroom window, a dull ache in his chest. He couldn't face his mother again, not after what had happened. The emptiness in his room, the absence of everything he'd worked for, was too much. His legs carried him instinctively toward the only place he could think of, Mei Hatsume's shack. When he arrived, he hesitated at the door, his hand hovering over the handle. His eyes burned, tears threatening to spill again, but he pushed the door open. Mei was inside, hunched over her workbench, goggles strapped tightly to her face as she tinkered with something that sparked violently every few seconds. She glanced up as he walked in, her usual grin spreading across her face. Hey, Broccoli boy, she chirped, completely ignoring the tears streaming down his cheeks. What's up? Did you come to help mama test more babies? Izuku glared at her, his face a mix of frustration and sadness. No, I'm not here for your insane experiments. My life is falling apart, and you're acting like it's a joke. Mei tilted her head, removing her goggles and stepping closer. What happened? She asked, her tone a little softer but still tinged with her usual energy. Izuku took a deep breath, his voice cracking as he explained. I got kicked out of school. My mom doesn't believe in me anymore. She threw away all my hero stuff, everything I've worked for. It's gone. I have nothing left. Mei's reaction wasn't what he expected. Her grin returned, even wider than before. That's great, she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Izuku blinked, stunned. Great. Did you not hear a word I just said? I got kicked out of school. I lost everything. Mei waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, I heard you. But think about it. This is the perfect opportunity. Since you're not stuck in that boring old school anymore, you can join my school. Work on babies all day, test them out, blow things up, it'll be amazing. Izuku stared at her, his frustration mounting. This isn't funny, Hatsume. Answer me this, broccoli boy, she interrupted, leaning forward with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Did you have any friends at your old school? Her question caught him off guard. He hesitated, his cheeks flushing slightly. No, were you being bullied there? She pressed. Yes, he admitted quietly, his fists clenching. Mei smiled triumphantly. Then I don't see the problem. You're better off leaving that place. My school's different. People stay away from me. Too scared of my babies, I guess, so you won't have to worry about bullies. Plus, she tapped his chest playfully. You'll at least have one friend. Me. Izuku blinked, his irritation faltering. You, consider me a friend. Obviously, Mei said, rolling her eyes as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You saved me from my burning shack, didn't you? And you didn't run away screaming when I pointed a gun at you. That's best friend material right there. A small smile tugged at Izuku's lips despite himself. I guess, that's all right. But what about my dream? He said after a pause, his voice quieter. Becoming a hero. I can't do that if my mom won't support me. Mei grinned, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Easy solution. Join the support course at UA. You've got the pink-haired mommy inventor right next to you. We'll create the coolest inventions together, and when the sports festival comes around, you'll blow everyone away with your genius. She threw her arms out dramatically. Just imagine. Izuku Midoriya, the brains behind the tech that puts heroes on the map. Izuku was stunned by her enthusiasm. He hadn't even considered the possibility of the support course. You really think I could do that? He asked, his voice laced with doubt. Trust me, broccoli boy, she said confidently, placing a hand on his shoulder. I've had plenty of failures. Babies that exploded, babies that fell apart, babies that didn't even turn on. But every time I failed, I learned something and made the next one better. You can do the same. You're smart, you've got guts, and now you've got me. What could go wrong? For the first time in what felt like forever, Izuku felt a spark of hope. He smiled at her, his chest feeling a little lighter. Thank you, he said sincerely. It feels good to have someone in my corner. Duh, Mei replied, pulling out a screwdriver and twirling it in her fingers. Now, if you want to get into UA, you've got to start studying. Engineering basics aren't gonna learn themselves. Izuku nodded, determination hardening in his gaze. He opened his system interface, scrolling to the skills section. After a moment's hesitation, he purchased the invent skill, watching as a notification confirmed the new ability. All right, he said, standing a little straighter. Let's get to work. That's the spirit, Mei said, pulling a pile of blueprints onto the table. Welcome to the world of inventors, Lab Rat Daddy. Let's make some magic. Morning mishaps. All right, broccoli boy, this is lesson 1. Mei declared, slapping a blueprint onto the workbench with enough force to send a nearby wrench clattering to the floor. We're making a propulsion device. Izuku blinked, tilting his head. Propulsion. Like rockets. Exactly, Mei said, grinning as she grabbed a pile of mismatched parts. But, Smaller. More pocket-sized. I tried this once with a car engine, but the garage ceiling didn't survive. Izuku's face paled. Wait, are you saying? Grab that beaker, she interrupted, pointing to a small glass container filled with an ominous green liquid. This is the key ingredient. Izuku held it up cautiously. What is it? No idea, Mei said cheerfully, pouring it into a half-finished contraption. What? You can't just... Izuku started, but his protest was cut short as the device began to hiss ominously. The hissing turned into a high-pitched whine, and before Izuku could even blink, the prototype exploded in a spectacular puff of smoke and sparks. Note to self, Mei said, scribbling furiously into a notebook as soot covered her face. Green goo is a no-go. Izuku coughed, waving the smoke away. You think. Midday madness. By lunchtime, the pair had moved on to a grappling hook redesign. Izuku carefully adjusted a spring mechanism while Mei scavenged for parts in a nearby pile. This isn't so bad, Izuku admitted, concentrating as he tightened a bolt. It's almost peaceful. Mei popped up from behind the pile, her goggles lopsided. Peaceful? What's peaceful about inventing? It's supposed to be exciting. Like this. She held up 2 wires, one red and one blue, and grinned mischievously. Wanna see what happens when I cross these? No, don't, Izuku yelled, but it was too late. Mei touched the wires together, and the resulting spark sent them both tumbling backward as the grappling hook launcher shot across the room, embedding itself into the wall. Izuku groaned, sitting up and brushing dust off his shirt. Why do I feel like I'm going to lose a limb by the end of this? Mei beamed at him, completely unfazed. Because that's what makes it fun. Now grab that screwdriver, my baby's calling. Afternoon antics. The next project involved some suspiciously labeled chemicals. Izuku stared at the bottles, his instincts screaming at him to back away. Are you sure we should be mixing these? Absolutely, Mei said, dumping a handful of powder into a beaker. Probably. Maybe. Probably, Izuku exclaimed, watching in horror as the mixture began to bubble and fizz. What does it even do? Mei shrugged. No idea, but we're about to find out. She grinned and gave the beaker a good shake, causing the liquid to foam over like a science fair volcano gone horribly wrong. A loud pop echoed through the shack as the beaker shattered, covering them both in bright pink goo. Izuku wiped the sticky substance from his face, glaring at Mei. This is not how you're supposed to learn chemistry. Mei blinked, inspecting the goo on her arm. Huh, kind of smells like strawberries. Wanna taste it? Absolutely not, Izuku shouted, throwing his hands up. Evening exhaustion. By the time the sun began to set, the shack looked like a battlefield. Tools were scattered everywhere, scorch marks decorated the walls, and a few of Mei's babies were sparking ominously in the corner. Izuku flopped onto the beanbag chair, groaning. I think I've inhaled more smoke today than in my entire life. Mei plopped down beside him, her hair somehow more disheveled than usual. Quit complaining, lab rat. You survived, didn't you? Barely, Izuku muttered, closing his eyes. Mei leaned back, stretching. You gotta admit, though, it was fun. Izuku opened one eye, thinking back on the chaos. Despite everything, the explosions, the goo, the constant fear for his life, he found himself smiling. Yeah, he admitted softly. It kind of was. Mei grinned, grabbing a nearby blanket and tossing it over them. 2-hour power nap, and we're back at it. 2 hours. Izuku groaned, but she was already snuggling into the blanket. Shish, broccoli boy, she mumbled, her voice muffled by the beanbag. Science never sleeps, but sometimes, inventors do. Izuku sighed, his exhaustion winning out. You're impossible, you know that. Yup, she replied cheerfully, already drifting off. He couldn't help but smile as he closed his eyes. For the first time in what felt like forever, he felt like he had someone in his corner. Izuku stretched, shaking off the last remnants of his 2-hour power nap. The beanbag chair beneath him was so comfortable that he almost didn't want to move. Mei, sprawled nearby with her signature goggles on her forehead, waved lazily as she tinkered with a small gadget. I need to head home, he said, standing and adjusting his bag. Mei immediately pouted, crossing her arms. Ah, come on, broccoli boy. You can't leave me hanging like this. We're just getting started. Izuku gave her an exasperated look but smiled. I'll be back. Don't worry. She blinked up at him as he placed a hand gently on her head. Promise. He chuckled softly. Yeah, I promise. Her pout melted into a grin. Good. Because I've got a million ideas for tomorrow. You better be ready to blow stuff up again. Maybe literally this time. I'll look forward to it, he said, shaking his head. By the way, what school do you go to? Oh, it's this boring middle school nearby, May said with a shrug, waving a wrench in the air. Not much happens there. Why? Izuku hesitated, then explained everything. How he got kicked out, the events leading up to it, and how he felt like his whole world had fallen apart. May listened intently, her grin never faltering. When he finished, she slapped him on the back, nearly knocking him forward. Well, they're idiots, she said confidently. Who needs 'em? You're gonna be the best inventor ever with me around. Izuku smiled faintly. Thanks, Hatsume. That means a lot. Good, May said, leaping up and heading toward her pile of inventions. Now go. Get some rest. We've got work to do tomorrow. As Izuku walked to the door, she rummaged through her stash of gadgets, pulling out a small spider-like robot with a camera for an eye. It was no bigger than her palm and had an eerie, mechanical grace as it skittered across the table. She grabbed a pair of glasses and a video game controller, smirking ominously. You're gonna help Mama get revenge for Daddy, she murmured to the robot, adjusting her goggles. Because nobody makes Daddy cry. Her grin turned downright devilish as the spider-bot came to life, its camera whirring. Izuku climbed back through his bedroom window, the familiar quiet of his home greeting him. As he stepped inside, he noticed a small plate of food left on his desk. His favorite dish, still warm, sat waiting for him. He paused, staring at it for a moment before stepping over it and walking toward his mother's room. Gently, he knocked on the door. Inko, he called softly. The door creaked open, and his mother appeared, her face etched with worry. Mom, he said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I know things have been hard for you. I was just angry. But I've been feeling a lot better lately. Inko's eyes softened, and she stepped closer. Izuku, I've found someone who supports me, he continued, his voice growing steadier. Someone who gave me an idea I didn't think about before. He pulled a printed flyer from his bag and handed it to her. There's a school nearby, middle school. I want to start fresh. They have a support equipment program, and I think I'd like to try it. Inko stared at the flyer, her eyes glistening as she read it. She looked up at Izuku, her lips trembling before breaking into a smile. That sounds like a great idea, she said, pulling him into a hug. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I love you. He nodded against her shoulder. I know, Mom, I love you too. As she pulled away, he returned to his room. The sight of his now empty shelves stung, but he pushed the thought aside. Sitting on his bed, he opened his system interface. His determination to start anew outweighed the lingering ache of his losses. The screen appeared before him, and he navigated to his skills. He selected Mystic Style, and a new set of options appeared. Shadow Magic, Light Magic, Nature Magic, Psychic Magic, Blood Magic. He stared at the choices, his mind racing. After a long pause, he pressed a button. A week later, Izuku stood outside the gates of his new school, the crisp uniform feeling strange but not unwelcome. His stomach churned with nerves as he stepped into the building, clutching his bag tightly. He made his way to the front of the class, where the teacher greeted him and gestured for him to introduce himself. Hi, Izuku said, his voice shaky. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I just transferred here. I'm quirkless. The room erupted into whispers almost immediately. A few students cast him curious glances, while others smirked or rolled their eyes. Near the back, a girl with sheep-like hair nudged the person next to her, a blonde girl with sharp, mischievous eyes. Hey, Toga, the sheep-haired girl whispered. He's quirkless, just like you. The blonde girl, Toga, tilted her head, her lips curving into a sly smile as her golden eyes fixed on Izuku. Interesting, she murmured, her voice barely audible over the classroom chatter. Izuku pulled up his system stats, examining the screen in front of him. His physical and body stats were both at 45, while his mind stat had reached an impressive 50. With his recent choice of psychic powers, a new range of abilities was now available to him. He held out his hand, concentrating. A faint green glow surrounded his palm as he focused on a nearby chair. It trembled slightly before wobbling an inch off the ground, then dropping back down with a soft thud. Izuku wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, sighing. "Guess this is just the beginning," he muttered to himself. His powers were still in their infancy, but the system had provided him with 4 core abilities. Psychic Enhancement. A boost to his melee attacks, adding 100 damage with every strike enhanced by his psychic energy. Telepathy. The ability to communicate mentally within a range of 1 mile per point in his mind stat, giving him a vast communication radius of 50 miles. Telekinesis. The power to lift and manipulate objects with his mind, though it was clear he'd need practice to master it. Magic cantrips. Utility spells that were simple but useful. He could clean his room with a flick of his wrist, summon small lights, create minor illusions, or even conjure a spectral hand for assistance. Though not useful for combat, they added convenience to his everyday life. He clenched his glowing fist, determination flickering in his eyes. "Tomorrow, I'll head into a dungeon and start testing these properly." For now, he decided to rest. The next morning, Izuku woke to a quiet house. He got dressed quickly, the cold air matching the atmosphere in the home. His mother had made breakfast, but the tension between them was palpable. It wasn't the food that felt cold, it was the unspoken barrier that had risen between them. Izuku sat at the table, poking at his meal. His mother sat across from him, her smile warm but her eyes betraying a hint of worry. "Izuku," she said softly, breaking the silence, "it's going to be all right." He looked up at her, surprised by the sudden reassurance. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, then continued. "We have an appointment today. With a therapist." Izuku frowned, confused. "How did you get an appointment so fast?" Inko's smile wavered, and she clasped her hands together. "Well, given what the school said you wrote in that journal, they bumped you up the list. But it's a good thing, Izuku. It means you'll get help sooner." Izuku froze for a moment, then nodded, trying to push down the resentment bubbling in his chest. "Right," he said curtly, picking at his food again. "Let's just get this over with." His mother reached out as if to touch his hand but stopped midway, retreating awkwardly. The tension only thickened. Izuku quickly finished his meal, grabbed his bag, and followed her out the door. The therapy office was a modest building tucked into a quiet street corner. Inside, the faint smell of lavender and coffee lingered, and the warm tones of the decor made the place feel inviting, at least to anyone who wasn't Izuku. He and his mother sat in the waiting area, his foot tapping impatiently against the floor. Across the room, a young boy was playing with a therapy dog, whose wagging tail matched the soothing presence of its owner, a woman who emerged from an adjacent office. She had a dog quirk that gave her a golden retriever's ears and tail, along with a friendly demeanor that was practically impossible to dislike. "She's your therapist," his mom whispered, pointing to the woman as she smiled and called another patient into her office. "Her name is Dr. Kinoshita. She's very kind, and I already told her everything, so you don't have to explain." "Great," Izuku muttered under his breath, his tone edged with sarcasm. His mother placed a hand on his knee. "Izuku," she said softly, "I know you're upset, but this is a good thing. I want you to have someone to talk to." Izuku stared at her for a moment, then nodded stiffly. "Fine." When his name was called, his mom gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. "You've got this," she said with a smile. Izuku walked into the office, his stomach twisting. The room was cozy, with plush chairs and walls decorated with calming landscapes. Dr. Kinoshita greeted him warmly, her tail wagging slightly as she motioned for him to sit. "Hi, Izuku," she said, her voice gentle. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Kinoshita." He sank into the chair, arms crossed, his expression wary. "Yeah, hi." She didn't seem bothered by his tone, her golden eyes studying him thoughtfully. "Your mom told me a little about what's been going on. I know this probably feels like a lot, but I'm here to help. Whatever you're feeling, angry, upset, confused, you can tell me. This is a safe space." Izuku raised an eyebrow. You already know the situation, right? So, why do I have to explain it again? Dr. Kinoshita leaned back in her chair, nodding. You don't have to explain if you don't want to. But sometimes, saying things out loud can help. And I want to hear your side of it, not just what others have told me. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair. He looked at the wall, avoiding her gaze. Fine, I'll play along. Izuku shifted in his seat, his arms crossed defensively, as he reluctantly began to recount the events that had led him to this office. He avoided Dr. Kinoshita's kind, patient gaze, instead staring at the corner of the room as he spoke. I don't even know where to start, he muttered. Everything's just been too much. At school, I've been bullied for years. I've had my notebooks destroyed, my face shoved into the dirt, explosions blasted into me, and no one's ever stepped in to help. Then, after everything that happened, my mom threw away all my hero stuff. All of it, years of work, gone. She thinks I'm a psycho now because of what the principal said. I feel like, I don't know. Like everything is just falling apart. Dr. Kinoshita leaned forward slightly, her notepad balanced delicately on her lap. That's a lot to deal with, she said gently. I can tell how much all of this is weighing on you. But let me ask you this. What do you want to gain out of our sessions together? What's your goal, so we can work toward it together? Izuku paused, his fingers twitching slightly as he considered her question. He hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. I want to be a different person. Honestly, most of my life, I've been a doormat. I let people walk all over me. But then, I finally stood up for myself. Just once. Well, maybe a couple of times. With my mom too, but now I don't even know if I'm going down the right path or if I'm making a huge mistake. Dr. Kinoshita nodded thoughtfully. Change can be scary, Izuku, she said. But it's also a natural part of life. We grow, we learn, and sometimes we become entirely different people from who we were just a few years ago. Even your best friend, well, former best friend, changed, didn't he? Izuku scoffed. Yeah, Kachan used to be nice, kind of. But the moment he got his quirk, he turned into a jerk. Dr. Kinoshita jotted something down in her notepad before continuing. Let's talk about quirks for a moment. Your mom mentioned that you've had an obsession with them. Why do you think that is? Izuku let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. Wouldn't anyone? I mean, we live in a world where quirks are everything. They decide who's strong, who's respected, who matters. Being quirkless is like carrying a constant burden. Every time someone asks me, what's your quirk? And I have to tell them I don't have one, they look at me like I'm broken. Like I don't belong. I've always wanted one because it feels like, if I had a quirk, I'd finally be a part of something. I'd finally be normal. Dr. Kinoshita's pen moved swiftly over the page. So you feel like having a quirk would allow you to fit into society? To be treated with respect? Yes, Izuku said, his voice rising slightly. That's exactly it. People wouldn't look down on me anymore. They wouldn't see me as the weak, powerless kid who can't do anything. She nodded again, her expression calm and understanding. I see. And this mindset of harming others with quirks, would you say that's a recent development? Izuku froze, his breath hitching. I didn't want to harm anyone, he said defensively. That wasn't me. I didn't write those things. But no one believes me, so what's the point of explaining? I believe you, Dr. Kinoshita said firmly, her gaze steady. Your mother sent me your notebooks. Most of them seemed perfectly normal, full of detailed hero analysis, impressive for someone your age. But the last one, that one was different. I suspect it wasn't yours. Stress, anger, and frustration can cause people to snap, but your history doesn't align with what was in that journal. So let's talk about what caused all this. What led to that snap, and how do we work to prevent it from happening again? Izuku's shoulders slumped as he exhaled deeply. I've been bullied my whole life, he admitted. When you're quirkless, you're the easiest target. The odd one out. The black sheep. I told the principal about it, but he didn't do anything. He was a snake, just like the bullies. I should have gone to the police. Dr. Kinoshita tilted her head. What about your mother? Did you ever talk to her about the bullying? He shook his head, guilt flickering across his face. No, I didn't want to add to her stress. She already worries about me enough because I don't have a quirk. She's always on edge, thinking something's going to happen to me. And I love her. I don't know how I feel about her right now. I'm angry. She took away everything I cared about. I forgave her yesterday, but I don't know if I really meant it. This morning felt so cold between us. Like there's this huge wall I can't get over. Dr. Kinoshita smiled gently. It sounds like you're still trying to sort through those feelings. That's okay. It's not easy to forgive someone, especially when the wound is still fresh. What's important is that you're thinking about it and working through it. Izuku nodded slowly, his voice quieter now. I want to change. I want to be more assertive. But I don't want to turn into him. I don't want to be like Kachan. I don't want to hurt people just to feel strong. That's a good start, Dr. Kinoshita said, closing her notepad. You're opening up more than most people do in their first session, Izuku. Becoming the person you want to be takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. But what if we start small? Make a list of goals for yourself. Write down what you want to achieve and the steps you'll take to get there. At our next session, we'll talk about what you were able to accomplish and how it made you feel. Izuku nodded, his posture relaxing slightly. I can do that, he said. Dr. Kinoshita smiled warmly. Good. For now, I'll recommend your mother start the paperwork to transfer you to a new school. A fresh start might be exactly what you need. For the first time that day, Izuku felt a spark of hope. Thank you, he said quietly. You're welcome, she replied. Remember, Izuku, you're not a danger to anyone. You're just a boy trying to find his way. And I'm here to help you. The task seemed simple. Write down a list of goals. But the more he thought about it, the harder it felt. Finally, he picked up the pen and began writing. Izuku's goals. Become more confident. Stand up for myself more. Stop letting people walk all over me. Prove I can be strong in my own way. Start fresh at a new school and make at least one friend. He stared at the list, chewing on the cap of the pen as he reread it. The goals felt simple on paper, but achieving them seemed like a mountain he wasn't sure he could climb. His thoughts were interrupted by Dr. Kinoshita's soft voice. That's a great start, Izuku, she said, glancing over the list with an encouraging smile. You're already taking the first steps toward becoming the person you want to be. Izuku shrugged, fiddling with the edge of the paper. I don't know if I can actually do it. Dr. Kinoshita leaned forward, her golden retriever-like ears twitching slightly. It's okay to feel that way. Change is hard, and it doesn't happen overnight. But the fact that you're here, talking about it and setting goals, shows how much you want this. I know you can do it. Her words struck a chord in him, and for the first time in days, he felt a small flicker of hope. He folded the paper carefully and slipped it into his pocket. Thanks, he said, standing up. I'll try my best. That's all I ask, Dr. Kinoshita said with a warm smile. Take it one step at a time. You've got this, Izuku. He nodded and left the room, feeling a little lighter. But as he stepped into the lobby and saw his mother waiting for him, the weight returned. She was sitting with her hands clasped tightly, her expression hopeful but cautious. When she noticed him, she stood up quickly, her smile almost too bright. How did it go? She asked eagerly. Izuku hesitated, his thoughts swirling. He felt better after the session, but there was still a part of him that felt distant, like there was a wall between them he couldn't climb over. It was fine, he said, his tone neutral. Let's just go. Inko's face fell slightly at his indifference, but she quickly recovered, smiling as she placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm so proud of you, she said softly. I know this is hard, but I can see you're making progress already. Izuku nodded, not trusting himself to say anything more. They walked home in silence, the tension between them unspoken but heavy. Inko tried to make small talk, but Izuku's short replies made it clear he wasn't in the mood. He couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal that still lingered in his chest. He wanted to forgive her, he really did, but something inside him held him back. When they got home, Izuku dropped his bag by the door and turned to his mother. I'm going out for a walk, he said, avoiding her gaze. I just need to clear my head. Inko frowned but nodded. Okay. Just be safe, Izuku. And, I love you. He froze for a moment before nodding stiffly. I know. The cool evening air brushed against his face as Izuku walked, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. His feet carried him automatically toward a familiar destination, Mei Hatsume's shack. As he approached, he heard faint clinking and the occasional muffled bang, signs that she was hard at work as always. He pushed open the door without knocking, stepping inside. Mei didn't even look up from her workbench. Well, if it isn't Lab Rat Daddy, she said cheerfully, adjusting her goggles. What's up, broccoli boy? Miss me already? Izuku let out a tired laugh, shaking his head. I just needed to get out of the house. She finally looked at him, tilting her head. You look like you've been through it. Therapist didn't strap you to a chair and zap you, did they? Izuku smirked despite himself. No, it wasn't that bad, actually. She was nice. It's just, he trailed off, leaning against the wall. Things with my mom are complicated. Mei wiped her hands on a rag, setting down the contraption she'd been working on. Complicated how? She asked, hopping onto the edge of her workbench and swinging her legs. Izuku hesitated before answering. She says she's proud of me. That she loves me, and I know she means it, but, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't really get it. Like, she's trying, but there's this distance between us. And I don't know if I can close it. Mei nodded, listening intently. Moms can be tough sometimes. Mine's always telling me to stop blowing things up in the house, or don't strap jetpacks to the cat. Like, where's the support, you know? Izuku snorted, shaking his head. That's not exactly the same. Close enough, Mei said, grinning. Anyway, you came to the right place. Wanna blow something up to feel better? Nothing clears your head like a good explosion. Izuku rolled his eyes. I don't think that's exactly what I need right now. Fine, Mei said, hopping down from the bench. How about this instead? You sit your broccoli butt down, and I'll start working on something awesome to distract you. Sound good? Izuku smiled faintly, sitting down on the beanbag chair in the corner. Yeah, that sounds good. Mei turned back to her workbench, grabbing a handful of wires and a soldering iron. Good. Now, just sit back, relax, and let the genius of pink-haired mommy inventor do its thing. Izuku leaned back on the beanbag chair, his arms folded as he let out a long sigh. He had been recounting his day, trying to vent to Mei about his therapy session and the tension with his mom. But something didn't sit right with him. Mei seemed way too knowledgeable about what had happened. Wait, Izuku said, narrowing his eyes as he outstretched a hand toward her. How did you know about therapy? I didn't text you or tell you anything about it. Mei grinned sheepishly, pulling her goggles up to her forehead. Oh, because of this, she said cheerfully, reaching over and tugging a small, inconspicuous clip from his hair. Izuku froze, his heart dropping. What is that? It's a GPS microphone, Mei said proudly, holding it up as if it were a trophy. Tiny, right? It's one of my babies. It tracks your location and transmits audio to my computer. I've been monitoring your adventures. Izuku's face turned bright red, both from embarrassment and outrage. What? You've been stalking me? Mei rolled her eyes, waving him off. Stalking? No. I've just been listening to you. It's what friends do. You know, like keeping tabs on each other. Totally normal. This is not normal, Izuku exclaimed, standing up quickly. This is against every concept of privacy. Mei, promise me you'll delete it, now. She tilted her head, looking unbothered. Relax, broccoli boy, it doesn't record anything. Well, okay, technically it does. But it's like a live stream. No visuals, just audio. So I don't have a permanent record, kind of. Izuku groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. A live stream is still recording. Mei waved a screwdriver at him. Think of it as, like, a template for knowing what you're up to. Plus, I found out you snore in your sleep. Adorable, by the way. Izuku stared at her in horror, taking a deep breath before straightening his posture. Delete it, now. Mei's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward with a teasing grin. Oh, look at you. standing tall, using that big broccoli voice. You're trying out your list, huh? Being more confident. I like it. She clapped mockingly. Go, lab rat daddy. Izuku's attempt at assertiveness deflated under her teasing, his shoulders sagging. This is impossible, he muttered. I'm going for a walk. Again. Suit yourself. Mei called after him as he stormed out of the shack. Don't forget, though, you technically made a friend already. That's one goal down. Izuku let out a groan of frustration as he stepped into the cool evening air. How did I end up with her as my first friend? He muttered, pulling up his system screen to distract himself. System notification. Dungeon availability. Current active dungeons. Level 10, high risk. Level 1 dungeons unavailable. Note. Dungeons reset every 24 hours with randomized levels. Izuku frowned as the notification popped up. A level 10 dungeon. That's way above me, he muttered, scanning the options. I swear there was a level 1 dungeon here yesterday. Another notification appeared. Warning. A level 10 dungeon is possible at your level but carries a high risk of death. Best to avoid. Wait until tomorrow's reset for safer options. Great, Izuku muttered, dismissing the notification. Guess I'll stick to side quests. Scrolling through the available quests, most of them seemed mundane, helping people find lost items, cleaning trash, or saving stray cats. He sighed and accepted a few, figuring he'd at least earn some easy XP. Side quest. Save the stray cats. Reward. 50 XP per cat rescued. After saving 3 cats and earning a modest reward, his eyes caught on a new quest that looked far more interesting. Challenge quest. Prove your martial arts skills. Objective. Challenge a dojo and defeat 10 students using only martial arts, no skills. Reward. 2000 XP and 1 class level up. Izuku raised an eyebrow. This is perfect, he said, a small grin forming. A chance to test my training. Another notification suddenly popped up. Personal quest. Self-improvement goals. Tasks. Become more confident. Stand up for yourself more. Stop letting people walk all over you. Prove you can be strong in your own way. Start fresh at a new school and make at least 1 friend. Progress update. Tasks completed. Make a friend. Reward for completing all tasks before next week's therapist appointment. 1 class level up. 10,000 XP. Izuku stared at the screen, his determination reigniting. I'm making progress, he muttered, his hand clenching into a fist. If I can beat this dojo challenge, that's 1 step closer to proving I'm not a pushover anymore. He quickly accepted the dojo quest, his excitement building as he made his way toward the location marked on his map. This wasn't just about XP or rewards, it was about showing himself that he could change. Izuku stepped into the dojo, the faint scent of sweat and wood varnish filling the air. The polished floor reflected the dim overhead lights, and rows of students were practicing their stances and strikes. He felt the weight of their eyes on him, but he straightened his posture and cracked his knuckles, reminding himself of his goal. He had to be more confident. He had to stand tall. Crossing his arms, Izuku took a deep breath and called out, I'm here to challenge your dojo. I want to test my martial arts skills. The room fell silent. Students paused mid-punch to stare at him, their eyes narrowing as they took in his wiry frame and scrawny build. A few exchanged glances before snickering, their whispers not even subtle. Who does this guy think he is? He doesn't even look like he trains. Bet he's one of those quirkless weirdos. Izuku clenched his fists at the last comment but forced himself to stay calm. One of the students, a tall boy with broad shoulders, stepped forward, crossing his arms. Hey, kid, you got a quirk, or are you just here to embarrass yourself? I don't have a quirk, Izuku said evenly. But I'm here to fight and prove my skills. The laughter erupted immediately, echoing through the room. No quirk. Seriously. He's joking, right? Guy must have a death wish. Before Izuku could respond, one of the instructors approached. The man was middle-aged, with a sharp gaze and a body that spoke of years of disciplined training. He looked Izuku up and down, unimpressed. You want to fight my students? He asked, raising an eyebrow. What dojo do you hail from? Izuku shook his head. I'm not from a dojo. I'm self-taught. The instructor's lips twitched into a smirk. Self-taught, and no quirk. Kid, You'd better leave before you get yourself hurt. Izuku took a step forward, planting his feet firmly. No, he said, his voice steady. I came here to fight. I'll defeat your students. Unless, he paused, a small smirk of his own forming. You're too scared to let me try. The room fell silent again, the laughter quickly replaced by murmurs of surprise at his boldness. A notification popped up in Izuku's vision. Quest progress, be more confident, complete. The instructor's smirk widened, his gaze sharpening. All right, kid, you've got guts. Let's see if you've got skills to back it up. He clapped his hands, and the students quickly lined up. First 5 fights. 1-on-1. First one to land a hit wins. No quirks. Just technique. Izuku nodded, stepping into the center of the room as the students circled around him, forming an impromptu arena. His heart pounded, but he forced himself to focus. This was his chance to prove himself. Fight 1. The first student was a wiry boy with quick feet and a cocky grin. He bounced on the balls of his feet as he approached Izuku. You're gonna regret coming here, buddy, he said, cracking his neck. The moment the instructor gave the signal, the boy darted forward, his fists flying. Izuku's eyes tracked the boy's movements, and he shifted his weight, narrowly avoiding the first punch. The boy's fist grazed past his cheek, and Izuku countered with a sharp sidestep, making the boy overextend. Using the opening, Izuku spun, planting a quick jab to the boy's ribs. The sound of the hit echoed through the dojo, and the boy stumbled back, clutching his side. Point. The instructor called, raising a hand. Izuku stepped back, his breathing steady. 1 down. Fight 2. The next student was a larger boy, built like a tank. He smirked down at Izuku, cracking his knuckles. I'm not as easy to knock around as the last guy, he said. Let's see if your self-taught moves work on me. As soon as the signal was given, the larger boy charged, aiming a heavy punch straight at Izuku's head. Izuku ducked low, feeling the rush of air as the fist missed him by inches. Pivoting on his heel, he sidestepped again, forcing the larger boy to stumble forward. The student growled, swinging another punch, but Izuku bobbed under it effortlessly. You're too slow, Izuku said, his voice calm. Frustrated, the boy lunged, leaving himself wide open. Izuku stepped inside his guard and delivered a clean, sharp strike to his solar plexus. The boy gasped, doubling over as he dropped to one knee. Point. The instructor called again, his expression now showing a hint of curiosity. 2 for the new guy. Fight 3. This student was a girl with sharp eyes and quick movements. She didn't waste time with banter, instead circling Izuku cautiously. The signal was given, and she darted forward, feinting a punch before attempting a low sweep at Izuku's legs. He saw the move coming and leapt over the kick, spinning in midair to land behind her. She whirled around, aiming a punch at his chest, but he deflected it with his forearm. Using her momentum against her, Izuku grabbed her wrist and twisted, forcing her to stumble off balance. Before she could recover, he tapped her shoulder with his knuckles, signaling a hit. Point. The instructor said, now watching Izuku closely. The students around them were no longer laughing, their expressions turning serious. Fight 4. The fourth student was visibly nervous, his confidence shaken by Izuku's previous victories. Don't hold back, Izuku said, stepping into his stance. Come at me. The student hesitated before throwing a wild punch, his form sloppy. Izuku sidestepped easily, shaking his head. Too predictable, he muttered, slipping past the boy's guard and tapping his chest lightly with his fist. Point. The instructor called. The students murmured, impressed despite themselves. Fight 5. The fifth opponent was taller and more disciplined than the others, his stance solid. Izuku felt a surge of excitement, finally, a real challenge. The fight began, and the boy moved quickly, testing Izuku's defenses with calculated jabs. Izuku bobbed and weaved, dodging each strike with precision. The boy feinted left before throwing a right hook, but Izuku caught the motion, blocking with his forearm. Not bad, Izuku said, smiling faintly. He retaliated with a low kick, forcing the boy to step back. Seizing the moment, Izuku stepped in and aimed a punch at the boy's chest, landing the hit cleanly. Point. The instructor called, his voice louder this time. He stepped forward, clapping his hands. That's 5. The students murmured amongst themselves, their earlier mocking replaced by awe. Izuku straightened, his breathing steady as he looked at the instructor. Well, Izuku asked, his voice steady. Was that good enough for you? The instructor smirked. Not bad, kid, not bad at all. Izuku stood in the center of the dojo, his confidence growing after defeating the first 5 students. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but his breathing was steady, his stance firm. Around him, the murmurs of the other students had shifted from mockery to intrigue. The instructor clapped his hands sharply. All right, enough chatter. Let's see how he handles the next group. He gestured to the back of the room, and 5 older, more experienced students stepped forward. Their expressions were serious, their movements deliberate. It was clear they were not taking Izuku lightly. Izuku swallowed hard, adjusting his stance. Stay calm, focus, and don't let them rattle you, he reminded himself. He was here to prove his skills, and nothing, not even tougher opponents, would stop him. Fight 6. The first of the advanced students stepped forward, a tall boy with lean muscle and sharp, calculating eyes. He bowed slightly, his movements precise, before taking his stance. Unlike the others, this opponent didn't taunt or mock Izuku. His focus was intense, and that made him far more dangerous. The instructor raised his hand. Begin. The boy moved instantly, his speed surprising. He lunged with a high kick aimed at Izuku's head. Izuku barely ducked in time, feeling the rush of air as the kick sailed past. The boy followed up with a spinning kick, forcing Izuku to backpedal quickly. Izuku's mind raced. He's fast, but his strikes leave him slightly open. I just need to time it right. The boy feinted another high kick, and this time Izuku anticipated it. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. The boy's eyes widened slightly as Izuku pivoted on his heel and delivered a clean elbow strike to his ribs. Point. The instructor called. The boy stepped back, holding his side and bowing slightly. Well done, he said quietly before returning to the line. Fight 7. The next student was a stocky girl with a solid stance and arms that looked like they could break bricks. She cracked her knuckles, her grin confident. Don't think it'll be as easy as the others, she said. Izuku nodded, his focus sharpening. He shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet, preparing for her approach. Begin. The instructor barked. She came at him like a freight train, her movements heavy and forceful. She threw a powerful punch, and Izuku barely managed to sidestep, feeling the gust of wind as her fist sliced through the air. Her punches were wild but relentless, each one forcing Izuku to dodge faster and faster. You're just running away, she taunted, throwing another heavy punch. Izuku smirked, his confidence rising. Am I? He ducked low, sweeping her leg with a quick kick. She stumbled but didn't fall, recovering with surprising agility. She came at him again, this time feinting a punch before aiming a low kick at his knee. Izuku shifted his weight and jumped, her kick grazing the bottom of his shoe. Before she could recover, Izuku spun midair and landed a precise kick to her shoulder, forcing her back. Point. The instructor called. The girl groaned, rubbing her shoulder as she returned to the line. Not bad, broccoli boy. Fight 8. The third opponent stepped forward, a lanky boy with a relaxed posture but sharp, predatory eyes. He didn't say a word, his focus entirely on Izuku. There was a stillness about him that made Izuku uneasy. Begin. The boy moved fluidly, his strikes almost lazy but impossibly fast. He jabbed at Izuku, forcing him to block and dodge in rapid succession. Each movement felt calculated, testing Izuku's reflexes. He's baiting me, Izuku realized, noticing the subtle shifts in the boy's stance. He's waiting for me to overcommit. Izuku decided to flip the script. He feigned a low punch, drawing the boy's guard downward, before pivoting and aiming a kick at his midsection. The boy blocked it, but Izuku used the momentum to spin and deliver a quick jab to his shoulder. The boy stumbled back slightly, his expression unreadable. He nodded once, stepping back. Point. The instructor announced. Fight 9. The next opponent was a muscular boy with a cocky grin. He flexed his arms as he approached, cracking his neck. I hope you've got some stamina left, kid. You'll need it. Izuku didn't respond, his focus locked on the boy's movements. Begin. The boy came at him with a flurry of punches, each one powerful enough to knock the wind out of him if it connected. Izuku ducked and weaved, his heart pounding as he narrowly avoided each strike. The boy's attacks were strong but lacked precision. Izuku spotted an opening as the boy overextended on a punch and quickly stepped inside his guard. Using his elbow, Izuku struck the boy's sternum with enough force to make him stumble back, gasping for air. "Point," the instructor called, his voice sharper now. He was clearly impressed. Fight 10. The final opponent stepped forward, a girl with a disciplined stance and eyes that burned with intensity. She bowed slightly before settling into her position. "You've done well so far," she said, her tone even. "But let's see how you handle someone who doesn't hold back." Izuku nodded, his muscles tensing. "I wouldn't expect anything less. Begin." She was fast, faster than anyone else he'd faced. She darted toward him, her movements fluid and precise. Izuku barely managed to block her first strike, a lightning-fast jab aimed at his jaw. She followed up with a spinning kick, forcing him to duck low. She's relentless, Izuku thought, his breath coming in short bursts as he dodged her strikes. But he refused to back down. When she feinted a punch, Izuku caught the slight hesitation in her stance. He moved instantly, slipping past her guard and aiming a low kick at her ankle. She stumbled but quickly recovered, spinning to face him. She lunged again, aiming a high kick, but Izuku anticipated the move. He stepped inside her guard, using his forearm to deflect her strike before delivering a clean palm strike to her chest. The impact made her stagger back, and she froze, her eyes wide. The dojo fell silent for a moment before the instructor called, "Point." Izuku straightened, his chest heaving as he looked around the room. The students stared at him, their earlier mockery replaced with respect. Even the instructor seemed impressed, his arms crossed as he studied Izuku. "Well done, kid," the instructor said, stepping forward. "You've got skill. You might just have something to prove after all." Izuku smiled faintly, a small spark of pride igniting in his chest. One step closer. Quest complete reward. 2,000 points level up. He felt the familiar surge as his stats increased. As the instructor approached Izuku, his stern expression softened into an approving nod. "Kid," he said, his voice steady but warm, "you've got some real skill. I've seen a lot of students walk through these doors, but very few of them show the kind of determination and precision you just demonstrated." Izuku straightened, blinking in surprise at the unexpected praise. "Thank you, sir," he said, trying to keep the nerves out of his voice. His heart was still pounding from the intense fights, but the instructor's words felt good. The instructor folded his arms, tilting his head as he studied Izuku. "Tell me, what are your plans? Do you train regularly? Join tournaments?" Izuku shook his head. "I'm self-taught. I just wanted to test myself. I don't belong to a dojo or anything." "That's impressive," the instructor said, raising an eyebrow. "Self-taught, and you just wiped out 10 of my students. You ever thought about joining a dojo? Or competing in martial arts tournaments?" Izuku hesitated. "Tournaments?" The instructor nodded. "There are always martial arts tournaments happening around the city. Some of them allow guest participants, people who aren't officially tied to a dojo. If you're interested, I'd like to invite you to observe or even join as a guest student. It'd be a great opportunity to sharpen your skills." Izuku blinked, processing the offer. "I'll think about it," he said cautiously. The instructor nodded approvingly, pulling out a notepad and pen. "Here, write down your contact information. I'll let you know about upcoming events." Izuku hesitated for a moment, then scribbled down his name and phone number. "Thanks," he said, handing the paper back. The instructor gave him a faint smile. "No, thank you. Seeing raw talent like yours is rare. Keep training, kid." As Izuku left the dojo and stepped onto the street, the cool evening breeze greeted him. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through his system notifications and contemplating his next move. What's next? He thought, trying to organize the day in his head. Before he could decide, someone crashed into him from the side, nearly knocking him off balance. Startled, Izuku reacted on instinct. He grabbed the person by the waist and steadied them, his body shifting to regain his footing. "Whoa," he exclaimed, looking down at the girl he'd caught. She had orange hair tied back into a neat ponytail and wore a gym bag slung over her shoulder. Her wide eyes blinked up at him in surprise as she realized she was practically being held in his arms. I'm so sorry. She stammered, straightening up quickly as he let her go. I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm super late. Izuku sighed, brushing off his sleeves. You should really watch where you're going, he said, his tone exasperated but calm. It's dangerous to run around like that. She nodded rapidly, bowing slightly. Right, sorry, I'm just in a rush. I have to get to my dojo. Izuku paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes as he took her in. Something about her demeanor struck him as oddly familiar, but he shook the thought away. Just be careful next time, he said, waving her off as he continued walking. Maybe discounts as stop letting people walk all over you, he thought. But when he glanced at his system screen, there was no notification of progress. He sighed. Guess not, but maybe it's a start. The girl watched him leave, tilting her head slightly. Weird, she muttered, brushing herself off. Nice reflexes, though. Itsuka Kendo burst into her dojo a few minutes later, panting as she slid the door open. Inside, the air was heavy with tension. 10 students were lined up, their faces pale and their bodies drenched in sweat as they performed grueling exercises. The dojo's head sensei paced in front of them, his voice sharp as a whip. You've brought shame to this dojo, the sensei barked, his stern face lined with disapproval. 10 of you couldn't stop a single boy. A self-taught, quirkless boy. What does that say about your training? About your discipline? The students, still performing push-ups, gasped out apologies in unison. We're sorry, sensei. Itsuka froze, her eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Wait, what happened? She asked, stepping further into the room. One of the students, a stocky boy with a bruised shoulder, glanced up at her from his position on the floor. Some green-haired kid came in earlier, he muttered between labored breaths. Wanted to test his martial arts skills. Took out 10 of us, and then just left. What? Itsuka said, her eyes widening. A green-haired boy. What did he look like? Another student, a girl with a bandage on her arm, chimed in. He was small, kind of scrawny. But he was fast, and precise. He didn't even have a quirk, but he wiped the floor with us. Itsuka frowned, her mind immediately flashing to the boy she'd run into on the street. It couldn't be him, could it? She thought, replaying the moment in her mind. The boy had seemed small and unassuming, hardly the type to take down 10 trained martial artists. But then again, his reflexes had been sharp. Too sharp. The sensei's voice cut through her thoughts. If you had been here, Kendo, he said, his tone sharp but laced with disappointment, perhaps the dojo wouldn't have been humiliated. Itsuka straightened, her jaw tightening. I'll make it right, she said firmly. If he comes back, I'll fight him myself. The sensei nodded, his stern gaze softening slightly. See that you do. As she turned to join her classmates, Itsuka's mind lingered on the green-haired boy. If that really was him, then I guess I owe him a proper fight. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Next time, broccoli boy. Next time. Izuku wandered through the city streets, the cool evening air brushing against his face as he tried to steady his nerves. His system reminder had been nagging at him all day. Task, stand up for yourself. Progress. 0%. He knew exactly who he needed to face to complete the task, those 2 jerks who always hung around Katsuki. The boy with the stone fist and the muscle-bound lackey. They weren't just bullies, they were the kind of guys who took joy in making his life miserable. Izuku clenched his fists as he walked, following their usual haunts. He'd observed them enough over the years to know their patterns. They always broke away from Katsuki to do their own thing, either trying to pick up girls with sleazy lines or convincing someone to buy them alcohol. Katsuki, for all his faults, had his sights set on UA and refused to get caught up in their nonsense. Tonight was no different. Izuku spotted them in a dimly lit alley, near the convenience store they frequent, leaning against a graffiti-covered wall as they badgered an older man. Come on, dude, the muscle-bound one said, a cocky grin plastered across his face. Just grab us a 6-pack. We'll make it worth your time. The older man looked nervous, shifting from foot to foot. I don't know, guys. This could get me into a lot of trouble. Hey! Izuku's voice rang out, louder and firmer than he expected. He stepped into the alley, his heart pounding but his determination unwavering. Leave him alone. The older man turned, relief flashing across his face before he quickly scurried away, leaving the two bullies standing there, stunned. It didn't take long for recognition to dawn on their faces. Well, the stone-fisted boy sneered, cracking his knuckles. If it isn't our favorite punching bag. What's the matter, Deku? Lost again? The muscle-bound one laughed, his bulky arms crossing over his chest. What are you doing here, huh? You lose your way to the pity parade. Izuku stood his ground, his fists clenching at his sides. I'm here for revenge, he said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. Both of them froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Revenge. The stone-fisted boy wheezed, wiping a tear from his eye. What are you gonna do, Deku? Lecture us to death. The muscle-bound one stepped forward, towering over Izuku with a smug grin. You're still quirkless, right? What's the plan? Gonna cry at us until we feel bad? Izuku's jaw tightened, but he didn't move. You're still a loser, Deku, the muscle-bound one sneered, shoving Izuku's shoulder with one meaty hand. Nothing's changed. But Izuku didn't budge. Not this time. He wasn't going to back down, and he definitely wasn't going to let them push him around anymore. The muscle-bound bully's grin faltered slightly as he pushed harder, trying to force Izuku to stumble. What's the matter? Too scared to? Izuku moved before he could finish, throwing a sharp right hook that connected squarely with the bully's jaw. The impact sent the larger boy stumbling back, his eyes wide with shock. Wah! What the hell? The muscle-bound boy stammered, clutching his face. Izuku stepped forward, his stance steady as he raised his fists. Come on, you two, he said, his voice filled with a newfound confidence. Let's see who the real weakling is. The stone-fisted boy's expression darkened as he cracked his knuckles, his quirk activating and turning his hands into jagged chunks of rock. Oh, you've done it now, Deku. You're gonna wish you never showed up here. The muscle-bound boy shook off his shock, his face twisting into a furious snarl. You're dead meat, quirkless freak. Izuku's heart was pounding in his chest, but he didn't let it show. He raised his fists higher, planting his feet firmly on the ground. For the first time, he felt like he was in control. Anytime you're ready, Izuku said calmly, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Both bullies lunged at him, their rage palpable. The fight was about to begin, and Izuku knew this was his moment to prove he wasn't the same weakling they thought he was. Izuku stood his ground as the two bullies charged at him, their faces twisted with rage. His heart pounded in his chest, but his mind was sharp. This wasn't the time to hesitate. I have to end this, once and for all. The stone-fisted boy reached him first, swinging a rocky hand toward Izuku's head with the force of a sledgehammer. Izuku ducked low, the air above him slicing as the fist slammed into the wall behind him, leaving a jagged dent. He's slower when he uses that quirk, Izuku realized, pivoting to the side. He didn't have time to process further as the muscle-bound lackey lunged at him, his massive arms reaching out to grab him. Izuku sidestepped just in time, slamming his knee into the lackey's ribs. The sound of the impact echoed in the alley, and the larger boy grunted, stumbling back a step. You little freak. The muscle-bound boy roared, charging again. This time, Izuku crouched, spinning on his heel to deliver a sweeping kick to the boy's shins. The larger boy lost his balance and toppled forward, slamming onto the hard pavement with a grunt. Before he could recover, Izuku jumped up, driving his elbow down into the boy's back. Arg! The lackey cried out, rolling over and clutching his side. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The stone-fisted boy wasn't far behind. You're dead, Deku, he shouted, slamming his fist into a nearby trash can and hurling it toward Izuku. Izuku darted to the side as the trash can flew past him, clanging against the wall. He grabbed the dented can, his fingers curling around the rim, and with a grunt, hurled it back at his attacker. The stone-fisted boy raised an arm to block it, but the impact still made him stagger. Too slow, Izuku muttered under his breath as he closed the distance. Using the wall for leverage, he jumped up, planting one foot against the brick and twisting midair to deliver a spinning back kick. His foot connected with the side of the stone-fisted boy's face, snapping his head to the side. The boy stumbled, his nose bursting with blood. "You little..." He didn't finish as Izuku landed, following up with a quick series of punches to his midsection. The stone fists offered no protection to his torso, and Izuku made sure to make every hit count. His knuckles ached from the force of his strikes, but he didn't let up. The muscle-bound boy had recovered by then, his face red with fury. He charged again, this time managing to grab Izuku by the shirt. "Gotcha now," he growled, lifting Izuku off the ground and slamming him into the wall. The impact sent a sharp pain shooting through Izuku's back, and he gasped, feeling the wind knocked out of him. The larger boy reared back to punch, but Izuku reacted quickly, bringing his knee up into the boy's groin with all the force he could muster. The muscle-bound boy's eyes bulged as he let out a high-pitched yelp, stumbling back and clutching himself. "Not so tough now, huh?" Izuku spat, dropping to the ground and sweeping the boy's legs out from under him. The larger boy hit the pavement hard, his head bouncing off the concrete. Izuku turned back to the stone-fisted boy, who was wiping blood from his face, his expression livid. "You're gonna pay for that, Deku," he shouted, swinging a wild haymaker. Izuku ducked under the punch, grabbing a loose sewer grate from the ground. With a grunt, he swung it upward, catching the stone-fisted boy under the jaw. The clang of metal against bone echoed in the alley as the boy reeled back, his jaw hanging at an awkward angle. The stone-fisted boy roared, swinging both of his rocky hands down like hammers. Izuku barely dodged in time, rolling to the side as the ground cracked where the fists landed. He pushed off the wall, using the momentum to drive his shoulder into the boy's midsection, slamming him against the alley wall. The muscle-bound boy was back on his feet now, his face twisted in anger despite the tears in his eyes from the earlier groin hit. "You're gonna wish you never showed up," he shouted, charging again. This time, he managed to land a solid punch to Izuku's stomach, sending him stumbling back. Pain shot through Izuku's abdomen as he doubled over, coughing. "Not bad," Izuku muttered through gritted teeth, wiping blood from his lip. "But I'm not done yet." The muscle-bound boy came at him again, but Izuku ducked low and delivered a devastating uppercut to his chin. The boy's head snapped back, and he staggered, his mouth now bleeding profusely. The stone-fisted boy tried to grab Izuku from behind, but Izuku twisted sharply, grabbing the boy's wrist and yanking it downward. The sound of bones cracking filled the air as the boy screamed, clutching his now broken arm. Izuku didn't let up, he spun on his heel, driving his elbow into the boy's already bloodied nose. The stone-fisted boy fell to the ground, groaning as blood poured freely from his face. The muscle-bound boy was the last one standing, his breathing ragged as he clutched his ribs. You're gonna regret this," he wheezed, his eyes filled with fear. Izuku stepped forward, his expression cold. "Not as much as you'll regret ever messing with me." He grabbed a loose piece of pipe from the ground, spinning it in his hand. "Come on," he said, his voice steady but dripping with menace. "Let's finish this." The pipe spun through the air as Izuku hurled it at the muscle-bound boy. The larger boy raised his arms just in time to block it, the metallic clang echoing in the alley. But Izuku was already moving, closing the distance in a flash. As the boy's arms dropped, Izuku launched a brutal uppercut straight into his groin. The larger boy let out a strangled scream, his face contorting in pain as he staggered back. Before the boy could recover, Izuku darted around him, grabbing him by the waist. With a surge of strength and adrenaline, Izuku lifted the boy high into the air, arching his back and slamming him headfirst into the ground with a devastating suplex. The muscle-bound boy crumpled to the pavement, groaning and clutching his head. Izuku stood, his breath coming in short bursts as he turned to face the stone-fisted boy. The other bully had managed to get back to his feet, his broken arm hanging limp at his side. His face was pale, and sweat dripped down his forehead, but his eyes burned with fury. "You're dead, Deku," the stone-fisted boy growled, his voice shaking with anger and pain. "You think this changes anything?" Izuku didn't respond. He bent down, grabbing the heavy sewer drain cover with both hands. The stone-fisted boy's eyes widened as Izuku hurled it at the ground with precision, causing it to bounce upward and slam directly into his groin. The bully let out a guttural scream, dropping to his knees. Izuku didn't let up. He sprinted forward, leaping into the air and driving his knee into the bully's face with enough force to send a sickening crack through the alley. Blood spattered as the boy's head snapped back, a few of his teeth flying loose before he collapsed onto his back, unconscious. Panting, Izuku stood over the two beaten bullies, his fists clenched and his chest heaving. He raised his head and let out a primal roar, the sound echoing through the narrow alley. It wasn't just a shout of victory, it was a declaration of freedom. For the first time, he wasn't just fighting back, he was winning. "You listen to me," Izuku shouted, his voice steady despite the exhaustion setting in. "If I ever hear about you bullying anyone again, I'm coming for you. This ends now. Your terror is over." He stepped closer, his glare like fire. "And if you've got a problem with that, tell your boss. Send him after me. I'll break him too." The two bullies lay sprawled on the ground, groaning and wheezing. The muscle-bound boy coughed, blood trickling from his mouth as he muttered, "He's not even a quirk." He trailed off, his body convulsing slightly as pain overtook him. The stone-fisted boy whimpered, his broken arm cradled against his chest. How did this happen?" he thought. "We got beaten by someone quirkless. We're supposed to be the strong ones. Task: stand up for yourself. Progress: 100%. Izuku turned and walked away, his own body aching from the hits he'd taken. His ribs throbbed, his knuckles stung, and he could feel the bruises forming along his sides. But none of that mattered. The pain was a badge of honor. He had done it. He had stood up for himself, not with skills or powers, but with sheer determination and martial arts. They would never forget this. "Hey, broccoli boy," she said casually, not even glancing up. Perfect timing. Izuku, still catching his breath, frowned. "What are you watching?" His eyes moved to the screen, and froze. The image was unmistakable. It was him. The fight in the alley. Every punch, every kick, it was all there, captured from a hidden angle like a scene out of an action movie. "What the?" Izuku exclaimed, stepping forward. "Where did you get that?" Mei pointed vaguely toward the corner of the shack with her chopsticks, her mouth still full of noodles. "Over there," she said, gesturing toward the snack shelf. Izuku blinked, confused. The snack shelf? What does ramen have to do with? No, not the ramen. Mei finally looked up, her grin widening. "The video. One of my babies caught it. Been experimenting with portable surveillance tech, and turns out you're a pretty fun test subject. Nice moves, by the way." Izuku's jaw dropped, his face a mix of disbelief and irritation. "Wait. You've been spying on me?" Mei waved him off with a laugh. "Spying is such a harsh word. I prefer monitoring. It's not like you're doing anything boring. Come on, it's for science." Izuku groaned, rubbing his temples as he tried to process her nonchalance. "You're impossible, thanks," Mei chirped, turning back to her laptop. "But forget about that, you're gonna love this next one." She clicked on another file, her excitement practically radiating off her. "Just finished editing this one. Don't judge me, it's my best work yet." The screen flickered, and the image shifted to a familiar face. Izuku's eyes widened as the video began to play, showing the stone-fisted boy slouched in a chair inside an office. It didn't take long for Izuku to recognize the other person in the frame, the principal. His heart sank as the conversation unfolded. "Listen," the principal said, his voice low and sharp. "You need to stop bragging about how we got rid of the quirkless kid. If anyone hears about this and it gets back to us, we're finished." The stone-fisted boy chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "Relax, old man. Nobody's gonna care. Besides, Deku's useless. I doubt he's even capable of figuring out what's going on. He's probably rotting in a mental asylum or jail by now." The principal leaned back with a dry laugh. "You're probably right. Still, don't let this slip again. Keep your mouth shut, understand?" Fine, the boy said with a dismissive wave. "But hey, it was a good way to pick up girls at school, right?" The video ended abruptly, and Izuku stared at the screen, his hands curling into fists. His whole body trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming mix of anger and vindication surging through him. This is proof," he said, his voice shaking. Mei spun her chair to face him, her grin as mischievous as ever. "Yup, Mama's got your back, Daddy." Izuku blinked, his frustration momentarily derailed. Stop calling me that. Mei rolled her eyes playfully, spinning back toward her screen. Fine, fine. But seriously, what's the plan? This video's dynamite. We could hand it over to the police. Or, oh, what if we sent it to a news outlet? I bet they'd love a juicy scandal like this. She turned back to him with a devilish gleam in her eye. So, broccoli boy, what's your move? Izuku stared at the screen, his mind racing as he tried to process everything. The truth was finally within reach. He just had to decide what to do next. Send the video to the police and a news organization, Izuku said, holding his phone out toward Mei. And send me a copy too. I need to show my mom. Mei saluted with a grin. Yes, sir, Daddy, she teased, her fingers flying across her keyboard as she uploaded the files and set up the transfers. Izuku groaned, rubbing his temples. You've got to stop calling me that. But it's fun, Mei replied, flashing him an unapologetic smile as she hit the final send button. Done. Files sent to the police, the press, and your phone. Now it's out there. Mama did her job. Izuku's phone buzzed with the incoming file. Thanks, Mei, he said earnestly. This is more than I could have asked for. Yeah, you're welcome, Mei said, waving him off. But you owe me now, broccoli boy. I did a big favor for you, so now it's time for a favor for me. Izuku narrowed his eyes. What kind of favor? Mei grinned mischievously, leaning back in her chair. Test 10 of my babies. That's it. Super easy. That's it, Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Yup, not much for someone like you, she replied, kicking her feet up onto her desk. Besides, I've been having so much fun doing things with you. Inventing, blowing stuff up, watching your reactions, it's been nice. And, she hesitated, her grin softening slightly. You keep me warm at night. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. Thanks, I guess. Being compared to a light bulb in a lizard tank is something. Mei laughed, waving him toward the door. Go on, show your mom the video. I'll have everything ready when you come back. We'll start on the inventions in the morning. Izuku nodded, walking over to her. He paused for a moment, then gave her a gentle hug. Thanks for everything, Mei. Mei stiffened slightly, her face turning red as she awkwardly returned the hug. Yeah, whatever. Go now, Mama's got work to do. Izuku chuckled as he pulled back and headed out the door. Mei watched him go, a hand drifting to her neck as she felt her pulse racing. Weird, she muttered, brushing it off. Probably just tired. Izuku returned to his apartment, his footsteps lighter thanks to his leveling nimbleness skill. When he reached the door, he hesitated for a moment before knocking. His mother opened it almost immediately, her face lined with worry. Izuku, she asked, her voice trembling slightly. What's wrong? Nothing, he replied, stepping inside. But I need you to sit down on the couch. She hesitated, her eyes searching his face for any signs of trouble. Oh okay, she said, sitting as he instructed. What's this about? Izuku sat beside her, pulling out his phone. I need you to see this. He played the video, holding the phone where she could see it clearly. Her face changed rapidly as she watched, the initial confusion quickly giving way to fury and then to tears. They did this to you, she whispered, her voice breaking. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. It's okay, Mom, Izuku said, placing a hand on her shoulder. I have proof now. They can't get away with it. We've already sent it to the police and the press. Inko broke down, tears streaming down her cheeks. I should have believed you. I should have done more to protect you. Mom, Izuku said softly, pulling her into a hug. It's fine. It's over now. As they pulled apart, she wiped her eyes and smiled shakily. I promise I'll replace all your merch, Izuku. Everything I threw away, I'll make it right. He shook his head. It's fine. I don't need the merch right now. If you really want to pay me back, just give me the money instead. I need to focus on other things. Inko frowned slightly, confused. What other things? Something private, Izuku said, avoiding her gaze. I promise I'll tell you when the time is right. She studied him for a moment, then sighed and nodded. All right, Izuku, I'll trust you. Thank you, he said, standing up. I still want to go to therapy, by the way. Even if I'm not a danger to anyone, I think it's helping. Inko's smile softened. Of course, I'll make sure you can keep going. She handed him some of the money she owed, and he bowed slightly. Thanks, Mom, he said. I've got to head out for a bit, but I'll be back later. It's late, Izuku, she said, her voice tinged with concern. I'll be fine, he reassured her, heading out the door. Izuku returned to Mei's shack, his movements smoother and faster thanks to his leveled-up skills. When he opened the door, he found her curled up in her beanbag chair, fast asleep. Her laptop was still open, the faint glow illuminating her peaceful face. He walked over and poked her cheek gently. Hey, Mei, he said softly. Wake up. She yawned, stretching and blinking groggily at him. What do you want, broccoli boy? She muttered, rubbing her eyes. He pulled out the cash from his pocket. I got funds for our next project. Or, baby. Mei's eyes lit up as she saw the money. She grinned, throwing her arms around his neck. You're the best, sugar daddy. Stop calling me that, Izuku protested, his face turning red as she pulled him toward the beanbag chair. She flopped back, dragging him with her and flipping a blanket over them. Thanks for everything, she said, her voice softer than usual. Now let's get some rest. We've got work to do in the morning. Or in 2 hours. That's basically the same thing. Izuku sighed, but a small smile tugged at his lips. All right, let's rest, then. He pulled out his phone, quickly texting his mom that he was staying at a friend's place, before settling down beside Mei. As his eyes grew heavy, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of comfort. For the first time, everything feels like it's falling into place. After the 2-hour nap, Izuku and Mei dived back into their shared world of invention. The shack was alive with the clinking of tools, the faint hum of machinery, and Mei's excited rambling as she darted from one workstation to another. She was in her element, but Izuku, having spent more time with her now, knew the dangers that came with her enthusiastic approach. All right, this baby is going to, Mei began, holding up what looked like a jumbled mass of wires attached to a pressurized canister. Stop, Izuku interrupted, rushing over to her workstation and pulling the wires apart before she could connect them. You're about to ignite the whole shack again. She pouted, crossing her arms. Come on, it was just about to get fun. Mei, Izuku said, giving her a stern look, you can't keep almost blowing us up. Somebody has to keep you in check, and apparently, that's me. Mei blinked, then chuckled, her grin returning. Well, yeah, every mama mad scientist needs a sugar daddy to look after her. Izuku groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. You're never going to stop calling me that, are you? Nope, Mei said with a mischievous smile, turning back to her project. Fine, Izuku said with a sigh. At this point, I'm getting used to it. Mei paused, giving him a sly glance. You're mine forever now, broccoli boy. You'll never escape, you'll be forced to invent with me forever. Izuku smirked, leaning back against the wall. Oh no, he said sarcastically. Spending time with someone I actually like. How terrible. Mei froze, her hands hovering over the tools she was holding. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed slightly. She quickly turned her back to him, muttering, sure, yeah. Let's get back to work. Izuku didn't notice her reaction, already turning to a different workstation. Yeah, let's get back to work, he said. After hours of focused inventing, the two finally completed another one of Mei's babies, a grappling hook launcher with improved targeting and safety features, something Izuku insisted on. As they set it down on the workbench, Izuku stretched, rolling his shoulders. All right, he said, grabbing his bag. I've gotta head home. I need to relax for a bit. Mei leaned against the workbench, giving him a lazy grin. Fine, but don't forget, you're coming back tomorrow. We've got more babies to make, and I'm not doing it without my sugar daddy. Yeah, Izuku said with a chuckle, giving her a small wave as he headed out. See you tomorrow. When Izuku arrived back at his apartment, he found his mother waiting in the living room. Her face lit up when she saw him, but his own expression turned cold. He couldn't help it. The memories of her betrayal were still fresh, and he wasn't ready to forgive her completely yet. Welcome back, Izuku, Inko said nervously, her hands twisting together. I made your favorite for breakfast. Are you hungry? No thanks, Izuku said curtly, walking past her and flopping onto the couch. He pulled his legs up, switching on the TV without another word. The atmosphere was heavy, and Inko stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. Izuku's phone buzzed, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was a message from May. Flip to channel 12. Trust me, Daddy, you're gonna love this. Izuku raised an eyebrow but followed her instructions. When he switched to the channel, he immediately saw the headline, Local Principal Arrested in Scandal Over Discrimination Against Quirkless Students. His lips curled into a smile as the broadcast showed footage of his former principal being handcuffed and led out of his office. The news anchor detailed the charges against him: discrimination, falsifying documents, and conspiracy to cover up abuse against students. Inko, who had been standing silently, gasped when she saw the news. Izuku, is this? It's about my old school, Izuku said, his voice calm but firm. They're finally paying for what they did. Tears welled up in Inko's eyes as she sat down beside him. I'm going to file a lawsuit against that man, she said, her voice trembling with anger. They need to pay for everything they did to you. Izuku nodded, keeping his gaze on the screen. You should. They deserve it. For a moment, they sat in silence, watching as the story unfolded. Inko sniffled, brushing away her tears. Izuku, she said softly, I'm so sorry for everything. I should have believed you from the start. He didn't respond right away, his focus still on the news. Finally, he stood up, stretching. I'm going to take a nap, he said, his tone distant. Wait, Inko said, standing as well. I made breakfast for you. It's your favorite. Can't we sit and eat together? Izuku hesitated, then shook his head. I'm not hungry. Sorry. I need some space. Before she could say anything else, he walked to his room, closing the door behind him. He sat on the edge of his bed, taking a deep breath. I'll forgive her eventually, he thought. But not yet. Not today. He lay back, closing his eyes for a quick nap. A soft chime woke him up, and he opened his eyes to see a system notification. Dungeons reset. New opportunities available. Izuku grinned, sitting up and stretching. Finally, he muttered to himself. This is going to be fun. Izuku stepped out into the crisp air of the alleyway, his breath visible in the cool mid-afternoon as he adjusted his stance and opened the system menu. The notification about the reset still lingered in his mind, and his excitement grew as he reviewed his stats. The promise of new challenges ahead fueled his eagerness. He smirked, noting the addition of a new skill, Stunning Strike. Testing its description, he muttered to himself, a quick stun for a few seconds, 3 uses every 10 minutes. That could come in handy. But high constitution enemies might shake it off. I'll keep that in mind. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the rush of energy as he prepared for his next adventure. Time to get to work. He navigated through the alleys until he found a glowing door nestled in the shadows. Its faint hum drew him closer. Reaching out, he touched the door, and it shimmered before opening into a dense forest. The cool breeze turned to earthy humidity, and sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating the dirt path ahead. Izuku grinned, stepping inside. The sounds of faint rustling reached his ears, and he instinctively crouched low, surveying his surroundings. As he moved further along the path, the rustling grew louder. It wasn't long before a group of small goblins emerged, their crude weapons glinting dully in the filtered sunlight. Sticks and daggers, hardly a threat. He smirked. Guess this is my warm-up. Lifting his hand, Izuku focused his psychic energy. The rocks around him trembled, then rose into the air, swirling in a loose orbit around his body. His fingers twitched, sending one rock hurtling toward a goblin. The projectile struck its target square in the forehead with a sickening crack, and the creature crumpled to the ground. The remaining goblins hissed and charged forward. Izuku activated his psychic enhancement, feeling the rush of power course through his limbs. He dashed forward, his movements blurring as he closed the gap between him and the goblins in an instant. His first punch landed squarely in the gut of a goblin, the force of the impact lifting it off its feet before it crumpled, gasping for air. Another goblin lunged at him with a dagger. He ducked under the swing and countered with a brutal kick to its knee, the bone snapping audibly as the goblin screamed. Izuku didn't let up, delivering a sharp elbow to its face and knocking it out cold. The remaining goblins hesitated, their crude weapons shaking in their hands. "What's wrong?" Izuku taunted, stepping forward. Afraid of a little fight, one of the goblins mustered its courage, charging at him with a guttural cry. Izuku's hand shot out, a green glow enveloping his fist as he activated Power Strike. His punch connected with the goblin's chest, sending it flying backward and crashing into a tree. The creature slumped lifelessly to the ground, its chest caved in. The last goblin turned to flee, but Izuku wasn't about to let it go. He focused his telekinesis, grabbing a handful of rocks and firing them like bullets. The rocks tore through the goblin, leaving it bloodied and broken before it collapsed face first into the dirt. Izuku stood in the clearing, his breathing steady despite the exertion. He glanced at his system menu, noting the small XP gain. "Not much, but it's a start," he muttered. He decided to take a moment to practice his telekinesis further. Gathering a handful of larger rocks, he concentrated on keeping them in orbit around him. It was a challenge at first. His focus wavered, and a few rocks clattered to the ground. But as he continued, the motions became smoother, the rocks responding to his will as if they were extensions of his body. Another group of goblins emerged from the trees, drawn by the commotion. This time, Izuku didn't hesitate. He unleashed the rocks, firing them in quick succession before charging in. His fists and feet moved in a relentless barrage of strikes, each hit landing with brutal precision. The goblins were no match for his speed and strength, their crude attempts at retaliation easily dodged or countered. By the time he finished off the last one with a spinning kick, the clearing was littered with defeated goblins. Izuku flexed his hands, glancing at the faint glow of the dungeon exit in the distance. He considered leaving but decided to linger for a moment longer. Sweat dripped down his brow as he continued practicing his abilities, moving the rocks with greater finesse and experimenting with the timing of his stunning strike. He could feel himself improving with every second he spent in the dungeon, his confidence growing with each small victory. "Level 1 dungeons really are just chores at this point," he muttered, but the small grin on his face betrayed his satisfaction. He wiped his hands on his pants and began making his way toward the exit, feeling more prepared than ever for the challenges ahead. Before leaving the dungeon, Izuku opened his system menu, reviewing his XP balance and progress. He decided it was time to invest. His fingers hovered over the upgrade options as he made his selections. Power Strike leveled up to level 2, increasing its power output and efficiency. Telekinesis leveled up to level 2, allowing for smoother control and slightly heavier objects. Psychic Enhancement leveled up to level 2, extending its duration and boosting the damage multiplier. Satisfied but still hungry for progress, he navigated to his utility skills. He invested in Stamina Recovery, increasing his natural stamina regeneration during and after fights. Mana Recovery, enhancing the rate at which his MP replenished. HP Recovery, allowing him to recover from injuries faster, especially out of combat. The costs were steep, draining almost all the XP he had earned, but it was worth it. He grinned at his progress. His hand-to-hand passive skill was also just shy of leveling up, so he dumped the remaining XP into it. As the notification flashed, he felt a surge of satisfaction knowing his strikes were now even more effective. When he checked the XP requirements for further upgrades, his grin faded slightly. 5,000 XP for the next level. Guess the grind's getting real now, he muttered, but there was no doubt in his mind that he was ready for it. Finally, he collected all the loot from the dungeon, most of it being weapons and trinkets he couldn't use. Using the system's shop function, he sold everything, earning approximately 30,000 credits. He decided to save it for future upgrades or more significant purchases. "Time to wrap this up," he said, continuing through the dungeon until the shimmering portal marked its end. As Izuku stepped out into the alleyway, stretching his arms and savoring the fresh air, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Mei was standing right next to him, her pink hair slightly disheveled and a modified pistol in her hand. Her wide eyes were filled with worry, but as soon as she saw him, relief washed over her face. "Oh, thank the stars, you're alive," Mei exclaimed, lowering the gun and letting out a dramatic sigh. Then she gestured behind him at the disappearing portal. "Wait, what the heck was that?" Izuku blinked, startled. How did you even find me? Mei pulled out her phone, waving it in his face. My GPS tracker on you went offline. I thought someone kidnapped you, so I traced your last location and came here. Her voice was rapid fire as she continued. I've been combing the area, looking for clues, blood, ropes, a ransom note, anything. I even thought about calling the cops. And then, poof, you just pop out of nowhere. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, about that. Mei narrowed her eyes, stepping closer. You've got a lot of explaining to do, broccoli boy. Izuku sighed, realizing there was no dodging this. Alright, I'll tell you. But it's going to sound crazy. He explained the system to her. The dungeons, the skills, the XP, the leveling, and even the credits. Mei's expression shifted from disbelief to curiosity to pure, unbridled excitement as he talked. So, let me get this straight, she said, practically bouncing on her heels. You've got a whole system like in a video game. You go into dungeons, fight monsters, level up, and get loot. Yeah, pretty much, Izuku replied. Her grin stretched ear to ear. That's amazing. You're like a real-life RPG protagonist. She grabbed his shoulders, shaking him. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have helped you test all your skills. We could make babies to optimize your fighting style. Izuku's face flushed. I didn't tell you because, well, I wasn't sure how to explain it. And honestly, I wasn't ready for more questions. Questions? I've got a million of them. Mei said, her eyes sparkling. Do you get to choose your stats? Can you dual-wield weapons? What's your class? Do you get bonus XP for critical hits? Slow down, Izuku said, holding up his hands. It's not exactly like a game. I don't think it even comes from this world. That made Mei pause. Not from this world, she echoed, her voice dropping into a more serious tone. You think this system thing is alien? Izuku shrugged. I don't know. It just showed up one day. It's like it chose me. Mei's grin returned, and she smacked him on the back. Well, whatever it is, it's awesome. And now you're going to let me help you use it to its fullest. Deal. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. I don't think I have much of a choice. Nope, Mei said, grabbing his arm and dragging him back toward her shack. Come on, sugar daddy. Mama's got ideas. As Izuku and Mei walked back toward her shack, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening. Hey, broccoli boy, she said, her voice tinged with confusion, are you talking about this system? She pointed to the air, where a translucent screen hovered in front of her. Izuku froze, his stomach twisting. Wait, you can see that? He asked, stepping closer to her. Yeah, why wouldn't I? Mei replied, tilting her head. It's right here. She squinted at the glowing text. It's asking if I want to join your party. Izuku blinked in shock. Party? What party? She shrugged and tapped the screen. Well, let's find out. The moment she clicked, accept, her body glowed faintly, and a notification appeared before Izuku. Pink terrorist joins your party. Mei frowned, crossing her arms. Pink terrorist? That's so unfair. It's called science. She huffed, then muttered under her breath, well, sometimes. Fine, I'll let it slide. Izuku barely held back a laugh. You did blow up your second shack. That's innovation. Mei shot back. Anyway, let's see what this thing can actually do. She waved at the screen, navigating through it like a pro. Oh, look at this, it's asking me to choose a class. Izuku leaned over her shoulder, scanning the options. You already have a base class. What's it say? Mei tapped the notification. It says I have a class called Quirk User. I can either enhance my quirk, or I can replace it with another class. She paused, narrowing her eyes at the options. Replacing my quirk sounds interesting. Are there any classes for inventors? The system seemed to respond to her words, pulling up a list of options: Tinkerer, Artificer, Tech Mage, and Alchemist. Izuku pointed at the descriptions as Mei read aloud. Artificer. Renowned for crafting magical items that can cast spells or mimic quirk-like abilities. Highly versatile, with superior crafting skills compared to others. She grinned, her eyes lighting up. Oh yeah, that's the one. Izuku nodded. From the sound of it, Artificer is the best at creating things. It doesn't rely too much on raw magic, just the tools you make. It's like your dream job. Mei smirked, already clicking the option. Done. As soon as she confirmed her choice, her body glowed brightly, and a rush of energy surged through her. Before Izuku could ask what was happening, a new notification appeared on his screen. Party leader and party member teleported to tutorial dungeon. What? Izuku shouted, but it was too late. The world around them dissolved into light, and the two found themselves standing in the middle of a dark, eerie dungeon. The air was damp and heavy, with faint echoes of dripping water resonating through the stone walls. A faint glow illuminated the space, highlighting cobweb-covered archways and cracked pillars. Izuku blinked, adjusting to the new surroundings. He turned to Mei and froze. She was no longer in her usual grease-streaked outfit. Instead, she wore an intricate steampunk ensemble, a leather corset lined with gears, a pair of goggles perched on her head, and a belt laden with pouches and tools. In her hands, she held a sleek pistol, its barrel glowing faintly with a magical energy source. Mei looked down at herself and let out an excited laugh. Oh my gosh, look at this outfit. This is amazing. She spun in a circle, inspecting every detail. And this gun, it feels perfect. I wonder what powers it. Probably some kind of magical energy, Izuku said, glancing around. Where are we? Tutorial dungeon, Mei replied, her eyes scanning her own notification screen. Looks like it's my turn to get the system treatment. Let's see what this bad boy can do. She turned as a low groan echoed through the hallway. A single zombie shambled out of the shadows, its gray skin peeling and its hollow eyes fixed on them. Its mouth opened in a guttural snarl as it stumbled closer, dragging one broken leg behind it. Mei's reaction was instant. Zombie, she shouted, raising her pistol. Without hesitation, she unloaded the entire clip, the glowing bullets tearing into the zombie's chest, limbs, and head. The creature staggered with each hit until the last bullet blasted through its skull, sending it collapsing into a heap on the ground. Boom! Mei shouted triumphantly, twirling her pistol before striking a dramatic pose. Now that is how you make an entrance. Izuku's jaw dropped. Did you just mag dump a zombie? Duh, Mei replied, blowing imaginary smoke off the barrel of her pistol. Why wouldn't I? This is awesome. I hope I get more guns. Izuku shook his head, a mix of exasperation and amusement on his face. You're ridiculous. And you love it, she teased, pulling out a small tool from her belt to adjust the pistol's sights. Come on, broccoli boy. Let's see what else this dungeon has for us. I'm just getting started. Izuku couldn't help but smile as they ventured further into the dungeon, the faint sound of Mei humming a cheerful tune under her breath echoing through the eerie halls. This is going to be an adventure, he thought to himself, tightening his fists as he prepared for whatever came next. Mei flipped through her system screen, eyes darting over her new abilities with unbridled glee. Oh, look at this. Infusion weapon, level 1. It lets me add my mind stat to damage, plus 100 extra damage on top. Mama likes. She wiggled her fingers as she read more. And, oh, what's this? A notification popped up, signaling her first reward. Reward. Zombie blunderbuss. Damage. Base plus poison damage. Her eyes sparkled as the weapon materialized in her hands. The blunderbuss was rugged yet sleek, with intricate engravings and a faint green glow emanating from its chamber. It hummed softly as she held it up, grinning from ear to ear. Mama likes this a lot, she said, stroking the barrel lovingly. Don't you, baby, you're gonna make Mama real proud. Izuku sighed, trailing behind her. You know, you're scaring me more and more with each passing second. You should be scared, Mei chirped, testing the weapon by firing a shot into the air. The sound of the discharge echoed through the dungeon as she giggled. All right, broccoli boy, stand back. I'm handling the next floor. Before Izuku could protest, she bolted forward, her laughter echoing as she sprinted up the staircase to the next level. Izuku jogged after her, muttering, this is going to be a disaster. The next floor opened into a sprawling cavern lit by glowing fungi scattered across the walls. Shadows danced in the eerie green light, and the faint sound of movement hinted at lurking enemies. Mei didn't hesitate for a second. The moment a goblin came into view, she was on it. Take this, you little pest, she shouted, rushing forward with wild abandon. She slammed the butt of the blunderbuss into the goblin's face, the force of the blow sending it stumbling back with a yelp. Without missing a beat, she raised the weapon and fired, the shot reverberating through the cavern. The goblin, though severely injured, didn't go down immediately. Izuku cringed as she stepped closer to the goblin, muttering under his breath, "She's going to get herself hurt." Mei unleashed another shot, the blunderbuss emitting a faint green mist as its poison effect kicked in. The goblin coughed violently, clutching its chest before finally collapsing. She stood over it triumphantly, planting her foot on its back. "Told you Mama was good." Her celebration was cut short as another goblin darted out of the shadows behind her, dagger raised. Before Izuku could warn her, she spun around with practiced ease, drawing her pistol and firing a volley of glowing bullets into its chest. The creature staggered, but she wasn't done. Switching back to the blunderbuss, she delivered the final shot, sending the goblin sprawling lifelessly onto the ground. "Two down," she announced, twirling her blunderbuss like a showman. "Who's next?" A group of goblins charged into the room, their guttural cries echoing through the cavern. Mei grinned, switching between her weapons with terrifying efficiency. She fired the blunderbuss at the first goblin, the poison-infused shot cutting through its defenses. As another approached, she dumped a full clip of magical bullets from her pistol, the rapid discharge lighting up the cavern. Izuku followed behind, ready to jump in if she needed help, but Mei seemed completely in her element. She let out a maniacal laugh as she reloaded, sidestepping a goblin's swing and blasting it point blank in the chest. After a few chaotic minutes, the room fell silent. Goblin corpses littered the floor, and Mei stood in the center, panting slightly but grinning from ear to ear. "Now that's what I'm talking about," she said, holstering her pistol. A notification popped up before her. "Reward. Goblin Sniper Rifle X3. She let out a squeal of excitement as three sleek, glowing rifles appeared before her. They were lean, with long barrels and magical runes etched along the stock. "Mama loves this," she exclaimed, hugging one of the rifles to her chest. "So many new toys to play with." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Do you even know how to use a sniper rifle?" "Do I need to know?" Mei shot back, her grin widening. "I've got 3 now. Besides, I've got brains, guts, and a sugar daddy to carry the extra ammo if needed." Izuku groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "This dungeon is going to be the end of me." "Don't be so dramatic," Mei said, slinging one of the rifles over her shoulder and holding the blunderbuss in her other hand. "Now, let's move. I wanna see what else this dungeon's got for us." Izuku followed her, his thoughts swirling. Mei was reckless, over the top, and completely unpredictable, but he couldn't deny her effectiveness. He tightened his fists, ready for whatever challenge came next. This party is going to be interesting. The room was massive, with towering stone pillars and a glowing rune-covered floor. At the center stood a hulking ogre, easily twice the size of a normal human. Its green skin was marred with scars, and it wielded a massive spiked club that looked like it could flatten a car. It roared, its voice echoing through the chamber as it charged forward, shaking the ground with each step. "Oh, Mama's gonna have fun with this one," Mei said, a wild grin spreading across her face as she pulled out her goblin sniper rifle. She aimed for its legs, the rifle glowing faintly before she fired. The bullet zipped through the air, slamming into the ogre's knee. The creature howled in pain, stumbling forward as it clutched at its wounded leg. "Nice shot," Izuku shouted, positioning himself to flank the creature. Mei ignored him, already switching to her pistol. She unloaded a volley of shots into the ogre's groin, each magical bullet eliciting another guttural roar from the beast. "That's for all the goblins you probably raised to be jerks," she quipped, twirling the pistol before holstering it. The ogre, now limping and furious, swung its massive club toward her, but Mei ducked effortlessly, laughing as she closed the distance. She pulled out her blunderbuss and unleashed a devastating shot point blank into the ogre's abdomen. Green blood sprayed from the wound, and the ogre staggered, its movements becoming slower. Izuku stepped in, activating his psychic enhancement to land a flurry of punches against the ogre's side, creating an opening for Mei to attack further. "Your turn," he shouted, dodging back as the creature swiped wildly at him. Mei didn't hesitate. She reloaded her blunderbuss and continued her onslaught, alternating between her arsenal with terrifying efficiency. Rifle, pistol, Blunderbuss, every shot hit its mark. The ogre roared in defiance, but the relentless barrage was too much. It finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, the rune-covered floor dimming as its lifeless body disintegrated into green mist. Boss defeated. Rewards earned. Ogre plate 25 defense. May walked up to the glowing chest that appeared where the ogre had fallen and pulled out the plate armor, her eyes sparkling. Ooh, shiny, she said, quickly equipping it. The piece adjusted to her body, forming a sleek, steampunk-inspired chest piece with metallic plating and small glowing gears. This is amazing, she said, striking a pose. Mama's officially unstoppable now. Izuku chuckled. You did most of the work. That was impressive. Of course it was, she said, grinning as she opened her system screen. Let's see what else I got. May's stats had increased by 5 across the board, and she'd unlocked new crafting options and abilities. Weapon Infusion, Level 1, adds her mind stat to the damage of any weapon she wields. Weapon Wheel, allows her to carry up to 10 weapons and switch between them seamlessly. Crafting Skills, Weaponsmith, for crafting weapons. Armorsmith, for crafting armor. Magical Trinkets, for utility items. Potion Brewer, for consumables. Gunsmith, specializing in ranged weapons. Her weapon wheel glowed as she placed her firearms inside, inspecting them one by one. Each weapon now showed an MP cost for recharging its magical battery. Pistol, 6 shots 50 megapixels to recharge. Blunderbuss, 8 shots 50 megapixels to recharge. Sniper Rifle, 10 shots 50 megapixels to recharge. I've got ammo for days, she said, practically bouncing with excitement. After exiting the dungeon, May turned to Izuku with a wide grin. So, another dungeon. Let's keep this momentum going. Izuku opened his system screen, scrolling through the available dungeons. Most were still around level 1, perfect for their current strength. Yeah, we've got a few options, he said. Let's do it. The following morning, May was already hard at work in her shack. Izuku watched as she tinkered with monster materials they had gathered from the dungeon, her hands moving with practiced precision. This is so much easier now, she said, holding up a glowing crystal she had extracted from a goblin. It's like the system gave me blueprints for everything. Izuku peered over her shoulder, noticing a few scraps of ogre hide and goblin claws laid out on the workbench. You're actually using the materials. I thought we'd just sell them. May shook her head. No way. These are super useful. Monster materials can be turned into weapons, armor, and trinkets. Look at this. She held up a small amulet crafted from goblin bones and a glowing shard. This little baby boosts MP regeneration. She paused, frowning. Although, it sucks we can't turn any of this into actual cash. As if on cue, a system notification appeared in front of them. Credits can be exchanged for items valuable in your world, such as gold. May's jaw dropped. What? We can turn credits into gold. She spun around to face Izuku, grabbing him by the shoulders. Do you know what this means? Izuku nodded, already grinning. You're thinking we could be rich. Richer than rich, May exclaimed. Mama's getting herself a new lab. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. Let's focus on getting stronger first. We've got plenty of dungeons to tackle. You're no fun, May teased, turning back to her workbench. Alright, broccoli boy, let me finish up here, and then we'll head out. Just don't let me blow anything up this time. I make no promises, Izuku replied with a laugh. Let's see what you can come up with before we head to the next one. The following morning, May was already hard at work in her shack. Izuku watched as she tinkered with monster materials they had gathered from the dungeon, her hands moving with practiced precision. This is so much easier now, she said, holding up a glowing crystal she had extracted from a goblin. It's like the system gave me blueprints for everything. Izuku peered over her shoulder, noticing a few scraps of ogre hide and goblin claws laid out on the workbench. You're actually using the materials. I thought we'd just sell them. May shook her head. No way. These are super useful. Monster materials can be turned into weapons, armor, and trinkets. Look at this. She held up a small amulet crafted from goblin bones and a glowing shard. This little baby boosts MP regeneration. She paused, frowning. Although, it sucks we can't turn any of this into actual cash. As if on cue, a system notification appeared in front of them. Credits can be exchanged for items valuable in your world, such as gold. Mei's jaw dropped. What? We can turn credits into gold? She spun around to face Izuku, grabbing him by the shoulders. Do you know what this means? Izuku nodded, already grinning. You're thinking we could be rich. Richer than rich, Mei exclaimed. Mama's getting herself a new lab. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. Let's focus on getting stronger first. We've got plenty of dungeons to tackle. You're no fun, Mei teased, turning back to her workbench. Alright, broccoli boy, let me finish up here, and then we'll head out. Just don't let me blow anything up this time. I make no promises, Izuku replied with a laugh. Let's see what you can come up with before we head to the next one. The first rays of sunlight peeked through the window as Izuku walked into Mei's shack, adjusting the straps of his backpack. The smell of grease and faint gunpowder hung in the air, a signature of Mei's non-stop tinkering. He froze in the doorway, his eyes immediately drawn to Mei sitting cross-legged on her workbench, wearing an oversized t-shirt that made him do a double take. The shirt bore a bold image of his old principal, face contorted in shock, being handcuffed by police officers. The caption underneath read, "Justice served." "Morning, broccoli boy," Mei said casually, sipping from a mug shaped like a goblin's head. "What's up?" Izuku pointed at the shirt, his face caught between shock and amusement. "Where did you get that?" Mei tilted her head, smirking mischievously. No. The question isn't where I got it." She reached into a drawer and tossed another shirt at him. "The question is, where did we get it?" Izuku caught the shirt, shaking his head with a laugh. "This adventuring stuff's really rubbing off on you, huh?" "Oh, totally," Mei said, leaning back with her trademark grin. "I heard the principal's trial is coming up, and guess what? We might be able to sit in on it. So, obviously," she gestured to her shirt, laughing maliciously. "I made these." Izuku snorted. "Oh yeah, we're definitely wearing these when the time comes. But for now," he gestured to his uniform, "we've got school." Mei groaned theatrically, sliding off the workbench. "Ugh, school is so boring. Can't we just go dungeon crawling instead?" "Unfortunately, no," Izuku replied, rolling his eyes. "Let's go." Mei's expression brightened as she opened her system menu, unlocking one of her newly acquired skills, clothing wheel. She snapped her fingers, her oversized t-shirt and workshop attire shimmering and shifting until she was suddenly wearing her neatly pressed school uniform. The blazer fit perfectly, but the mischievous glint in her eye remained unchanged. "Ta-da," she said, doing a small twirl. "Transmog is my favorite skill. Now I can make any gear look like anything I want." Izuku glanced at his hands, noticing how his martial arts gloves had seamlessly transformed into normal leather gloves. "Yeah, I gotta admit, that's pretty handy. More than handy, it's genius. Now let's get this over with," Mei said, tossing her goblin head mug onto the table and dragging Izuku out of the shack. The school buzzed with activity as students milled about, chatting and laughing. Izuku felt a pang of nervousness but quickly shook it off, reminding himself of his goals. He was here to start fresh, make friends, and prove himself. As he stepped into the classroom, he scanned the room, his eyes landing on a familiar face. Sitting in one of the back rows was a girl with short, messy orange hair. Her sharp eyes met his for a moment before widening in recognition. She stood up so suddenly her chair screeched across the floor, drawing everyone's attention. "You," she shouted, pointing directly at Izuku. The classroom fell silent, every head turning toward the exchange. Izuku froze mid-step, completely caught off guard. Me, yes, you," the girl said, her voice faltering slightly. "Let's fight." The tension in the room immediately shifted. Whispers broke out among the students, some confused, others snickering. Did she just challenge the new kid? Why's she so aggressive? Izuku blinked, unsure how to respond. Wait, what? The girl's face turned beet red as she seemed to realize how her words had come out. She waved her hands frantically. "No, I don't mean it like that. I meant, let me explain." She looked around the room, clearly flustered. One of the teachers standing nearby raised an eyebrow. "You want to pick a fight with the new student?" No. The girl practically yelped, bowing her head apologetically. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. It's just, he's a martial artist. That statement caused a ripple of confusion. The students looked at Izuku, their eyes scanning his lean, unimposing frame. The teacher crossed his arms. You're saying this student, he gestured to Izuku, as a martial artist. The orange-haired girl nodded quickly, determination flickering in her eyes despite her embarrassment. Yes, he came to my dojo. I wasn't there, but he fought 10 students and won. It has to be him. The whispers grew louder, with students now looking at Izuku with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. He doesn't look like a martial artist. Are you sure you've got the right guy? Izuku finally found his voice. Yeah, that was me. The room went silent again. The teacher raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. So, you're saying you fought 10 students at her dojo? Izuku nodded hesitantly. It was a challenge. And, I won. The orange-haired girl's eyes lit up. See, I knew it. She paused, then quickly backpedaled, her face flushing again. But I mean, I wasn't trying to pick a fight. I just wanted to say, if you ever want a proper challenge, you should come back to the dojo. You know, for a safe sparring match. She bowed again before hastily sitting down, avoiding everyone's eyes. Her ears were bright red as the teacher gave her a disapproving look. Well, the teacher said, looking back at Izuku, I suppose that's one way to welcome someone. Izuku shrugged, offering a sheepish smile. It's fine. I get it. The teacher nodded before gesturing to an empty seat. All right, take your seat, Midoriya. Let's get started. As Izuku made his way to his desk, he couldn't help but glance at the orange-haired girl. She caught his eye briefly before quickly looking away, clearly mortified. He chuckled softly, already thinking, this is going to be an interesting class. The morning classes passed by in a blur for Izuku. His mind darted between trying to focus on the lectures and processing his new surroundings. As the bell rang for lunch, he let out a small sigh of relief. Finally, a break, he thought, standing up and grabbing his lunchbox. Before he could take 2 steps toward the door, a group of students surrounded him, their faces curious and animated. Hey, you're that new guy, right? Midoriya, what's with the rumors? Are you really a martial artist? Did you seriously take down 10 people at a dojo? That can't be true, right? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but before a single word could escape, an all-too-familiar voice pierced the chatter like a siren. Broccoli boy. The pink-haired hurricane known as Mei Hatsume came barreling into the classroom. Her manic grin stretched ear to ear as she practically tackled him from behind, wrapping him in an enthusiastic hug. I can't believe you're here, she shouted, rocking him back and forth. This is gonna be so much fun. The room fell silent for a moment, every student freezing in place as they registered her presence. And then came the screaming. It's the pink-haired banshee. Run for your lives. The mad scientist is here. The crowd of students scattered in an instant, some bolting for the door, others ducking behind desks like they were under attack. Even the orange-haired girl who had challenged Izuku earlier took a cautious step back, muttering to her friends. It's her. Stay away, trust me. Izuku sighed, watching as every potential friend he could have made just bolted. Well, there goes my social life, he muttered. Mei, completely unbothered, tightened her grip on him. Don't be so dramatic, she said, still grinning. Come on, we're eating on the roof. I made us some stuff to try. Stuff to try? Izuku asked warily as she dragged him out of the classroom. You're not about to make me a guinea pig for your latest invention again, are you? No explosions this time, I promise. Mei chirped, practically skipping as she led him toward the staircase. As they climbed the stairs, Izuku couldn't help but let out a defeated groan. Seriously, Mei, I think you've already made me an outcast on my first day. People actually wanted to talk to me, and now they're terrified. Yeah, Mei said casually, pulling open the rooftop door. But now you're an outcast with me. She gave him a playful elbow. And I'm worth, what, like 100 friends. So it balances out. Izuku blinked at her for a moment before chuckling despite himself. Yeah, you are. Honestly, you're probably better than 100 friends. Mei paused, her grin softening slightly as a faint blush dusted her cheeks. Broccoli boy, you're gonna make mama cry. She laughed, brushing it off, and led him to a shaded corner of the roof. The rooftop was peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaos of the classrooms below. Izuku sat down and opened his lunchbox. Thanks to the cooking skill he had unlocked, his lunches were now leagues ahead of what he used to pack. Today's menu: perfectly cooked rice, grilled chicken, and sautéed vegetables with just the right balance of spices. May plopped down beside him, unpacking her own lunch, a chaotic mix of leftover parts of sandwiches and random snacks she had scavenged. Izuku gave her an incredulous look. "That's what you're eating?" he asked. "Food's food," May replied, already stuffing a handful of chips into her mouth. "Besides, I'm busy." Izuku sighed and handed her one of his rice balls. "Here, eat something decent." "Wow, look at you being all domestic," May teased, but she accepted the rice ball with a grateful grin. "You spoil me, you know that." "It's not spoiling. It's called making sure you don't starve," Izuku retorted, taking a bite of his chicken. As they ate, Izuku's mind wandered, replaying the events of the day. The students' reactions, May's antics, the orange-haired girl's challenge, it was all a lot to process. He looked over at May, who was humming happily while tinkering with a small gadget she'd pulled from her bag. "You really don't care what people think of you, do you?" he asked suddenly. May shrugged. "Not really. I mean, why waste time worrying about people who don't get you? I'd rather spend that energy making awesome stuff." Izuku considered her words, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Yeah, I guess you're right." Unbeknownst to them, a pair of feline-like eyes were watching from the shadows. The blonde-haired girl perched silently on the ledge, her gaze locked on Izuku. She pulled out her phone, swiping through images of him in an old-school uniform. One was a screen grab from the news report about a student being framed and expelled. She tilted her head thoughtfully, her curiosity piqued. Interesting," she murmured to herself. Back on the rooftop, Izuku finished his lunch and leaned back, enjoying the cool breeze. May was still tinkering with her gadget, muttering about adjustments and potential upgrades. "You're going to blow something up again, aren't you?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not today," May replied with a mischievous grin. "Probably." Izuku shook his head, smiling despite himself. Maybe being an outcast with her isn't so bad, he thought. "At least I'm not alone." Izuku watched in mild exasperation as May stood up suddenly, brushing the crumbs off her skirt and cracking a grin. "Daddy, I gotta go grab one of my babies from my lab real quick," she said, her voice brimming with energy. Izuku sighed, already used to her antics. "You're not going to blow something up again, are you?" "No promises," May sang as she sprinted toward the door, her ponytail bouncing behind her. "Stay here, okay, you're gonna love this one." Izuku leaned back on his hands, the quiet rooftop now feeling strangely peaceful without her. He took in the cool breeze, savoring the moment of calm. And then a shadow fell over him. "Hey there," a soft, melodic voice said. Izuku turned, slightly startled, to find a blonde girl walking toward him. Her eyes, sharp and feline-like, seemed to study him with an unsettling intensity, but her smile was sweet, almost too sweet. He recognized her from class, though she had remained quiet until now. Hey," Izuku replied cautiously, sitting up straighter. The girl stepped closer, holding up her phone. "Is this you?" Izuku blinked, focusing on the image on her screen. It was an old photo of him in his previous school uniform, a screen grab from the news. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Yeah, that's me, I was at that school." "Wow," the girl said, tilting her head. "It's crazy. I heard about the whole thing." Izuku smiled faintly, forcing himself to stay composed. "Yeah, it was a pretty crazy experience. But justice prevailed, and the people responsible will be punished." Her sharp eyes narrowed ever so slightly, her smile not quite reaching them. "The bullies, were they really punished?" Izuku hesitated, sensing something odd in her tone. "I mean, the principal got arrested, which was the big deal. The bullies, though, they just got suspended for a week." He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. "Honestly, sounds like a vacation to me." "Seriously?" the girl asked, raising an eyebrow. "That's all they got, trust me," Izuku said, his voice firm as a small grin tugged at his lips. I already got my revenge. Her brows lifted slightly, her interest piqued. You did? Seriously? A quirkless boy like you? Izuku blinked but waved it off. I did. Yes, I also heard you're quirkless too. It's nice to meet someone like me. Her expression faltered for the briefest of moments. Like you. Yeah, quirkless, he said simply. You are, too, right. The girl's smile returned, but her voice trembled slightly. Oh, yeah. That's right. I'm quirkless too. It's hard, isn't it? Yeah, Izuku said, offering her a small, genuine smile. But hey, it's nice to meet someone who understands. She shrugged with an air of forced casualness. I haven't been bullied, though. People don't usually mess with cute girls like me. She batted her eyelashes playfully, but there was something off about the way she said it. Izuku laughed lightly. Well, I can't argue there. He paused, realizing what he was about to say and quickly backpedaled. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. She grinned, clearly catching his stumble, and then tilted her head curiously. But if you really got revenge, how? Izuku smirked. Do you want me to show you? He pulled out his phone, swiping through his videos until he found the one of his fight in the alley. Here, watch. He held out the screen for her, and as the video played, her eyes widened. Her heart began to race as she watched the brutal efficiency of his movements. Every punch, every kick, it was relentless, unyielding Izuku, a quirkless boy, beating the living daylights out of his bullies. The blood on his face and splattered on the ground made her pulse quicken. Her hand trembled slightly, and before she realized it, her other hand was pressed against her chest. Oh, gross blood, she mumbled, her voice shaky as her face turned red. I'm kind of scared of blood. She stuck out a handkerchief, covering her mouth as if she were going to faint. Her other hand clenched tightly at her skirt as her thoughts raced uncontrollably. Be normal, be normal, be normal, she repeated to herself internally. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. She jolted at his touch, stepping back as though he had shocked her. I'm sorry, she stammered, her voice trembling. I just really hate blood. She turned on her heel and walked quickly toward the exit, her hands shaking as she clenched the handkerchief tighter. Izuku stared after her, frowning slightly. That was weird. Just as the girl reached the doorway, the unmistakable voice of Mei Hatsume rang out. Broccoli boy, look at this. Mei burst through the door, holding a shiny metallic ball over her head like a trophy. It's my Restricto ball. I finally finished it. Before Izuku could respond, the blonde girl nimbly flipped over Mei like an Olympic gymnast, landing on her feet without so much as a sound. Sorry about that, she muttered before practically sprinting down the stairs. Mei blinked, completely unfazed. Huh, gymnasts are weird, Izuku sighed. Mei, what is that? This. Mei grinned, holding up the metallic ball. It's a restricted capture device. You just throw it at someone, and bam. Metal cables shoot out and wrap them up tight. She tossed the ball experimentally at the wall behind Izuku. It hit with a clang, and metal cables burst out, wrapping themselves around the wall but quickly collapsing without a proper grip. Dang it, Mei huffed. Still needs work. Izuku rubbed his temples. Mei, what do you mean we'd use this? Oh, you know, she shrugged innocently. If we see a monster, villain, or just some annoying bully. Could be fun. He stared at her, deadpan. You can't just throw these at people, Mei. Sure I can, she said, grinning mischievously. We're adventurers, broccoli boy. We've gotta have a little fun. Izuku let out a long, weary sigh, already regretting ever letting Mei get her hands on a system. You're impossible, and you love it, she replied, cheerfully nudging him toward their lunch spot. As Izuku followed her, he couldn't help but glance back at the doorway, his mind lingering on the blonde girl. Something about her reaction didn't sit right with him. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Izuku packed up his things, walking toward the exit with Mei by his side. She was animated as usual, rambling on about a new invention she was planning for their next dungeon crawl. And I think if I just tweak the projectile mechanism, I can make it shoot grappling cables instead of those stupid coils. Mei said, miming the design with her hands. We could use it for scaling dungeon walls or maybe even to trip up enemies. Sounds useful, Izuku replied, nodding. As long as it doesn't accidentally wrap around me again. Oh, come on, Mei teased, nudging him. You survived, didn't you? Besides, I'm perfecting it now, broccoli boy. Izuku was about to reply when a soft voice called out behind him. Izuku. He turned around to see the blonde-haired girl from lunch standing there, her feline eyes a little hesitant. Hey, can we talk for a moment? She asked, her tone more earnest this time. I just really want to get to know someone else who's been in my shoes. Izuku glanced at Mei, silently asking if she was okay with it. Mei shrugged, smirking. Sure, go ahead, but don't take too long. We've got some dungeon crawling to do later. I'll let you have some bonding time with Blondie for now. The blonde girl tilted her head, curious. Dungeon crawling, what's that? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Oh, it's, a game we've been playing together. It's kind of an adventure thing. The blonde smiled. Oh, cool, is it one of those computer games? My PC probably can't run it. It's pretty old, but maybe I can join you guys if I get it fixed. Mei grinned mischievously. Yeah, maybe. Your PC might need a few explosive upgrades first, though. Explosive? The blonde asked, looking slightly alarmed. She's kidding, Izuku said quickly. Anyway, Mei meant later in the week. We've got time to figure it out. Okay, I get it, the blonde said with a small laugh. Let's talk for a bit, then. As Mei walked off, leaving Izuku and the blonde alone, an orange-haired girl stood at a distance with her friends, her arms crossed and a frustrated expression on her face. She watched Izuku with narrowed eyes, muttering under her breath. I still need to challenge him, she said, her voice tight with determination. I have too. Her friends, a lively group of girls from her dojo, grinned at her. One of them nudged her playfully. Wow, Itsuka, you're really worked up about this guy. What's the deal? Do you have a crush on him or something? Itsuka's face immediately flattened into the most deadpan expression possible. No, not even close. The girls burst into laughter, teasing her relentlessly. Come on, you've been talking about him non-stop. First, you challenge him, and now you're staring at him during lunch. Totally sounds like a crush. Itsuka groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. Listen, I don't care about him like that. He came into my dojo when I wasn't there, took out 10 of our guys, and left like it was no big deal. I have to challenge him. How can I call myself a martial artist if I let this slide? One of her friends smirked. You're a little obsessed. Maybe you should let it go before it gets to your head. Absolutely not, Itsuka shot back. I'm going to fight him, fair and square. He owes me a proper match. Her friends kept laughing, one of them leaning on her shoulder. You're such a tomboy, Itsuka. You're always looking for a fight. Stop calling me that, Itsuka muttered, crossing her arms defensively. I look feminine. Her friend snickered. You wear bike shorts under your skirt. That's not exactly girly. Itsuka rolled her eyes. So what? Lots of girls wear shorts under their skirts. Besides, it's practical for kicking. You don't want people seeing your underwear when you throw a roundhouse. Another friend chuckled. Yeah, most girls aren't thinking about kicking people when they wear skirts, Itsuka. Itsuka sighed heavily, clearly done with the conversation. Fine, I'll deal with the broccoli boy later. Let's just go home. But before she could even finish the thought, one of her friends grabbed her arm. Actually, let's go to the mall. We've got some free time, and you could use a break from all this brooding. I'm not brooding, Itsuka grumbled, but her friends weren't having it. They dragged her along, ignoring her protests as they chattered excitedly about window shopping and snacks. You're such a tomboy, one of them teased again. Stop calling me that, Itsuka barked, but her friends just laughed harder as they pulled her toward the mall. Itsuka huffed, but she couldn't entirely suppress a small smile. Fine, she thought, broccoli boy can wait. For now, I'll let them drag me to the mall. Izuku walked alongside Toga as the afternoon sun cast long shadows on the ground. The pink-haired mad scientist had headed off earlier, leaving him alone with the blonde girl. Toga smiled softly, but there was something about her expression that didn't quite reach her eyes. Her sharp, cat-like gaze flitted to him and away again as they walked. So, Toga began, her voice light but tentative, what's it like for you? Being different. Izuku turned his head, surprised by the sudden question. What do you mean? You know, she said, twirling a lock of her blonde hair around her finger, her tone casual but her words heavy. You're quirkless, right? People look at you differently because of it. Izuku sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets. Yeah, they do. He looked up at the sky, his green eyes clouded with thought. It's hard. No matter how much I try to act normal or fit in, people always see me as something else, someone weak, a punching bag, a failure. They don't even give me a chance to prove myself. Toga nodded, her eyes fixed ahead. It's the same for me. I try to be normal, too. Smile like everyone else, laugh like everyone else. But no matter how hard I try, it doesn't work. Izuku looked at her, his expression softening. People see you differently, too. Toga's smile wavered. Yeah, she said quietly. They don't get it. They don't understand. So I just stopped trying. Sometimes I wish they'd see me as normal, you know. Just another person. She glanced at him. Do you ever wish for that? All the time, Izuku admitted. More than anything, I wish people would just see me for who I am, not what I don't have. He gave her a small smile. But I'm starting to think that maybe being different isn't so bad. I mean, you get to find people who accept you, right? Toga turned her head sharply, avoiding his gaze as her face turned pink. Her thoughts betrayed her calm demeanor. He's so kind. How can he be so kind after what he's been through? After fighting like that, her mind flashed to the video of his fight. The bruises, the blood, the way he moved with brutal efficiency, and her pulse quickened. They came to an empty playground, where the creaking of rusted swings echoed faintly in the silence. Toga walked ahead, her footsteps light but hesitant. She sat down on one of the swings, gently pushing herself back and forth with her feet. Izuku leaned against a nearby slide, watching her. Are you okay? You look a little pale. Toga stiffened, gripping the chains of the swing so tightly her knuckles turned white. I'm fine, she said quickly, turning her face away. Her mind was racing, her pulse hammering in her ears. The images of Izuku's bloody fight replayed over and over, swirling in her mind like a storm. No, no, no. Be normal. Don't think about it. Don't mess this up. Izuku frowned, stepping closer. Are you sure? You're shaking. I'm not feeling so good, she mumbled, standing up abruptly. Her eyes darted around as she wiped her hands on her skirt. Let's walk. It'll help. They left the playground and continued down a quiet street, the sun dipping lower on the horizon. Toga was unusually silent, and Izuku glanced at her with concern. Hey, he said gently, if you're not feeling well, you don't have to. Come with me, she interrupted, her voice soft but trembling. She grabbed his wrist, pulling him down a narrow alley between two buildings. The air was cooler in the shade, and Izuku's confusion grew as Toga led him deeper, finally stopping when they were completely alone. Toga, what's wrong? Izuku asked, his brows furrowed. He turned to face her, but his words caught in his throat when she suddenly moved closer. Her arms slid around his waist, holding him in a tight embrace. Izuku froze, his face turning beet red. What are you doing? Toga's head rested against his chest, and Izuku could feel her trembling. Then, faintly, he heard her whisper, I'm sorry. Izuku blinked, confused. Sorry. For what? I'm so sorry. Toga's voice cracked, and he felt something wet hit his shirt. Tears. Toga, what's going on? Why are you? Before he could finish, the pain struck. A sharp, metallic sensation cut across his throat, slicing through flesh. Izuku staggered back, his eyes wide with shock as blood erupted from the wound. The metallic tang filled his mouth as his HP plummeted. The system screen blinked violently in front of him. Severe bleeding effect active. HP depletion imminent. His hand instinctively shot up to his neck, but the blood was pouring too fast. He sank to his knees, his vision swimming as he looked up at Toga. She was still crying, tears streaming down her cheeks, her hand clutching a bloodstained knife. Toga, he choked out, his voice weak. I'm sorry, she sobbed, her voice trembling. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to relapse. I tried to be normal. I really did. Izuku's body wavered, his hands shaking as they gripped the ground. He was losing too much blood, his vision darkening at the edges. Before he could react, Toga knelt beside him, pulling something from her pocket, a thin, metallic straw. She pressed it against the wound in his neck, and Izuku felt a fresh jolt of pain. I'm sorry, she whispered again, but her voice changed. It was softer now, almost content. Izuku could only watch in horror as she placed the other end of the straw to her lips. The blood began to flow, his blood, and Toga's trembling stopped. Her face softened, her golden eyes half-lidded with bliss as the crimson liquid filled her veins. Her tears mingled with the blood smeared across her cheeks, and she shivered, whispering, "It's so warm." Izuku's body felt heavier, his strength failing him. He stared at Toga, still unable to comprehend what was happening. "Why?" he rasped. Toga looked down at him, her expression torn between guilt and ecstasy. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice trembling but her eyes gleaming with a dark happiness. "I just wanted to be normal, but I can't." She lowered the straw, her breathing ragged as she sat back on her heels, her hands still shaking. Izuku slumped against the ground, his HP bar flickering dangerously low as he drifted in and out of consciousness. The last thing he saw was Toga's blood-smeared face staring down at him, a broken smile on her lips. "I really didn't want it to be like this," she whispered. Blood pooled beneath Izuku as the pain in his neck subsided, the heal skill finally sealing the life-threatening wound. His mind swirled with shock, confusion, and anger. Before Toga could react, he moved. With a burst of speed, he grabbed her wrist, wrenching the knife from her grip. His free hand shot to her throat, and with a quick motion, he slammed her into the alley's cold, unforgiving concrete. A sickening crack echoed through the narrow space as her face hit the ground, her nose breaking on impact. Toga let out a strangled groan, blood pouring from her nose, but then something strange happened. Her lips twitched into a wild grin. Her golden eyes, unfocused and glassy, looked up at him with something unsettling. A giggle bubbled out from her throat, turning into an uncontrollable laugh. "Harder," she choked out, her voice a mix of pain and pleasure. Her tongue darted out, licking at the blood smeared across her lips. More, you're amazing." Izuku froze, his expression twisting into one of confusion and disgust. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Toga ignored him, her eyes wide and manic, giggling like a child playing in a pool of water. "It's so warm," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The blood, it's so warm." Her words sent chills down Izuku's spine. He pushed her head harder into the ground, his grip firm but careful. Stop. Suddenly, her manic laughter broke, turning into sobs. Tears mixed with the blood streaking down her face. Her body trembled beneath him as the reality of the situation seemed to sink in. "It's over," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "It's all over for me. A monster like me, I'm going to jail, aren't I?" Izuku looked down at her, his face still grim and tense, but his anger was starting to subside as confusion took its place. "What are you talking about?" She turned her head as much as she could, avoiding his gaze, her tears soaking into the concrete. "You're quirkless, right?" she rasped. Why are you pretending to be quirkless? Why are you hiding your power?" Izuku blinked. "What are you? You could be normal," she screamed suddenly, her voice ragged with anger and desperation. "You have a chance to be normal. To be like everyone else. Why would you throw that away? Why would you let yourself be something like me?" Her words struck him hard, and for a moment, he froze. Her trembling body beneath his hands, the way she spoke, the desperation in her voice, it wasn't anger. It was pain. "A bane on society," she continued, her voice rising. "An outcast. A freak. Do you think being an outcast is fun? Do you think suffering under the gazes of others is a joy?" Her body began to buck against him as she tried to fight back, her strength fueled by raw emotion. "Answer me, Izuku. Do you think what I've gone through is so much fun that you pretend to be different?" He tightened his grip, holding her down as she writhed, screaming and sobbing. "Stop. Just stop. I'm not pretending to be anything." Toga let out a guttural cry, kicking against the ground as her face twisted in anguish. "I don't believe you." She dragged her face across the bloody concrete, licking at the crimson pool still staining the ground, savoring the taste. And then it happened. Her body began to shift. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he watched her features melt and reshape. Her hair darkened to green, her body shifted, and when she finally turned to look at him, it was like staring into a mirror. His own face stared back at him, blood dripping from a broken nose. "So this is my quirk," she said, her voice now an eerie copy of his own. "That's why I need blood." The transformation melted away, her body returning to its original form. Her face flushed with exertion and pain, spitting out a gray, greasy liquid onto the concrete. The strange substance slicked across her body, allowing her to slip from his grip like oil. Before Izuku could react, she rolled out of his grasp and scrambled to her feet. Her school uniform was gone, replaced by the bare simplicity of her undergarments. Her golden hair stuck to her face in damp strands as she grabbed the knife he had disarmed her of. Her wild eyes turned on him as she stood there, breathing heavily. "Come on," she screamed, her voice shaking. "One of us has to die here." "Toga," Izuku began, but she wasn't listening. Tears streamed down her face as she held the blade up to her throat, her body trembling violently. "Why couldn't I be normal? Why couldn't everything just be normal like you?" The knife moved toward her throat in one swift motion, but before she could cut, Izuku's body shot forward with blinding speed. He grabbed her wrist, the blade biting into his palm as he wrenched it away. Blood poured from the fresh wound, but he ignored it, his face twisted in anger and desperation. "No," he shouted. "You don't get to decide that. You don't get to give up. Let me go," she screamed back, thrashing against him. "I don't need your help. I don't need anyone's help. I'm broken. I'm a freak. I'll never be normal. I don't care," Izuku yelled, his voice cracking. "You don't need to be normal. You just need help." Toga stopped struggling for a split second, her teary eyes locking onto his. "Help," she whispered, her voice almost childlike. "I don't need help. I just need to go away." Izuku yanked the knife from her grip, tossing it aside. He held up his bleeding hand and activated heal, watching as the gash closed over. "You're not going anywhere. You're not dying. Not today." Toga stared at him, her entire body trembling as she sank to her knees. Tears streamed down her face as she covered her eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. Izuku stood over her, his chest heaving as he tried to process everything. His anger slowly melted away as he watched her cry, her broken sobs echoing through the alley. "What do I do?" he thought, his hands shaking. He had never met someone so completely lost, someone so desperate to escape themselves. Toga's cries continued, her voice cracking as she whispered over and over, "I just wanted to be normal, I just wanted to be normal." Izuku knelt down beside her, careful not to startle her. "You're not alone," he said softly. "You're not broken. You just need someone to help you." Izuku let out a deep, shaky breath as Toga's sobs quieted into exhausted sniffles. He rummaged through his inventory and pulled out the shadow cloak, the first piece of equipment he'd ever obtained in this crazy system. It was soft, lightweight, and had served him well against the dungeon monsters. He kept it partly for sentimental reasons. Without a word, he draped it gently around her shoulders. Toga flinched at first, looking up at him with tear-streaked cheeks, her golden eyes wide with confusion. Why are you helping me?" she croaked, her voice raw. Izuku's expression softened as he knelt beside her. "Because you're not a monster," he said quietly. "You're just lost." Before Toga could respond, a metallic click echoed through the alley, and a small robotic spider the size of a coffee mug skittered out from a nearby shadow. Its single red eye lit up as a familiar, exasperated voice crackled through a speaker embedded in it. "Are we seriously bringing her home?" Mei's voice rang out, laced with frustration. Izuku's head snapped toward the spider. "Wait. You've been listening this whole time?" "Yes. You think I wouldn't keep an ear on you after you wandered off alone? You're lucky I didn't set off one of my tracking rockets to come find you faster." Mei's voice hissed through the spider. "Anyway, I'm currently on my way, with a gun, to shoot that girl." Izuku sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Mei, no, don't do that. She's not in her right state of mind. She needs help. She tried to kill you." Mei shot back. "I know," Izuku replied, glancing at Toga, who was still hugging the shadow cloak tightly around her. "But she's broken. I don't think she even knows what she's doing anymore. She just snapped." I need to hear her out. Fine, May grumbled through the spider. But I'm telling you right now, if she tries anything funny again, I'm putting her down. No hesitation. And you promise me, Izuku. If she tries to hurt you again, you put her down. Izuku glanced at the spider and nodded reluctantly. Yeah, fine, I promise. The spider's red light flickered off. Izuku turned back to Toga, who was staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. You're crazy, she muttered softly. Why would you help someone like me? Because, Izuku said, standing up and offering her his hand, everyone deserves a second chance. They eventually made their way to May's lab, or rather, the rickety shack she proudly called a lab. As Izuku opened the door, May was already there, standing in the center of the room with a large shotgun slung across her shoulder. Her expression was pure fury, her eyes darting between Izuku and Toga, who shuffled in behind him. May didn't hesitate, she pointed the shotgun directly at Toga. One wrong move, Blondie, and I'll blast you out of this shack so fast you won't even see it coming. May, Izuku groaned. Put that away, she's not going to hurt anyone. May scoffed but didn't lower the weapon. Fine, explain. What's her deal? Why'd she try to turn you into a blood smoothie? Izuku turned to Toga, who hugged the shadow cloak around herself as if it were a shield. Toga, you need to tell us what's going on. Why were you attacking me? Toga hesitated, her lips trembling. Finally, she sank to the floor and began to speak. It started when I was little, she said quietly, her voice almost a whisper. I would see animals, small ones, you know. Birds, rabbits. I would watch them, and I'd want to drink their blood. I didn't understand why, but I just craved it. May snorted from the corner. Great, just great. Toga flinched, but Izuku shot May a sharp look, silencing her. Keep going, he said gently. Toga wiped her face on the cloak, avoiding their eyes. When my quirk manifested, it got worse. My body needed blood. The taste, the warmth, it calmed me down. But everyone thought I was a freak. My parents, my classmates, they called me a monster. And they weren't wrong, were they? Her voice cracked. Who else drinks blood to survive? Izuku stepped forward, kneeling in front of her. You're not a monster, Toga. You just have a quirk that's hard to manage. Toga looked up at him, her golden eyes searching his face. You don't think it's disgusting? He shook his head firmly. No, it's not disgusting. It's just something you need to control, like any other quirk. There are quirks out there that make people shed their skin or eat metal. Heck, there's a pro hero who has to sleep on piles of money because of her quirk. Toga blinked, her expression softening in surprise. Really? Yeah, Izuku said, smiling faintly. And there's a hero called Barf Bag who eats garbage to fuel his powers. Gross, May chimed in, though her shotgun was finally lowered. He wins the weird quirk award for sure. Toga gave a quiet, shaky chuckle, and Izuku's smile widened. See, drinking blood isn't the weirdest thing. It's just unique, and if it helps you feel better, maybe you could find a blood substitute. There are specialists for quirks like yours. Therapists, researchers, people who can help. Already on it, May said brightly, pulling a small vial of glowing red liquid from a shelf. Ta-da, blood substitute. I whipped this up earlier because, let's face it, real blood's kinda gross and messy. You can thank me later. Toga stared at the vial, her lips parting slightly. You made this, for me. Well, yeah, May shrugged. If you're gonna stick around, I'm not gonna let you bleed Broccoli Boy dry. Plus, I'm awesome like that. Izuku sighed with relief, turning to Toga. See, you don't have to suffer alone. You can manage this. Toga clutched the shadow cloak tightly around herself, tears forming in her eyes again. You're really serious. Yeah, Izuku said, and if you ever need blood to take the edge off, I'll help. Just don't kill anyone, okay? Before he could react, Toga lunged forward and buried her face into his neck. At first, he thought she was going to cry again, until he felt two sharp points press into his skin. Hey, wait, he stammered, but it was too late. The sensation of her teeth gently piercing his skin sent a strange shiver down his spine. It didn't hurt. Instead, there was a faint numbness, almost soothing. Toga's face was flushed red, her eyes half-lidded with satisfaction as she pulled away, wiping her lips. "You taste really good, you know that," she said with a chuckle. Izuku's face turned scarlet as he grabbed his notebook, scrambling to distract himself. Okay, let's analyze your quirk now. Focus. Science. Mei, meanwhile, cackled in the background, raising her vial of blood substitute. "You two are weird, and I love it." Toga just smiled, a genuine smile this time, as she clutched the cloak around her. For the first time in a long while, she didn't feel alone. "Hey everyone. So, turns out I accidentally had Izuku listed as 10 years old earlier, and I just realized it while reviewing my work. My bad, I meant for him to have the frame of a scrawny 10-year-old, not actually be 10. He's 13 years old now, as he should have been from the start, same age as he was at the beginning of the story. I've already gone back and updated chapter 1 to fix this. Hopefully, this clears things up and nobody's too confused moving forward. Thanks for sticking with me while I iron out these details. It happens when you're deep in the chaos, right? Now that's out of the way, let's dive into the story. Can't wait to see how you guys react to the madness that's coming up next. Let's go." Izuku sighed heavily as he sat at the table in Mei's cluttered shack. Toga, now wrapped in the shadow cloak, perched on a stool while Mei buzzed around like an overcharged battery. The pink-haired menace was grinning ear to ear, clearly up to something devious, and Toga, curious as ever, was leaning in. Wait, Mei said, spinning around dramatically, pointing directly at Toga. "You said you don't like your quirk, right?" Toga flinched slightly, clutching the cloak tighter. "Yeah, it's ruined my life." "Why?" Mei's smile grew to Cheshire Cat levels of smugness. "Well, we could always replace it." She finished with a wink, hands on her hips as if she'd just suggested the most obvious solution in the world. Toga's eyes went wide. "Replace it? Wait, you guys figured out how to, what? Erase quirks?" Izuku immediately waved his hands in front of him, panicked. No, that's not what she meant." He shot a sharp glare at Mei. "Stop saying things like that, Mei." "What?" Mei said innocently, tilting her head. "It's not erasing, it's like, upgrading. A trade-in for something better." "Better?" Toga asked, now narrowing her feline-like eyes. "You're serious?" Izuku groaned and buried his face in his hands. "Oh, great, look what you've started." Mei plopped down in a chair, crossing her arms smugly. "Hey, he's just being kind because of you, but technically, he erased my quirk." Toga blinked, stunned. "Wait, what? You had a quirk?" "Yup," Mei said proudly, leaning back with a sly grin. "But who needs a lame quirk when I've got artifice now?" She pointed dramatically at herself. "Mama got something nice in return, if you know what I mean." Toga's lips quirked into a mischievous smile as she turned her attention to Izuku, who looked like he wanted to melt into the floor. "Oh, I see, you two slept together." Izuku's face went crimson. What? No, that's not. "Well, technically, we do sleep together," Mei said nonchalantly, shooting Izuku a smug look. "I mean, since we got the night owl skill, we only really need proper sleep, like, once a week now. It's efficient." Toga snickered, her golden eyes glittering with amusement. "Oh, so you two do sleep together. That's not the kind of sleeping she means." Izuku stammered, looking like his soul was trying to escape through his face. It's literally sleeping. Nothing else." Mei blinked at him, completely unfazed. "Wait, then what did she mean? I thought she meant baby-making sleeping." Izuku's face turned an even deeper shade of red. "Mei, stop saying things like that." "What?" Mei shrugged. "It's a totally legitimate definition." "That's not." Izuku was flustered beyond belief, his hands waving wildly in front of him as if to stop the madness. "I meant we just cuddle." "Cuddle, that's it." Mei replied with a smug grin, clearly not buying it. "Tell that to your grabby hands. You keep sneaking those hands everywhere, mister." Toga burst into laughter, doubling over as she hugged her sides. "Oh my god, you two are the worst. I can't even." Her voice rang through the shack as Izuku groaned loudly in frustration. "This isn't helping," Izuku muttered, hands in his hair. "This is not helping at all." "Worth it," Toga said, wiping tears from her eyes as she tried to catch her breath. You two are like a comedy duo. Mei grinned proudly. I'll take that as a compliment. After the laughter subsided, Toga's expression became serious again. She glanced between Izuku and Mei, curiosity sparking in her eyes. But, seriously, you said you could replace my quirk. How? What are you even talking about? Izuku sighed, regaining his composure. It's complicated. You don't just replace quirks. Mei's not explaining it properly. Mei waved him off, clearly dismissing his protest. I'm explaining it perfectly. I used to have a quirk, but now I don't need it. Izuku gave me access to something better. Toga leaned forward, her golden eyes intense. And what's better than a quirk? Well, Mei began, holding up her hands like she was presenting a prize. It's called a class. I got the artificer class. I can create things that are way cooler than anything my old quirk could do. Guns, gadgets, explosives, you name it. Toga's brows furrowed, clearly interested but hesitant. So, I'd get something else. And my quirk would just be gone. Izuku stepped in, his voice calmer and more serious. Listen, Toga, you don't need to do that. A quirk is part of who you are, it's part of you. I don't think just throwing it away is the right choice. Toga frowned, her expression flickering with emotion. But, what if I don't want it? What if I don't want to be this freak? This monster? Izuku crouched down to meet her eyes. You're not a monster, he said softly. Your quirk doesn't define you. It's how you use it that matters. You're not broken, Toga. You just need to find a way to manage it. Mei chimed in from behind, tossing a red potion in the air and catching it. Yeah, Mr. Sentimental here has a point, but also, options. If you want, we can show you what else you could do. I mean, you might be able to keep your quirk and get something new. Toga looked between them, uncertainty and hope warring in her expression. And, you'd help me figure it out. Izuku smiled warmly. Of course, we'll help you. Mei grinned. And you'll be our guinea pig. I mean, valued partner. Toga snorted, shaking her head. You two really are a pair. Izuku sighed, shooting Mei another look. Come on, let's talk about this outside. He grabbed Mei by the arm, gently pulling her toward the door. We need to make sure this doesn't overwhelm her. This isn't a joke. Fine, Mei muttered, rolling her eyes. But I'm telling you, Daddy, she'll love the upgrades. I'm a genius, after all. Izuku groaned, shaking his head as he dragged the pink-haired menace out of the shack, leaving Toga sitting there, her heart pounding as she considered their words. Replace my quirk. Is that really something I could do? Would it make me normal? For the first time in a long time, she felt like there might be a sliver of hope, and she didn't know whether to embrace it or run from it. The tension in the air was thick as Izuku and Mei stood outside the shack, the cool breeze brushing against them. Izuku's brows furrowed, his arms crossed as he glared slightly at Mei. You can't just say that to her. She's only just started to understand her quirk, Mei. Do you even realize how important that is for her? She's been living her whole life hating herself because of it, and you're already offering to get rid of it like it's nothing. Mei raised her eyebrows, unbothered as usual, but there was something sharper in her tone this time. Okay, I see your point, but hear me out. She placed her hands on her hips, her serious side peeking through, something rare for her. I hated my quirk. It was completely useless to me. I couldn't invent cool stuff with it, and it never gave me anything except ridicule. If I had the chance to trade it in earlier, I would have done it in a heartbeat. That's you, Mei, Izuku countered, his voice softer but still firm. What if she's not the same? What if getting rid of her quirk makes her lose a part of herself? You don't know how hard that decision might be for her. Mei paused, studying him with a rare intensity. You're right, I don't. But what if she doesn't want to live with it? What if she's better off letting go? You're trying to help her, and I love you for that. The words fell out of Mei's mouth before she could stop them, and her face immediately turned beet red. Izuku blinked, stunned, his face matching hers as they stared at each other. Wait, Mei stammered, waving her hands frantically. I mean I like you for that. Like, not love, you know, admiration or whatever. Izuku couldn't respond. His brain had short-circuited. Why yeah, right. The awkward silence stretched between them, both of their faces glowing crimson. Neither could look the other in the eye. Let's just go back inside, Izuku muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Good idea, Mei squeaked, spinning on her heels so quickly she nearly tripped. The two re-entered the shack, both red-faced and standing as far away from each other as possible. Toga, now seated on a stool, glanced between the two of them with a confused expression. What's going on? She asked, tilting her head. Nothing. They both blurted out in unison, their voices high-pitched and defensive. Toga let out a deep sigh, clearly not buying it, but didn't press further. Fine, whatever. I've been thinking, though, I want to look at my options first. Both Izuku and Mei turned to her. Oh, really? Izuku asked, genuinely surprised. Yeah, Toga said, standing up as a system notification appeared in front of her. She squinted at the glowing screen. What's this? Izuku leaned over slightly. It's the system. It's like a party invite. If you accept it, it'll let you access new abilities or classes. You don't have to get rid of your quirk. You can just expand it, I guess. Toga blinked, clearly intrigued. After a moment, she reached out and pressed the glowing accept button. A notification flashed. Bloodsucker has joined your party. Bloodsucker, she muttered with a pout. What kind of name is that? Mei giggled in the corner. Hey, it suits you, Blondie. Toga shot her a glare before going through the new options in front of her. A list of classes that suited her taste appeared. Yuki Onna, Vampire, Were-Animal, Juboko, Demon, Succubus, Oni. Toga's eyes narrowed as she scrolled through the options. Huh, Vampire, she hovered over it, hesitating. Is it possible to just try this out for now? Another notification popped up. Trial class activated. Vampire 24 hours. You will not gain experience points but can temporarily test this class. Alright, let's try it, Toga muttered, selecting the vampire class. Suddenly, her body glowed faintly, and her form seemed to sharpen, exuding a strange new energy. Her golden eyes shifted to a deep crimson, glowing faintly. She gasped as she stood, stretching her limbs. Whoa, she breathed, her voice trembling with excitement. I feel stronger, way stronger. Izuku stared at her cautiously. Are you okay? Toga grinned, flashing a pair of sharp fangs. Never better. She pulled up her skills, rattling off what she saw. Looks like I've got blood manipulation. I can make weapons out of my blood and shoot it like projectiles. Also, there's vampiric body. I can heal my HP and MP by drinking blood, but sunlight drains my MP. Mei snorted. A vampire who can't go out in the sun. Classic. Don't worry, Toga replied, grinning mischievously. I'll manage just fine. Without warning, she wrapped her arms around Izuku, pulling him close. Speaking of blood, wait, what are you? Izuku began, but before he could finish, Toga's fangs sunk into his neck. His face turned scarlet, his breath hitching at the sensation. It didn't hurt as much as he expected. Instead, there was a strange numbness, almost like a soft buzz spreading through his body. Before he knew it, his legs gave out, and he collapsed backward onto the beanbag chair with her. Toga pulled away slowly, her cheeks flushed as she licked her lips. Not bad. Izuku's eyes darted around in panic as he tried to sit up. What just happened? Mei, who had been watching the whole time with wide eyes, stood frozen. Then, finally, she whistled. Wow, that's kinda hot. Izuku's eyes shot daggers at her. Help me, Mei shrugged, strolling over casually. Fine, fine. Instead of helping, though, she plopped down on Izuku's other side, leaned over, and jokingly bit his neck. Mei, he sputtered, flailing. What are you doing? What? Mei said innocently. I'm helping. Equal opportunity and all that. This isn't helping. Izuku wailed, his face practically glowing red. Toga pouted, fangs peeking over her lips. Hey, I wasn't done feeding. Izuku sat slumped in the beanbag chair, his head spinning as he tried to process what had just happened. The sensation of Toga biting into his neck lingered, strangely pleasant, like a mix of warmth and numbness that buzzed under his skin. He rubbed his neck absent-mindedly, muttering to himself. It didn't really hurt. Honestly, it felt kinda Mei's voice cut him off with an exaggerated gasp. Wait, 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 wait. She marched toward him, grabbing Toga's arm just as she was leaning in again. What do you mean? It didn't hurt. So, you're telling me, she pointed dramatically. You enjoyed her biting you. Izuku blinked, suddenly feeling cornered. And no, I didn't say that. I just meant, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Toga grinned mischievously, her red eyes glinting. Oh, so there's no harm if I take a little more blood, right? You liked it, after all. Wait, hold on, Izuku began, eyes wide. But before he could finish, Toga had already moved, wrapping her arms around his shoulder and sinking her fangs back into his neck. A quiet hum of satisfaction escaped her lips as she began drinking again, slow and deliberate, her hands gripping the shadow cloak she still wore. Izuku's face turned crimson as his body sagged back into the beanbag, the warmth from her bite spreading through him again. Toga. This is. Relax, Toga murmured, her voice soft against his skin. It's just a little. You taste so good. Hey, Mei growled, standing over them. Her arms were crossed tightly, and her face twisted into an exaggerated pout. You're hogging him. What's the point of a party if one girl eats all the snacks? I'm not a snack, Izuku shouted weakly, his voice muffled as he tried to sit up. Toga ignored him, giggling softly as she pulled away just enough to grin at Mei, a thin trickle of blood staining the corner of her lips. Jealous, Mei scoffed. Obviously, she grabbed a red potion from the table and shoved it into Toga's hands. Here, drink this, it's a substitute, and it works just fine. Quit sucking him dry, Blondie. Toga narrowed her eyes at the bottle, grumbling as she reluctantly took it. Fine, but it's not the same, she muttered, pouting as she twisted the cap off. Izuku exhaled in relief, slumping back into the chair. Thanks, Mei, I thought she was going to. Before he could finish, Mei suddenly slid onto his lap, straddling him without a second thought. His heart practically stopped. What are you? Listen, Mei interrupted, leaning closer until her face was mere inches from his. I'm not going to let Daddy get taken away by some vampire girl. I've been here since day one, thank you very much. Fair's fair, isn't it? Izuku's face was a deep shade of red as he tried to process what was happening. Mei, what are you talking about? Instead of answering, Mei smirked and tilted her head. I'm making sure you remember who's on top here. Before Izuku could protest, she leaned in and pressed her lips to his, kissing him without hesitation. His brain short-circuited. The kiss wasn't soft or timid. Mei's boldness carried through even here. Her hands cupped his face as she pulled him into the kiss, her weight keeping him pinned. Toga, now seated beside them and sipping on the blood substitute, froze mid-drink. Her eyes widened comically as she watched the scene unfold, her cheeks turning pink. What the? Izuku's hands shot up, grabbing Mei's shoulders as he pulled back, gasping for air. Mei, what are you doing? Mei leaned back with a satisfied grin, her face barely flushed. What? I call that claiming my spot. Claiming. Izuku practically shrieked, his face still burning red. You can't just. Toga's face was a mix of shock and something darker as she narrowed her eyes. Oh, I see how it is, she muttered, standing up and dusting herself off. So this is what I'm competing with. Fine, fine. She leaned over Izuku again, her sharp fangs flashing as she smirked. I can play this game too. No, you can't, Izuku protested, scooting back as far as the beanbag would allow. Mei looked unfazed as she flopped down beside him, tossing her arm over his shoulder. Oh, relax, Daddy. You're surrounded by two geniuses. You should feel lucky. I feel like I'm about to die, Izuku muttered miserably, covering his face with his hands. You two are impossible. Toga plopped down on his other side, still sipping her potion. Well, I didn't get to finish my snack, so if you pass out, I call dibs. Mei grinned mischievously, nudging Izuku's side. Don't worry, broccoli boy. I'll make sure you survive long enough to help me test more of my babies. That's what you're here for, after all. Izuku groaned into his hands, utterly defeated. Why me? Toga giggled, her red eyes glowing faintly. Because you're delicious, that's why. Mei just laughed, pulling Izuku tighter against her shoulder. And because you're fun, obviously. Now, Who's up for a nap? Toga rolled her eyes. If you mean nap, I'm out. Good, Izuku muttered, slumping between the two girls. Because I'm pretty sure I'm already dead inside. And there, sandwiched between a mad scientist and a vampire, Izuku wondered just how far his life had spiraled in such a short time. Toga sat up suddenly, stretching her arms over her head with a lazy grin. All right, I've gotta head out, she said, a playful glint in her red eyes. She leaned over Izuku, her face close enough that he could feel her breath. But next time, I expect a kiss too. Don't leave me out, okay? Izuku sputtered, his face turning bright red. What? Toga, that's not. Before he could finish, she giggled, grabbing the shadow cloak and throwing it over her shoulders. See you later, broccoli boy. She waved with a mischievous smirk before disappearing out the door. Izuku let out a long sigh, his heart still pounding from her parting words. When he turned his head, though, he realized that May was still sprawled across him, her head resting on his chest as if she hadn't moved an inch. The pink-haired inventor blinked up at him with a sly smile. Well, look at you, already attracting trouble. You sure you're not a secret chick magnet? Izuku groaned, rubbing his temple. Can we not talk about that? May shrugged but didn't move, still comfortably lying on top of him. The silence between them settled softly for a moment, only broken by the faint hum of machines in the shack. Finally, Izuku broke it. Hey, can I ask you something? May murmured, looking up at him with curious golden eyes. When did you start, liking me? His face was flushed, but he managed to keep his voice steady. May blinked, clearly caught off guard by the question. You're really gonna ask that now? Well, yeah, he glanced down at her. I mean, you're always teasing me, but you're serious sometimes too. I guess I want to understand. May's expression softened, and she looked away for a moment before speaking. I think it was not too long after you started helping me with my inventions. When you stayed. Most people don't stick around, Izuku. I mean, yeah, I'm a genius, obviously, but I'm also, she hesitated, her voice quieter now. I'm a lonely one. Izuku's chest tightened at her words. May, she sat up slightly, her gaze flickering to his. For the first time, I didn't feel alone. You actually helped me. You didn't complain about the explosions or call me crazy. You were just there. And that meant more to me than I realized. Izuku stared at her, his heart pounding. I think I feel the same way, he admitted softly. I didn't really know what to do with myself before I met you. I mean, even if we were just friends, I'd be happy with that. May's eyes searched his face for a moment before a small smile tugged at her lips. Well, friends are boring, she said, leaning closer to him. This is way better. Before he could respond, she tilted her head and kissed him again, her hands threading through his green hair as she deepened it. Izuku froze for a second, his mind blank, but he soon relaxed into it, one of his hands hesitantly tracing the curve of her waist. When they broke apart, both of them were breathing heavily, their faces flushed. May grinned, pressing her forehead against his. You're stuck with me, broccoli boy. And I'm stuck with you. Izuku's hand slid lower without thinking, squeezing her behind gently. May's eyes widened slightly before her smile turned devilish. Oh, bold move. I like it. Realizing what he'd done, Izuku yanked his hands back quickly, his face burning red. Sorry, I didn't. May just laughed, grabbing his hand and placing it back where it was. Don't apologize. You're learning. Izuku gulped, his face still glowing, but he managed to crack a nervous smile. 10 minutes, and then, we get back to making babies. May's grin widened. You know me so well. She leaned in close, whispering softly, I love you. Izuku felt his heart leap into his throat. He swallowed hard but managed to respond quietly, I love you too. She smiled, her cheeks faintly pink for once, and flopped back onto him with a content sigh. All right, let's just stay like this for a bit. Then we'll get back to work. You're gonna help me create something amazing, Daddy. Izuku groaned playfully. Stop calling me that. May just giggled, snuggling closer. Never. And there, in the middle of a messy shack filled with half-finished inventions and the lingering scent of oil and metal, Izuku realized that, for the first time in a long while, he felt truly at peace. Toga hummed softly to herself as she strolled down the quiet street, clutching Izuku's jacket close to her chest. The warmth of the fabric lingered from when he had worn it, and her smile grew as she tilted her head to inhale its faint scent. For the first time in a long time, her mind felt calm. The chaos of her thoughts had quieted, replaced by a strange, soft warmth she wasn't used to feeling. Reaching her house, she dug out her key and pushed the door open, stepping inside. The smell of dinner drifted from the kitchen, and she heard her mother's voice. "Hamiko, come eat dinner before it gets cold." "Coming, Mom," Toga replied cheerfully, slipping her shoes off by the door and walking toward the kitchen. Her mother was already at the table, a woman with cat-like features, blonde fur-covered ears perked atop her head and a matching tail swishing idly behind her. Her sharp golden eyes, always a little too judgmental, narrowed as Toga entered the room. Toga didn't notice at first, she was too caught up in her pleasant thoughts. Her mother, however, froze. Her feline nose twitched, her sensitive sense of smell picking up something that made her frown deeply. The air grew thick. Her mother stood, eyes locking onto her daughter. "Hamiko." Toga paused mid-step, her smile faltering slightly. "Why yeah, Mom, what is that smell?" Her voice was low, tense, as she stepped closer, her nostrils flaring. Toga blinked. "Smell? I don't smell anything." Before she could finish, her mother grabbed her by the wrist with claws that dug into her skin. Toga yelped, her eyes widening in shock. "Ow, Mom, what?" Her mother sniffed again, and her face twisted in disgust. "Blood. I smell blood on you." Toga froze. It's not." Her mother didn't let her finish. She yanked Toga forward, her grip tight, dragging her toward the center of the kitchen. Toga stumbled, nearly falling over as her mother's voice rose. "You smell like blood again. You've been doing it again, haven't you? Drinking it like a monster." "No, Mom, please." Toga's voice cracked as panic crept into her chest. "I didn't. I wasn't. I swear. Don't lie to me." Her mother's voice turned to a snarl, and suddenly, the claws dug in further. Toga screamed in pain as she was thrown to the ground, her knees scraping against the wooden floor. The next moment, her mother's foot struck her side, sending her sprawling. "Stop being a monster, Hamiko. Why can't you be normal?" Toga coughed, gasping for air as pain shot through her ribs. "Mom, stop, please stop." But the attacks didn't stop. Her mother's claws slashed at her, scratching her arms and face, each blow carrying venomous rage. She kicked again, the heel of her shoe digging sharply into Toga's side. Toga cried out, rolling over instinctively to shield herself, curling into a ball to protect her body. "I raised you better than this." Her mother screamed, her voice shaking with fury. "You're disgusting. You're shameful. Why would anyone ever love a freak like you?" Toga's mind raced, her body trembling as she tried to process what was happening. "It wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to be normal. I just wanted to be happy." Her mother grabbed a fistful of her hair, yanking her head up so their eyes met. Toga's face was streaked with tears, blood dripping from scratches on her cheeks. "Who gave you this blood?" Her mother demanded, shaking her. "Tell me, who would do something so twisted?" Toga sobbed, her voice breaking. It was a friend. He gave it to me. He doesn't care. He's not scared of me." Her mother slammed her head back to the floor with a sickening thud. "Liar. You're a liar. Nobody would ever care about a monster like you." Toga's vision blurred as pain bloomed across her skull. Her ears rang, her breath shallow as tears fell freely. Her mother finally stopped, breathing heavily as she looked down at the mess on the floor. Her daughter, bruised, bleeding, shaking, was barely able to move. "Get out," her mother spat, her voice cold now, drained of anger. "Get out of my house. Don't you dare come back here." Toga's heart sank, her body aching as she tried to lift herself up. She looked up at her mother through teary eyes. "Mom, please, go," her mother shouted, slamming her heel into the floor just inches from Toga's hand. "You're no daughter of mine. I don't want to see you again." A sob escaped Toga's lips as she struggled to her feet. She swayed unsteadily, her body screaming in pain, but she managed to stand. Without another word, she turned and walked to the door, leaving faint drops of blood in her wake. The night air hit her like a slap to the face as she stepped outside. She closed the door behind her, wincing as the latch clicked shut, sealing her out of the only home she'd ever known. The world felt too big now, too cold, as she wrapped her arms around herself and staggered down the street. Her body ached with every step. Cuts stung, bruises throbbed, but nothing compared to the pain in her chest. Her mother's words echoed in her head like a haunting refrain. Nobody would ever care about a monster like you. Toga bit her lip, tears streaming silently down her cheeks as she walked aimlessly. She didn't know where she was going, but there was only one place, one person, she could think of. Izuku. Her steps quickened, determination replacing the pain. If there was one person in this entire world who didn't see her as a monster, it was him. And she needed him now more than ever. Izuku and Mei were hunched over a work table, various tools and scraps of metal scattered everywhere. Mei adjusted her goggles as she fiddled with an invention, a manic grin plastered on her face as sparks shot up. Almost there, broccoli boy. This one's gonna be big. No explosions this time, I promise. Izuku chuckled lightly, wiping sweat from his forehead. I'll believe it when I see it. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, slamming against the wall. Both of them froze, heads whipping toward the sound. There, standing in the doorway, was Toga, her blonde hair disheveled, blood trickling down her face and arms, and her uniform torn and stained. Her knees wobbled as she stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears before she collapsed into Izuku's arms. Toga. Izuku's voice was panicked as he held her, lowering her gently to the floor. What happened? Who did this to you? Toga clung to him tightly, sobbing into his shoulder. My mom, it was my mom. She attacked me. Her voice trembled, broken and fragile. I didn't have anywhere else to go. I didn't know what to do. I need a place to stay. Please, can I stay here? Izuku froze, his heart pounding in his chest as he processed her words. His grip on her tightened protectively, his face hardening into an expression Mei had never seen before, dark, cold, and furious. What's her address? His voice was low and steady, his words sending chills through the room. Toga looked up at him, startled by his tone, but sniffled and gave him the address through broken sobs. Mei, still silent, observed Izuku carefully as he stood up, gently laying Toga down on the beanbag chair. I'll be back, he said coldly, turning toward the door. Wait. Mei's voice cut through the tension like a knife. She stood up, grabbing something from the workbench. You can't go out looking like yourself, you idiot. Izuku turned to look at her, his brows furrowed. Mei, she shoved a sleek, metallic mask into his hands. If you're gonna do something stupid, at least be smart about it. Put this on. It'll change your features so nobody recognizes you. Izuku blinked, staring at her. Mei, she walked up to him, grabbing the collar of his shirt to pull him into a kiss. Be careful, Daddy, she muttered against his lips before stepping back. And come back in one piece. Izuku nodded, slipping the mask over his face. The moment it made contact, a faint hum sounded, and his features began to shift. His green curls darkened into long, flowing black hair, and faint scars appeared across his cheeks and jawline. His eyes, still his, but sharper, colder, glared back at Mei as he turned toward the door. Thank you, he said, his voice low and firm. Then he was gone. The feline woman was in her kitchen, the evening silence save for the faint sounds of cutlery clinking. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the peace as her front door was kicked off its hinges. She spun around, her ears flattened in alarm as her claws extended. Who? A figure emerged through the doorway, silhouetted by the pale light outside. Long black hair framed his face, and scars marred his features. The rage in his eyes caught her attention as he stepped forward, his presence heavy and suffocating. Who are you? She shrieked, scrambling to grab her phone from the counter. She didn't get the chance. Izuku dashed forward in an instant, his speed blinding. The phone was ripped from her hands and crushed underfoot as he grabbed her by the throat and slammed her against the wall. The impact rattled the room. Stop, she screamed, her claws swiping at him, but Izuku's grip only tightened. His darkened eyes burned with rage. Do you feel that? Izuku said, his voice eerily calm as he delivered a sharp punch to her ribs. She gasped, pain bursting through her side as she writhed in his grip. This is how your daughter felt. Every time you hit her. Every time you abused her. Every time you called her a monster. He threw another punch, his fist connecting with her gut, knocking the wind out of her. She crumpled to the floor, clutching her side, but Izuku didn't stop. He loomed over her, his movements methodical as he kicked her sharply in the ribs. You call her a monster? Look at yourself, he shouted, his voice cracking with fury as he delivered blow after blow. Each strike was aimed with precision. Her legs, her arms, her sides, enough to hurt, to punish, but not to cripple. The feline woman screamed in agony, curling into a ball to shield herself, but Izuku grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head up to meet his gaze. You're the monster here. You're the one who deserves this. Not her. Please, stop, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. I didn't mean. Izuku sneered, slamming her back to the floor. Did you stop when she begged you? Did you stop when she cried for you to love her? The woman curled into herself, shaking violently, her claws retracting. Izuku stepped back, his chest rising and falling heavily as he composed himself. She'll be back in a few days. To pick up her items and live with me. She won't live under your roof anymore. She's done with you. The woman whimpered, too broken to respond. Izuku crouched down beside her one last time, his voice a low growl. And if you tell anyone about this, or ever hurt her again, I'll know. I'll hunt you down. Do you understand me? She nodded frantically, her face streaked with tears. Why yes, yes. Izuku stood up, the room silent aside from her sobs. He turned and walked out of the ruined doorway, leaving the house behind him as the cool night air hit his face. The mask hummed faintly as it fused further to his skin, a constant reminder of what he had done, and what he had become. Back at the shack, Mei glanced up as the door opened. Izuku stood there, the black hair and scars still in place, but his face was calm, though his eyes held a weight she couldn't quite place. Is it done? Mei asked quietly. Izuku nodded. It's done. Toga, still curled up in the beanbag chair, looked up with wide, tear-filled eyes. Izuku. Without a word, he crossed the room and knelt beside her, pulling her into a soft hug. She buried her face in his chest, her shoulders shaking as she cried quietly. You're safe now, Izuku whispered. She'll never hurt you again. Mei watched the scene in silence, her expression softening as she glanced at the mask still stuck to Izuku's face. Welcome back, Daddy, she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. The three of them sat huddled in Mei's cluttered shack. Izuku and Mei discussed their next steps. Toga was curled up on the beanbag chair, a blanket draped over her shoulders as she sipped a cup of tea. Her body was completely healed after drinking the synthetic blood. The only thing that was damaged was her clothing. Mei sat cross-legged on the workbench, her goggles perched on her head as she typed rapidly on a tablet. All right, listen up, Daddy and Vampire Girl. Step 1. Apartment hunting. Izuku, leaning back in a rickety chair, raised an eyebrow. Apartment hunting, isn't that going to be expensive? Mei grinned, holding up her tablet to display a variety of studio apartments and condos. Not if we play this smart. The system has a skill called persuasion. If we level it up, we can convince our parents to coincidentally sign off on us moving out. And if that doesn't work, she tapped the screen. We use the system credits. We've got enough loot and junk from dungeons to sell. We trade the credits for gold and, bam, we're buying property. Toga looked up from her cup, eyes wide and hopeful. You really think we can do that? Mei shrugged confidently. Of course, who needs adults when you've got a system and two geniuses like us? Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Mei, convincing our parents isn't exactly easy. My mom, well, she still worries about me. And what if they start asking questions? That's where the persuasion skill comes in. Mei said with a wicked grin. You sweet talk them, butter them up, and make them think it's the best idea in the world. Oh, look, we'll have our own space, we'll be responsible, we'll focus on our studies. She waved her arms theatrically. And if that doesn't work, we fall back on step 2, cash in on credits, get some gold, and buy a place outright. Problem solved. Toga pulled the blanket tighter around herself, looking between the two of them. But, Would it really work? Could we all, live together? The three of us. Izuku turned toward her, his expression soft. Yeah, if we can pull this off, you won't have to worry about anything. You'll have a safe place. A real home. Toga blinked back tears, her voice shaky but full of warmth. I want that. I want to feel safe. Loved. I don't want to be scared anymore. Mei's smile softened as she slid off the workbench, walking over to Toga and sitting beside her. Then we're gonna make it happen. You'll have a place where no one can touch you, where no one can call you a monster. And if they try, well, she grinned mischievously, nudging Izuku. We've got Daddy here to punch them into the next dimension. Izuku rolled his eyes but smiled at her words. Don't call me that. Toga let out a small laugh, wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her oversized blanket. You two are ridiculous. Yeah, but you're ridiculous, Mei said, slinging an arm around her. So don't worry, okay? Tomorrow, we'll find the perfect place, and it'll be ours. Izuku nodded firmly. We'll figure it out. We've gotten through tougher things than this already. Toga looked between them, her heart swelling with something unfamiliar, hope. She took a shaky breath, her voice soft but resolute. Okay, let's do it. I want that. I want to be happy. To feel normal and safe. Mei grinned. Then buckle up, vampire girl, because we're getting you the nicest little studio/condo this side of the city. And once we're in, we'll celebrate with snacks, explosions, and maybe some dungeon crawling. Toga smiled genuinely, her eyes still teary but brighter than they had been. Thank you, both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Izuku offered a soft smile as he stood. You don't have to thank us, Toga. You're not alone anymore. Mei jumped up, stretching her arms above her head. All right, team, tomorrow's mission. Operation Find a Home. Now let's get some sleep because Daddy here needs his beauty rest. Izuku groaned, throwing his hands up. Stop calling me that. Toga giggled, covering her mouth as Mei snickered. For the first time in a long time, the night didn't feel cold or lonely. It felt like a step toward something better, a step toward a future that belonged to them. As the night wore on, the three of them eventually settled onto the oversized beanbag chair in Mei's cluttered shack. The chaos of the day, dungeons, plans for apartments, and heavy emotions, left them all drained, but the warmth of each other's presence kept the room feeling calm and comforting. Izuku lay in the middle, stretched awkwardly, as Toga and Mei each claimed a spot on either side of him. All right, lights out, Mei announced, pulling the blanket over them with a grin. We need at least 8 hours if we're gonna pull off tomorrow's big mission. Sleep now, explosions later. Izuku sighed, his face already a little pink from being wedged between the two girls. You don't have to say explosions every time. It makes me nervous. Mei snickered. I say it because I know it makes you nervous, Daddy. Stop calling me that. Toga giggled, her voice softer as she shifted closer, resting her head on his chest. You're warm, Izuku, she murmured, her words sleepy but content. There was a pause, and then Toga tilted her head up, her face suddenly close to his. Hey, can I? Izuku blinked, eyes wide as she moved closer. He could see it, the way she was about to kiss him. Wait, Toga, I don't think. Before he could finish, he tilted his head back, trying to dodge. Mei watched the awkward exchange from her side, eyes rolling dramatically. Oh, for the love of science, she muttered. Then, without warning, she grabbed the back of Izuku's head and shoved him forward. Toga's lips landed on his with a soft press. Izuku froze, his face burning red, while Toga blinked in surprise before pulling back, her face flushed. Wait, what just? Mei grinned mischievously. There, problem solved. Happy now, vampire girl. Toga stared at her, flustered but clearly pleased. Yeah, I'm happy. Izuku, however, was sputtering, his brain trying to catch up with what had just happened. Mei, why did you? Oh, calm down, Mei said casually, brushing him off with a lazy wave of her hand. You're fine. Here, let me fix this real quick. Before Izuku could react, Mei leaned over, planting a quick but firm kiss of her own on his lips. She sat back with a smug smile. There, now it's even. No one's fighting over it. Izuku's entire face turned crimson. What is even happening right now? How did we get to this point? Mei flopped back down with a satisfied grin. Who knows, Daddy? Who cares? Just go with it. Toga snuggled closer to him, resting her hand on his chest with a happy sigh. Yeah, Izuku. Don't overthink it. Just sleep. Izuku let out a long, defeated breath as both girls cuddled into him. His heart was still racing, his mind spinning, but as the warmth of the moment surrounded him, he couldn't bring himself to be upset. He didn't understand exactly how he ended up here, but for now, he wasn't about to question it. Fine, let's just sleep, he mumbled, letting his eyes close. As the room grew quiet, the three of them settled in comfortably, their breathing eventually evening out as sleep claimed them one by one. Izuku felt like he belonged. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.